Good morning and welcome to the Connery Cricket Center. USA 1 today is up against USA 2, and winning the toss for USA 1 is Shiv Shani. And Shiv Shani, you have won the toss. Why have you decided that you will bat first?
The pitch looks really nice to bat on. We'll just put a big toe on the board. That's the plan.
Are there any changes that you would have made from your last encounter? And why did you make those changes?
Today the Arya will be sitting, Sabrish will be sitting, and our captain Arjun will be sitting. Just giving them a rest.
Okay then, Shiv, all the very best. And I know this is the first time that you all would be actually playing cricket in St. Kitts, and more specifically playing at this Connery Cricket Center. So what you would hope for your opening batsmen to apply themselves?
Not much, just basic plans, just bat long, try to build a good partnership and put a big score on the board.
Okay, thank you very much and all the very best.
Thank you.
We welcome Amag Arapali and welcome to the Connery Cricket Center. You did lose the toss, Amag. What you would have done if you did won the toss?
If we won the toss, we would have batted first also. Pitch looks pretty flat. We wanted to put some runs on the board and put some pressure on the other team.
But now having that you will have to bowl first, what would you be expecting from your opening bowlers?
We expect them to take a couple breakthroughs early on, focus on the stumps, and target the good length areas.
Well, as this is also the first visitation to the island of St. Kitts and first playing encounter here at the Connery Cricket Center, no doubt you would hope that the fast bowlers can get some early wickets and set back the batsmen. But overall, how well have your team been doing in the tournament so far?
So far, we haven't won a game yet, but we've been looking good. First couple of games, we've been playing good and getting close to wins. Hopefully today we can break through and get that first win.
Well, all the very best to you and to your team. And just play good cricket and positive cricket and enjoy the day's play. Thank you very kindly. Well, USA won the toss and decided that they would bat. And I think it is a good decision because as now I am resting my hands on the pitch itself, it is very firm, it is solid. Even though there will be that element of moisture possibly for the first 15 minutes, I think overall it's going to be a good cricket pitch. So we all anticipating for a good day's play. As you can see, as the weather forecast for now, it is very fair. So we all anticipate a very competitive match here at the Connery Cricket Center, as this also too is the first time that both teams would be playing here at the Connery Cricket Center, USA 1 and USA 2. So for now, it's bye. And enjoy our deliberations throughout the day, where play will actually start at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. pleasant good morning to everyone, and welcome to the Connery Cricket Center, where we will have this encounter between both teams, USA 1 and USA 2. With me, yours truly, Victor Eddy. Alongside me is Novel McCall, and we're going to be bringing our deliberations. As I say, a pleasant good morning to you, Novel.
Good morning to you, Victor, and morning to listeners in the USA and those within the Caribbean region and any other person around the world who might be following our broadcast here in St. Kitts and Nevis, doing coverage of the West Indies Rising Stars tournament. This game features the USA 1 and USA 2 uniting teams, and they have been doing fairly well, I would say, throughout this tournament. And the teams for you, batting first is USA 1, and they have chosen to rest Sahil Garg, who has been pretty prolific in this tournament. He's gotten 100 in the last game, but we're going to see Amanda Gill, Admit, Sahash, Utkarsh, we have Shiv Shani, Ardvit, Krishna, Sahir, Araya, Nitish, Ansh, Rai, and Subkash Kumar. That's the USA 1 team. The USA 2 team, and that's the fielding team, we're going to have Aryan, Amog, Ansh, Darshan, Jeremy Samuel, Ayush, Ritvik, Ardit, Shuaya, Siddhant, and Rahul Basu. And the first delivery of the morning just defended out into the offside, and a quiet start for USA 1. As I mentioned, they're not with Sahil Garg, and he has been scoring runs really well. He had 36, 10, and 111 in his first 3 games. So we are perhaps going to look at Admit and Sahash, who had gotten 85 and 42. And Utkarsh, he got 41 and 52 in prior encounters. Left arm over the wicket, a quick single taken. We also have Arminder Gill, another player to watch, and I suspect he's also opening the batting. Opening batters are Gill and Admit. So, Victor, 2 players to look at. They both have contributed with runs. Admit he's gotten 35, 26, and 18 respectively, and Armando Gill, he's gotten a half century in the last encounter. And that one tucked into the onside by Admit. So that moves the total. The total is 2 without loss from 3 deliveries, Victor.
Yes, and as Shiv said, as this morning when he won the toss, why has chosen to bat first, that he would like to set a good start, a good foundation in terms of runs, because the surface looks a good one for batting, which I confirmed. And so he decided that's one of the reasons, or the main reason why he decided that he'll bat first. So in that decision, I will tend to agree with him, Novel, because as we have seen for the matches that we have covered here so far, it is an evenly balanced surface in terms of the pitch preparation, so every area of play have an opportunity to do well.
I agree, and I think he may have made a wise decision. The 3 games played here, team batting first would have won all of those games. None of the chasing teams won a game here thus far. That could be very different today. Perhaps the USA 2 team would definitely have other ideas.
And when I did the pitch report and the toss, I mentioned to both captains that it is a challenge in the sense whereby they are playing here for the first time, and they will have to adapt to the conditions. But as the captain chief said to me, based upon how the surface looks, it looks to be a good one for batting, and I concur with him in terms of that decision.
Well, it has been. There's no devil in it. You may get some spin a little bit later on. It has good bounce in it. If you put, I would suggest what you put in is what you would get out of it. But generally, fairly good for batting, and added to that, a very lightning quick outfield.
Yes, indeed. And as we speak, the first over has been completed, and immediately, Novel, what is good to see that the players actually running to their various fielding positions from that final delivery. So the fielding team also too came out with a strong purpose.
Well, yes, the USA 2 team in the field, USA 1 batting, and I suspect these players, Victor, would have played against one another regularly, would have practiced a lot against one another, so I figure they know each other really well.
Yes, indeed. But one thing did slip me this morning, Novel, as I could recollect my thoughts. I know a lot of times in the USA they play on matting surfaces, so I'm not too certain then how many pitch surfaces they would have played on. But obviously they might have used to, but more so knowing coming to this tournament, I would like to believe that they would have been preparing on pitch surfaces, knowing that the tournament here in St. Kitts and Nevis will be on pitch surfaces.
Well, yes, but in recent times, as the cricket is being, they said, Vic, lots of matting surfaces, and they would have to make the quiet adjustment. Opening the bowling, here is Adit. He is opening from the media center end. Start short of a length just outside the off stump, and appropriately played, shouldering the arms, was Amanda Gill.
Well, and what is good to see to Novel, that we always like to see, at least this is his first over from the National Heroes Park in. There is just that solitary slip alongside with the wicketkeeper standing back, a fielder on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a man at mid-wicket, a man on the square leg boundary, and a mid-on. So good in the sense that at least he has a solitary slip for any movement that he might get off the surface. Let us see if he might produce it in this particular over. Well, thus far we are seeing that accommodative bunks quite early, so that has suggested to us early again that the consistent bunks gonna be in the surface, Nova.
To listeners, my apology. The bowler is not Adit, but it's Ritvik Apidi. So it's Ritvik Apidi. He's the one opening the bowling, number 36, from the media center end. And he has had a good start. His areas are looking good. And we are thinking Victor Winder Gill, if he's anything close to the Gill we've seen in test match cricket, it could be really problems here.
I like that early assessment there, Noval. But he has a nice fluent run-up, no stutters in his run-up, which can be a little hindrance in terms of he's getting his good line and length. So, nice cool breeze here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's an open field in that sense. So from east to west, there's that nice cooling breeze coming across. So even though out in the middle may be hot, it is still a cooling environment in terms of the wind percentage.
Well, Victor, you're correct. And most of our games have gotten started, commenced really with that slight little overcast appearance in the cloud area. But then as the day progresses, we tend to get that sun shining out on us.
Well,
it's looking very hazy, but no threat of rain. Just a hazy day, not our normal summer days when it's what we call blazing hot.
Well, let us hope for the very best in terms of atmosphere, but also in consideration that the month of June started off the hurricane season.
It did.
So, yeah,
it did indeed. So we have lost 1 month and we're happy. No damage done. Getting that one to lift just outside the off stump, bringing Adnit to more of a defensive sort of prod, fortunately for him. And I did say Adnit, but I think it's Gill, the man facing, just sort of Victor playing and pulling his hands away.
Well, really, I thought he was really beaten, but tried to give an impression like he had pulling his bat away. But if the bowler now, Novel, can repeat or try to go in that same particular area, I think from that delivery, it should be a motivator for him to try to see if he can put it in that particular area again or even close.
Not just that, it's the final delivery. We'll hope he can bowl a maiden here. Hammering it into the surface and easily defended by Gill. And that brings about the end of over number 2. A quiet start by USA, 1, 2 without loss.
And Novel, I think too, from my observation, this is the first team playing here that I am seeing that as soon as the final delivery of the over being bowled, the fielders are running to their respective positions. And if you look at it too, the captain is not making a lot of adjustments. So it might have just been a team plan and then going out on the field and executing it. We look at that a little more closer, but we haven't seen that, and that is good organization.
Well, it simply means the team is aware of what is expected of them at the end of each over, I guess in the early stages of the match. A short ball and dealt with appropriately, pulled easily in front of square for 4. Adnit, making no joke there, Victor, jumping on a short delivery, hammering it in front of square, first boundary of the day.
Yes, and he timed it so nicely that hitting it in the vacant mid-wicket boundary area all along the ground, where he spotted it early and he just turned his wrist over it and getting, as you quite rightly say, Novel, the first boundary. So the captain, Shiv, would be pleased, but he'll be more pleased if they can keep that foundation going of this opening partnership. There's a left-hammer coming there from that far end outside the off stump, but being played to point area where there is a fielder and there is no run. And it is 6 without loss. USA 1 batting first against USA 2 right here at the Connery Cricket Center. So USA 1, after winning the toss, decided that they're going to try to set a total.
Well, sitting there, and I'm continuously confusing Gill and Adnit. It's Gill facing at the moment. Number 19, he's sporting. And defending out into the offside. And it's Ayush Patel, the bowler from the Connery Village end. And he's left-hander, Victor. We've seen a couple of left-hand seamers. The Windwards would have had a few of them. And Barbados had 1 or 2 as well. And now we're seeing another left-arm seamer here from the USA too.
And in combination, it is good having a right armer and a left armer, but the left armer is in progress now and getting a good delivery, good line and length. And I think so far that he has held a good line and length. Well, actually, both bowlers, apart from the short pitch delivery that was executed nicely into the mid-wicket boundary, they have held themselves well. You can see the batsman doing now some gardening. And like I said on the pitch report, really, usually there is that element of moisture, most likely for the first 45 minutes. But outside of that, though, it's a good surface. So once batsmen can apply themselves, I think runs can be had.
Yes, indeed. And not much been given away by Ayush Patel. He, as you mentioned, he erred in length a few deliveries ago, but has been generally spot on. And also Victor making the batsman play.
Yeah, and that is very important, especially with the new ball in hand. And if he can just invite the batsman to come for that cover drive and try to put it across the right-hander.
I must have been listening you. Defending out to point. Didn't go to cover, but the intention seems to be what you wanted, Victor.
Yeah, and there we have it again, Novel. You see the fielders running into their
jogging
position,
into their positions as they should.
It is very a good sight in terms that they know it's 50 overs, and obviously the quicker they can get them in, it's the better for them. in terms that they would have to chase. But so far,
Well, not just chase. There's a cutoff point.
that's right, the cutoff
You,
time.
you want to be ahead of that cutoff point because when pace bowlers are in effect, your overs definitely take longer. So if you could get to your marks quicker, I think in T20 cricket you have about a minute and a half to do so. Not a very long time. That one is short, hammered down to extra cover. No damage done.
Yeah, well, I will agree with you, dear Novel. That is the relevant path why we are seeing them run into the positions to make certain that they're getting the overs before the cutoff time. So I'm agreeing with that. That is very obvious and good because if they're gonna really make a contest, it's best if they have the full 50 overs to go at when their time comes to really chase whatsoever total that USA one may post.
One just guided down to third man by Adnit. He gets his total moving on to 2. Gill on 5, 7 without loss. And as I continue to say, Victor, quiet start, not blistering by any means. And I think a lot of that has to do with the discipline of the bowlers thus far.
Yes, indeed, and slow but steady, and the bowlers have held good line and length. Only the one really short delivery which was executed into the deep mid-wicket boundary. Outside of that, though, the both bowlers have held their own, and no doubt they're looking for that early inroads into this USA 2 batting order.
Very good delivery, taking the outer edge, going some misfeeling there down on the boundary, and the bowler wouldn't be happy with that, Victor. But I think a good delivery, drawing the batsman Gill forward. He took the outer edge, but it was all along the ground because it was a controlled shot. But I think Vic will be satisfied with that and be encouraged to continue putting it in that general area, hoping to bring about an edge. Victor, though, your thoughts? One slip. It's a wide slip, though. He's not standing in the conventional first slip position. A bit wider.
So with that, as you described, where the fieldsman is placed at slip, it is quite obvious then that he is going to bowl just probably looking for about the off stump going further across the right-hander. But in getting that single down to third man, what was good sign though to see that the batsmen, they were running the first one quickly, and because the fielder on the third man did not field cleanly, they were able to get the single. So when balls are played in the deeper areas of the field, we can see how beneficial that can be if they're running the first one quick. But a good steady start, slow and not blistering like you said, Novel.
Good delivery, shot into the body. Gill still managing to control it, getting in line and being able to defend. So I think a PD here, Victor, looks somewhat threatening to me. He's the man who could probably bring about a breakthrough. But just to mention, though, the approach, perhaps, Victor, it's one that is guided towards getting through 50 overs of batting, as opposed to, taking too many risks too early, getting wickets going down early. Then you have a situation where you're scrabbling to bat through. This looks like a team that's intent on batting 50 overs. Another short ball, pulled even better in front of square, almost out to the mid-wicket area. So Gill looking very comfortable on the pull shot, Victor.
Yeah, and the good thing about it, the shot selection was spot on, and thus far, no indiscretions have been demonstrated by both opening batsmen, and both opening batsmen have struck their first boundaries by the hook shot or the pull shot, but well timed and a good start. But as you quite rightly alluded to, Novel, it is very important for team to bat through the 50 overs. So whatsoever total, team one to post a good total and make certain that they bat through the 50 overs, because we have seen a few teams thus far in this on the 19 regional 2025 series have not batted through their 50 overs.
Yes, it's been too much of a feature where teams are not batting through. And Gill is in some form, Victor. He had a half century against Trinidad in their last outing. And he is clearly looking to build on that. He had 51 from some 72 deliveries. So he opened the batting with Sahil Garg, who is not in this game today, probably being rested. So I'm certain Gill would want to make good on an opportunity to open the batting and perhaps to carry on to something big. Batting with Adnit, who had 26 in, well, he's had a couple of good starts outside the off stump. The man facing now is Adnit. He's had scores of 35, 26, and 18. So getting starts, Victor, he needs to try and capitalize and score something bigger, get to a half century. 35, 26, you're already in, and would want to ensure he gets a start today and push on further with that.
Yeah, and we would like not just him, but we would like to see other players when they would get starts like he have had, to now realize that here is an opportunity, but a short pitch delivery. He just dropped both arms, good technique there, and the wicketkeeper took it on the first bounce. So, as you quite rightly said, Noval, and we have seen that evidence ever so often whereby batsmen will get starts and do not really go on. So, from the USA team number one, they would hope that he can justify that cause. He looks good so far. Plays one straight back past the bowler, and the fielder coming across from mid-on, diving nicely, probably saving an extra run. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another one. So the total now is what, 14? 14 without loss. Slow but steady, Novel. So, and I think this is a good approach too, because what they can ill afford is losing early wickets, and especially if they lose them at a rapid pace.
Well, yes, they are setting a platform. They're building the foundation, perhaps, for an opportunity to launch. And USA one Victor, we would want to also indicate, is the team they got to 300 in their last outing, so capable of big totals.
Yes, and then were there any other team that got to 300 runs?
Not from my recollection.
No, I don't think so.
They might have been the only team getting there thus far. So,
but that's a very good achievement, Nova.
It is.
It is, yeah. Very
good achievement.
Mm-hmm. So what would have meant there then with that achievement that everybody chipped in with some runs in terms of that?
Well, the 300 total was dominated by the man who is omitted today, Sahil Garg, and he got 111 in that game. That's 4 runs down to fine leg here for Amrinder Gill, and he's moving on to 15, capitalizing on a delivery down the leg side and flicking it down to long leg, getting 4 runs.
And immediately after getting that 4 runs down to fine leg, just beneath us here at the media center end, the two batsmen met mid-pitch and exchange of words, and we can only anticipate they are trying to assess and weigh the situation of their start this moment. And what we have seen so far, we have not seen any undue risk, and both batsmen have been playing the deliveries on its merit. Well, we've seen consistent bunks from the seam bowlers, so at the present moment, I would just think fairly balanced. No team has an advantage at this particular moment. So, lovely day for cricket here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Wicketkeeper standing back, first slip, a man on the third man boundary, a point. As he moves away from us now. Balls, spot on and a good length, no run. There is a cover, a mid-off. A man on the square leg boundary. A short mid-wicket and a mid-on. With the fielder Novels placed on the square leg boundary, I can only think that at times the bowler might be trying for a short pitch delivery to encourage the batsman to go in that area. Because what other reason can that man be placed there for?
Well, it's very tactical. There isn't a fine leg.
Yeah.
They're using the man on the deep square leg boundary and a third man. Those are the two boundary riders at the moment. So, yes, Victor, perhaps just the short delivery, hoping not to err full in length, because anything full in length, that will be four. That's classy. That's classy, Victor. Just bringing down the bat very straight, like out of the textbook. Using the full face of the bat, and I think you would like such a presentation.
Oh yes, because I always come to the conclusion. Well, for me personally, that is the stroke that I preferred as a batsman, because one, you're using the full face of the bat, and he gave it the right treatment. Not looking for immense power, sheer timing, and a good four, and plus it's a free hit because it was a no ball. So even that added incentive whereby only one way the batsman can be given out is by the run out off of a free hit. Oh, my Novel, your head was down, but you can see it on the monitor. A beautiful cover drive. I would say just a few bends of the knees and a flick of the wrists all along the ground into the deep extra cover boundary for four.
Well, it's showing some class from Adnit here. He moves on to 11, the total to 27 without loss. So we are starting to see the quality in the players as this inning is quietly progressing. 5.2 overs bowled, just a current run rate of 5, just over 5. So USA 1 getting their move on. Would not want to take your eyes off our PD though, Victor. He's had 2 for 24 and 2 for 36. So has been in and amongst the wickets for the USA too. And more than it is likely he would want to try and make a breakthrough here.
Yeah, and you can see from his approach in terms of his deliveries, he's making every effort to do so. But with the wicketkeeper standing back on a solitary slip, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, heavily packed offside field. And those are indications to the batsman to where he's going to more likely look to put his deliveries just on about off stump. And here is one, though, that might have just been on the center stump, being played quietly back down the turf. There is no run. So slow and steady and quite appropriate in the situation. They have used, both batsmen that is, they have used good shot selection so far. And obviously their intentions, which it should be really, is to give their team a very good solid opening start.
Well, good so far, 27. We're in the 6th over. Adnit on 11, Gill on 15. PD toiling away. He is now 2.5 overs for 16 runs. And as I said, he has been fairly consistent in picking up wickets. 2 for 24, 2 for 36, and in the last game, which was rained out in Nevis against the Windwards, he got 1 for 24 in just over 24 overs that were bowled. So he would want to try and make good, to try and prize one of these wickets out. Both looking good though, very technically sound, and not both players not trying to overhit at all, using a lot of timing and a lot of class. Straight bats also. There we see one through cover, and that will be 4. The only chasing will be to retrieve Victor.
Yes, and I'm glad that your head was up on that occasion. So that has been the compromise for the one that you missed out. But we're all seeing it on the monitor. And we must say how pleased we are too for the media technicians from Odvid, I hope I have it right, who have been doing an excellent job, and we'll just like that continuation of giving thanks to them for the very valuable service that they have provided. Otherwise, we couldn't have sounded so good as we sounded now. So Avid deserve that appraisal.
Indeed, and there are young men here who have taken up the mantle to provide this sort of media coverage, and many of us are happy that we don't have to journey to St. Kitts. We could sit in the comfort of our homes and pick our phones up and watch this coverage and listen to it as well.
Well, and also what I like to that the investment of Ovid is local, young, ambitious technicians, and given the opportunity instead of inviting in overseas persons, when we have people here can do just an efficient job or even better. And thus far, we can definitely say they are doing an excellent job.
Yeah, we give thanks. 31 it is without loss. Gillon 15, Adnit 15. They're moving along well. Current run rate of just over 5, and Patel continuing, as you see his over statistics thus far, just 11 runs off his 3. Not bad bowling by any means. They would want to try and get a wicket, because both Gill and Adnit, Victor, they look like they're setting themselves up for something big.
Yes, indeed, and they should. And in consistency, Novel, I would also like to extend my many congratulations to our very valuable scorers who have also been doing a good job too, the ground staff here at the Canary Cricket Centre, and everybody who is here and making at Canary Centre and throughout this tournament to be very successful. But what we can say here at Canary, the scorers have been doing us a very good job, pulling us up a lot in the sense whereby working as a team, and it is good that we are working together. But here, let us see what this delivery will produce. It's going to produce some runs, Noval. It's going out to the third.
Possibly we'll get there for 4.
Oh,
I
my.
mentioned the blistering quick outfield. That was just a guided pass point. It wasn't slapped. It wasn't thumped. It was just guided past the cover point fielder and chasing just to retrieve.
Yeah, and we can also say too that when the timing is on, a lot of times it isn't always appropriate for power. We can see some loosening though from the striker's pad. He looked like he's gonna make some adjustments. Well, that might just be my observation, but he seems to be okay, steady and nicely. These two are going along and really taking their time. Their shot selection being good, no indiscretions as yet. Team 2 still looking for their first wicket. A better delivery though, but the batsman, he took his right hand quickly off of the bat and played it quietly into cover. No run.
A good comeback delivery by Patel. Going for 4, I don't think he did a lot wrong, but I think Gill's class and shot execution got him 4 runs. So Patel though, hitting the length just a touch harder and bringing it a bit straighter, allowing no run. That one short, hammered, 4. Into the mid-wicket boundary it goes for 4 runs. So Gill jumping onto anything fractionally loose, Victor.
Yeah, and he looks like he have that quick eye, because that has been his second pull stroke into the deep mid-wicket area. Remember, his first boundary was executed in that particular area, and here comes his second one. So the total is getting to an area where both batsmen are really consolidating in the opening position for Team 1 USA.
Yeah, good start. 39 from 6.5.
Wow.
Just about approaching the end of over number 7. So 39 runs is a good start. And leaving that one outside to go through to Samuel with no damage done. 7 overs bowled, Gill on 23, Adnit on 15.
Yes, and the batsman was good in his technique too, knowing where his off stump was for that final delivery and the shouldered arms. And I realized too, Novel, that after each over, both batsmen, they're having quick conversations out in the middle. And as you know, as a former player yourself too, how necessary and appropriate that exchange of words are. They're still there and pointing out areas where they can score. And they've scored well, like you quite rightly said, because at that current run rate which they are going at is very good. And no doubt they will hope to go further. But I think there's going to be a change in bowling here at the National Heroes Park end. And just showing, opening up his arms is number 17 for USA 2. And he will be coming from this National Heroes Park end and over.
Shuria, he will be the man bowling this over to Adnit, who is on 15.
Well, both teams having their first encounter at this Canary Cricket Centre. So obviously the batting team, they have approached it well. First delivery outside the off stump. The batsman does not have to play as the keeper is standing back with a solitary slip. A man on the third man boundary still posted there. A point, a cover, a mid off. There is a mid on, a mid wicket, and a short fine leg. Possibly might just be inside the 30-yard circle. But anyway, he's at short fine leg. And we're just looking now at the second delivery. Oh, just guided. And the man at third man comes to his left. He would field cleanly though. But on this occasion, though, the batsmen, they will get another run. And into the 40s now that Team USA goes. They are 40 without loss. And I think in terms of their shot selections, okay, now another mid-pitch, just short exchange of words might have just been well played or something to that aspect. We can never tell. But fair day for cricket, and we all hope that it will continue this way throughout the whole day's play here at the Canary Cricket Centre. USA.
Victor, he's only bowled some 5 overs in the tournament. Played 2 games, bowled 2 overs against Trinidad, went 2 for 13, and he hasn't picked up a wicket just yet. And in the Windward Islands game, he had 3 overs. So getting another opportunity, and I'm certain that his intention would be to be very tight and to try and prize a wicket out at least here. To break this 40-run partnership thus far between Gill and Adnit.
Yeah, oh yes, and that will also give him a lot of confidence, lift him, as you quite rightly said. Not a high percentage of overs in previous game, but here is he now bowling 1, but this is going to go for 4. Down into the wide long-on boundary, probably just 1 or 2 bounces, but it was nicely timed though, and 4 more runs.
So easily executed. Again, not looking to used too much power, got to the pitch of it and lifted it over mid-on, a couple of bounces into the long-on boundary. Gill 27 now, Victor from 25, going at a strike rate of just over 100.
Yeah, and that is very good. That is very good. And I think these 2 openers too, they have demonstrated the right approach, non-jurist, wait for the loose deliveries, and they have executed well.
That one will be 4 as well, Victor. All along the ground. Looked to get more of a Yorker length delivery. Gill made it into a full toss and just pushed it back past the bowler for 4. This is looking pretty. 31 from 26 is Gill. 48 without loss.
Yes, and very nice stroke. And if there is a name written on the face of the bat, the bowler could have read it clearly because the bat was held. The bat was held so straight, Nova.
Definitely straight.
But I always like to see when batsmen are playing straight, because for me, in terms of getting runs, that is the easiest way to get runs. Because usually, after this delivery, another one, though much better length, just quietly played back down the turf. Usually, mid-off and mid-on is usually wide. So anything just passing a bowler straight on either side, it will take good sprinters either at mid-off or mid-on to get across, to cut off. Good timing strokes like those. But that has been the second one we have seen in terms straight past the bowler.
Well, my coaches taught me back then that the biggest gap in the field was definitely the gap between mid-off and mid-on. So you're definitely right. You take a lot of getting once you time the ball well to cut that off.
Well, and I also admire your obedience to suggestions from your coach. You're a very obedient cricketer.
Well, once you assess it and you really think about it, that V, they call it playing in the V. You play anything up in that V, you generally will be at a better percentage hitting the ball, and you could be in for getting runs.
Well, and that will be a good example for me because the first letter in my first name is V.
Victor. Well, I hope you played in the V a lot.
I tried a lot to be in that way because a lot of times too, because you're using the full face of the bat, most of the times that is the more appropriate strokes. Whether on whichever side, once you're using that straight bat, it is usually a recommendation from coaches. But you as a player too know that has been and still is the safest methods in terms of scoring runs.
Higher percentage chance to hit the ball, the full face being presented, that 4 inches that you have. And PD was going to come from this Connery Village end. He's bowled 3 overs for 20 runs, but the decision seems to have been changed by the captain, and we're waiting to see which bowler will pick up the attack from the village end. The number 16 will operate. It's Ayush Patel. He will continue, the left-hand pace bowler, coming over the wicket, bowling to Adnit.
Yeah. Well, the captain have to try all the options early, especially when you're looking to break this opening partnership, which is looking more threatening as these two go along. Played nicely and a more softer hands. So the fielder at mid-on had to attack the ball. The call was early called by the striker, and so in the end they got another good single. And that's also to Novel with the boundaries that these two have been getting. If they can keep also that process by not sucking up too much or too many dot balls, that also will serve the partnership well. Well, it looks like 49. Is it 49 without loss? Well, these two approaching, first of all, the halfway mark in terms of the half of 100, and they're looking good, both of them.
That had some C movement there, Victor.
Yes.
Sort of squared him up a bit.
Yes, and that's a good comeback delivery. And also, too, it made a bit of height because we can see the wicketkeeper was getting a little off of his toes. And a lot of times after, just like we have seen that delivery, I think the bowler intention, look there again for that particular area. Even if you don't get it right in the specific area, but just about, it would show some value of what the bowler is thinking. Let us see what he will do on this occasion.
Well, that wide will bring up the 50 partnership for Adnit and Gill. 51 partnership from 8.2 overs. They would have capitalized and got for themselves some 10 boundaries between them out of that 50, Victor.
Yes, and how many wides so far in this innings? Is this the...
I think that's the first wide.
Is it? Okay, all right. I just wanted to be correct. Thanks, Doval. Well, another good delivery going across the right-hander. So probably not before the wide delivery that he bowled, but the one previously before the wide delivery, it looked like he had gotten that one almost in the same area. The batsman was actually playing, so he was beaten, and luckily for him, he did not get an edge. So the captain for Team 1, Vijay, he would be pleased so far and would hope that these two can go further. Better delivery again, wicket to wicket, quietly played back down the turf. No run. But we have not seen any real challenges to either batsman at this particular moment?
Well, they both look very comfortable, Victor. And they have both gotten a start, 17 to Adnit. Gill, who is facing on 31. And as I said, he got a half century in his last encounter and would be eyeing something there or even bigger. Driven to cover point. Another 4 runs going to be had here for Gill. He moves on to 35. 54 now is the score for Team 1. They are looking ominous.
Yeah, they're looking very good. And his timing and placement has been spot on, Gil. And we can see Novel. And I believe the reasons for that aspect is that he's not trying to hit the ball with immense power. It looked like he's more placing his emphasis on timing, and he has been timing well.
Looking classy. Gill, 35 from 31. And I think the fielding captain at this point might start to scratch his head and start to worry, how are we going to get this breakthrough? Almost got it there. Chopped down to long leg, and it's going to go for 4. But chasing for all his worth. There wasn't a deep fine leg, Victor. They say when you're in form, you play inside edges. When you're out of form, it gets the outer edge.
Yeah, and really, in terms of how he's been batting, though, it would have been very unfortunate for him to be dismissed, but it would have been a prize to the fielding team. Well, that has been the first close call for probably breaking this partnership. But it was a good final delivery, but in the end, not good enough to hit the leg stump, even though the batsman played it fine down to fine leg. Just Benitez here at the media centre in and 4 more runs. But as you alluded to earlier, Novel, the captain for Team 2, USA Team 2, would just have to ring some changes because these two have established thus far for USA 1 a good opening partnership. And they're only hoping now to build upon it. And that regular conversation between the two batsmen, that is looking very good. They're working out, assessing things. Whatever the conversation is, could be encouraging to both of them. Okay, we're waiting on the loose balls. We're getting them. We're putting them away. So at this particular moment, let us both try and go deep into the overs. That is only speculation on my behalf.
Well, it's always important, Victor, for those mid-pitch conversations to keep your batting partner going and to assess team plans as well. Another one pitched up, getting a hand onto it was Shoya, and cutting off probably a couple of runs, and another straight bat stroke, just bringing it down, flowing nicely is Adnit. But as I was saying, those mid-pitch conversations are always critical because in a 50-over game, teams would set targets. Hey, after the first 8, we want to be here. And you're just making sure you're going about it the right way. Pitched up, through extra cover, a hand got onto it, and the man coming off of the cover boundary will hurl a powerful return in. And the man out there on the boundary happens to be Sidant, and getting that one in, reducing, stopping any possibility of a second one. 59 without loss it is.
Well, and the thing is, it was good placement by putting the man on the deep extra cover boundary because we have seen a few boundaries going in that area. So good thinking by Team 2 USA. Does not release the delivery. Missed his run. Now comes the signal from the umpire as a dead ball. So they can be very pleased now, USA 1, with their start. And really, umpire standing in is Caroline Brown. And here is one play down to third man. They will get an easy single because there is a fielder coming off the third man boundary. So another run to the total. These two consolidating for USA 1. Match referee is Thelma Gums. And the other presiding umpire is Sandy. So all is well so far. The ground staff here at Connery Cricket Centre Many congratulations for their consistent preparation of a good cricket pitch for these matches. Here is one played out to mid wicket. It will find a fielder there in that position, so there is no run. And Novel 60 it is without loss. We have not. Well, this is the 10th over, so they are going good at a current run rate as it is 6.21, and that is very good. They will just need to keep that without no indiscretions. Played out to short extra cover, and there is no run. And we keep speaking about it, Novel, that once the batsmen, these two who have gotten stats, it will be so valuable for their team if they can even go towards the halfway mark or even the 20th over. But go deep into these overs, because one, they have seen the pace of the pitch, what it is doing, so they can have a good idea as to the strokes that they should be playing.
Indeed, well said, Victor. We are just about approaching the end of the power play overs. That's the last over of the power play. And well placed, going at 6 and over, Victor. It's a good launching pad. But as you rightfully said, they would not want to be satisfied with the partnership alone of 60. But the longer they stay at the crease, they can even accelerate on going beyond 6 and over. We mentioned in the first 4 overs that it was a very quiet start. But now at the end of the 10th over, they have stayed in. It's now going at 6 and over. That's a very, very good scoring rate. Adnit 18, Gill 40. Only better from here. The fielding team perhaps would want to start worrying at this time. We have a change in bowling, sporting the number 0. Very strange number that one would choose. It's Adit Kappa.
Well, probably that is his lucky number.
Probably it is.
Some people have particular things in the game.
My number was 17 when I played the shorter version. I always wanted the number 17.
Was there any special reason for that?
Well, this Heaven's number is 7 and I get 1 in front of it.
Oh, why. You could not hear it. A better analysis there from my good friend and brother Noval. But this is going to be interesting. The first spinner for Team 2. Quite an interesting field placement with the wicketkeeper standing up solitary slip. A man on the deep cover boundary, though, a point, extra cover. A man on the long off boundary, a man on the long on boundary, a man to the right of the square leg umpire, a man on the deep mid wicket boundary, and a mid on. But the man on the long on boundary is very wide. But anyway, let us see what his plan is. Oh, left arm orthodox spinner, sorry. Not back of the hand as well.
Well, Victor, he had 2 for 43 in his last outing.
Okay, not
so
bad.
Had picked wickets up and would want to try and break this partnership that's going into something dangerous. Bit short there. Hit through cover for 1. Protection on the cover boundary. And the strong return coming in off of the cover boundary, and Gill helping himself to another single. Adit Kappa would want to get it more on a full length, giving it a chance to do something, much better delivery, but still pushed out into cover for 1.
But Novel, what is your thinking though? Right away he started with a deep extra cover under the boundary. Do you think it might be in a little more appropriate is to have him in the ordinary position, and then if the batsmen penetrate the field, because you're looking for the first wicket, to avoid that easy run that might have just brought a little pressure, if there is any pressure in that sense?
Well, maybe again they heard you, so you see a man coming over from the onside into the cover point position, probably to try and apply pressure. But I think the thinking, scoring at 6 and over, at this point, they really don't want to concede boundaries. So that might be the reason for pushing the man back at this stage.
Yeah, and very good observation there, Novel. That's right. With a comfortable strike rate and very adequate in terms that these two have established, as much boundaries that they can curtail. But it could be a difference then if a new batter comes into the wicket, then it will be more conducive to put the feeler in for the new player.
Agreed.
Because I don't like to see when any batsman as new comes in that you have men deep and widely spread, because as you know yourself as a spinner, that concludes his first over, that he doesn't get the feet moving quite appropriately early on, especially to spinners. Well, the first refreshment break for the players out there, Novel. Have you had an refreshment at the moment? Please have one. Some water.
Minute 62 without loss. Team 1, USA Team 1 going along nicely. Not really taking any risk, and no real damage been done by the bowlers. They haven't been able to make any inroads, and they would have to apply some more pressure, hoping to make the breakthrough. And we here at Connery, we're going to take a very short break, and we're going to be back as soon as we get play started from this drinks break.
Welcome back to the Connery Cricket Center after that first refreshment break. And we're going to see number 23 coming from the National Heroes Park end. So they are ringing the changes. USA 2, they are in the field after USA won the toss this morning and decided that they will bat. And they have justified that call so far. So Novel, another and first bowling change right after the first refreshment break.
It's going to be Siddhant. Siddhant will be bowling to Gill, who is on 41, approaching a half century. Looks like it's off spin now, Victor.
So a tall figure is Gil also too. So we would expect coming from that height and from a high arm action, he should extract some bounce out of the surface. But we'll have to wait and see.
Gil chipping there, not getting to the pitch and opted to defend. Sorry, it's Adnit, not Gil. It's defending that one, but I immediately like the flight from Sidant. It's tucked away behind square for one.
He got some turn and bounce out of that delivery too, and he's not afraid to flight the ball, and that also too is a good gesture by the spinners in this 50 over contest that would invite the batsmen at least as they're looking to get the first wicket to use his feet, come down, misread, or probably just get stumped or miss time or something like that. But that's a good start. Very impressive.
Definitely inviting the batters to come forward, drawing them out of the crease perhaps. And as you mentioned, Victor, there was some turn on offer, and he would want to see how much more he can extract to bring about error from the batter, who is well set, 41 from 39. Gil has been batting well. Tossed up this time, played out to deep cover, one. Coming back for the second and could have been tight. Stifled appeal. Good work definitely there by Jeremy Samuel, who is keeping wickets for USA 2.
Yeah, and a very good 2 runs. But what actually happened, it looked like one of the batsmen had to run around a bowler, and that would have curtailed the distance of getting in quickly. But it was a good throw, and luckily for him, it was more powerful. But having gotten a good had to play a stroke. That concludes his over, and the total is what, 65? Is it? Yes, without loss. So, Novel, these two definitely building upon this platform that they have acquired so far, and again, quite nicely exchanging a few words mid pitch. And as the day go on, we will also bring to our listeners some updates and scores of the other games. But in appropriate time, all that will come. But here at the Connery Cricket Center, USA 1 versus USA 2.
Indeed, and USA 1 going about their business pretty efficiently thus far. Adit Kappa, he's going to be bowling his second over from the Connery Village end. And he's bowling left arm orthodox spin. And we've had some off spin as well. So it's an all spin attack at the moment. Looking to break this partnership is USA 2. Not a bad delivery. An appeal is had. Perhaps maybe it came off the toe of the batsman. And it wasn't a ferocious appeal by any means, but asking nonetheless.
Yeah, well, the keeper didn't look so alarming, and a lot of times, even though the slip who held the ball, obviously, just asked it moderately, not with really the expression that you think a fielder when he takes a catch annoying, but good flight again. But they're going to get another single, so the fielder have to come off the wide long on boundary. So these two openers for USA 1, up to now, they have done a very valuable job, and they will hope, or their intentions should really be to bat on, because we have not seen any real challenges for either batsman at the moment for USA 1. Where would the breakthrough come from? Another good delivery, just played quietly down to a short point, no run. The keeper standing up, a solitary slip, a man on the deep extra cover boundary, short point, cover, a long off, a wide long on, a mid wicket. in the normal 30-yard circle, a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Here comes another delivery. Short, though, being hammered into the deep extra cover area. The fielder from wide long off have to come around. Does he has the legs to save it?
Done
He
some
makes a
good
very
work.
valiant save. And that is very good work because he was diving to his left and he certainly saved an extra 2 runs. But good solid start continues by these two. Getting closer now to 70. Is it 68 now? Wow.
68 it is without loss. Gill on 45 and facing. But there was some excellent work down there on the extra cover boundary. Quick single is going to be had. And Adit Kappa, in my view, bowling fairly well. Must continue, must be brave. Shouldn't be afraid to give it some ear. But I must also applaud the efforts from the batters to not be induced to make error. They have been keeping it along the ground and they are willing to run the runs, Victor.
Yeah, and that is very important too. Apart from they're getting boundaries, they're doing it well too. Here is more runs, but there is a fielder would come off the deep extra cover boundary area, so another single. And along with the boundaries that they've been getting, I think that turnover of strike that has completed the over though is very good. And these two opening batsmen, they have a good relationship. They're consulting with each other regularly on a consistent basis. And really it is good. But an interesting period of play though, because both spinners so far though I think has kept it relatively quiet and not afraid to fly the deliveries too, because in terms of looking for the early breakthrough, they have to try those deliveries.
Indeed. So Kappa is bowled 2 for 7, not taking a wicket. Loud appeal goes up and the umpire unmoved. Siddhant.
Well, the thing is, in this
Not
situation
impressed.
too, it's naturally where we would expect that team 2, that is USA, they will be looking for every opportunity. So, but I like the idea that the bowler is flighting a lot of his deliveries.
Missing that one. Going between bat and pad and running down to fine leg. Perhaps it came off the wicket keeper Victor, but Siddhant giving a bit of trouble here.
No, well, and
Came off the bat.
Yeah, runs. Yeah, down to fine leg, and it was not a control stroke.
It wasn't.
It deceived the batsman, and I think that is the second delivery that we've seen gone fine. We had one when the batsman was facing at this media center end. So at the far end, another occurrence. But I think this guy, Noval, he is looking very good. That's the bowler in terms of what he is trying. And I like the ploy that he's using, flighting the ball. And he almost got a result.
Definitely. And again, this time it's Adnit chipping to Siddhant. Siddhant, Victor, he's inviting them.
Yeah, and
he's inviting them to come out of that crease. Let's see who could dance the waltz here this morning.
Boy.
Hanging that one out.
Oh, second wide?
Second wide, and that's thinking for me by Siddhant. He had been in between wicket and wicket for some time, and he decided to just hang one wide to see what the batter would do, but it was a bit too wide. And this one hit up to wide long on. Mid-wicket was unable to get to it, but quick off the boundary, and one bounce return been fired in. 74 from 13.4. Gill approaching a half century. He's on 46 from 44 and facing now. But the tricky Siddhant working through his spell here, looking perhaps the man who can probably break this partnership. Just coming forward is Gill. Would not be teased into making error. He's on 46. He must be thinking, Victor, I'm going to wait on the bad one.
Yeah, just guiding it down into a third man area and decided not to go for the second. I think that was well advised not to. No undue risk by losing their first wicket by the run out route. But I'm in agreement with you, Novel. He looks like the bowler who can probably break the partnership. He has posed some challenges or extended some invitations to both batsmen to leave their crease. But what a most valuable opening start for USA 1 after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They are now 75 without loss. Well, where would the first wicket come for USA 2? And these two would have done their team, USA 1, very good opening partnership. And from the team's point of view, and more so the captain, he would like to see them go deep into these overs. It's 50 overs that would have to be bowled. And on the same hand, though, USA 1 would quite naturally like to play out the 50 overs. But we'll have to wait and see. Nice flighted delivery, played to short extra cover. There is no run. The keeper standing up, a solitary slip, short third man, a man on the deep extra cover boundary, a cover within the 30-yard circle and an extra cover, a long off on the boundary, a wide long on, a short mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. Here is another delivery, well flighted, played to short extra cover, no run. There is a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, here, lovely cricket at the Connery Cricket Centre. Lovely day for cricket. Clear and nice. Good flighted delivery. Being struck, and they're going to get a single because the fielder have to come off of the wide long on boundary. And in the meantime, the batsmen were able to get another run. Consolidation, no indiscretions from either batsman. So they are doing the appropriate thing. Good shot selection, running the ones and the twos. When the loose deliveries, if they are presented, they have executed well. Here is another one, a little flatter and faster from the left-arm orthodox spinner. And played quietly to his right, where he had to move across the surface and collect. Prevented any possibility of a run. Team 2, USA, still looking for their first wicket against USA 1 at the Connery Cricket Centre, being played down to the man who have to come off of the wide long on boundary. And in the meantime, another run to USA 1. It is now 77 for the loss of no wicket. So these two are really making use, because USA 1 won the toss. So they'll have to prove that their decision was right by so doing. Quietly played on the onside, a run 1. It's coming down here. It's not going to get to the boundary though. But in the meantime, though, 2 more runs to the total. 2 more runs. And that is his 50. Raising the bat now, Noval, and a very well played 50. He should not be satisfied with just the 50, but he has gotten there. He has gotten some congratulations, and from his teammates beyond the boundary, they have appreciated his achievement. So very well played 50 there, Noval.
Well, I think the only person could have stopped Gill from getting this half century would have been Gill. He looked good from the start, going at a strike rate of 100 now, 50 from 50, 79 without loss, and he has played some beautiful shots as well.
Yes, and really the achievement has been very good. The first slip is up, the wicketkeeper is up. Number 23, he continues from the National Heroes Park in, flighting, and the batsman coming forward, held well over, playing that defensive bat and pad close together. And really, but I like the different variations that the bowler is using, looking for that. Pulled it down a bit though, and being struck down too long on, where a fielder comes off the boundary, and in the meantime, another run.
Well, Victor Gill's innings he has been well compiled. He's treated himself to some 9 boundaries, delightful ones, couple of pulls, some very well timed cover drives as well, and 1 or 2 straight drives. But this one is glanced past the keeper down to a fine leg, and he's gonna get 2. And the total continues to tick on nicely. 82 without loss from 15.3 overs. Gill 52, Adnit 27.
Yeah, and they were running the first one quickly. Good sign too. In also looking to get all available and possibilities of runs, and they're doing it nicely. USA 2 still looking for their first wicket in this encounter against USA 1. Good short pitch delivery, change of mind because there is a fielder at point attacking the ball quite quickly. 82 without loss, and really a good 50 here. He continues. Another delivery that is flighted, being played on the onside. There is a short fine leg who have to move some 5 or 10 paces to his left and could not prevent the batsman from getting another run. Here is another delivery, well flighted. And is there an opportunity for the first wicket? Yes, there he goes. And I think it is well deserving. Sidnat, yeah, getting the breakthrough, and we always thought that he was the one more likely, and he has justified it so because he was not afraid to flight his deliveries, and in so doing, he has gotten the breakthrough that Team 2 for the USA quite needed, and he has brought that valuable result. We can see on the monitor now the replay. He made a chip down, missed the flighted delivery, and the wicketkeeper did an excellent job by removing the blaze. So it is now what? 83? Yes. So 83 for 1. First wicket going down. So they have broken the partnership. And a good spell so far. And all the players are having some refreshments as that first wicket for USA 2 going down, and this will let in for USA 1. Shitan, yes, it is number 4. Is he also the wicket keeper for team 1? Yes, thank you, scorers. He have joined. So USA 2 has gotten their first wicket, and it is now 83 for the loss of 1, and that is a very welcome breaking partnership by USA 2, and they will be looking to make further inroads. But Gale is on 53, not out. He's on strike. Batting well, good flighted delivery. Play to short, extra cover. There's a fielder there. No run. And really, Gale, who is presently not out on 53, just lost his opening partner. So he will most likely thinking that he has a responsibility of trying to bat deep into the overs. Play to short cover. There is no run. So the confidence for USA 2 should be motivated by the first wicket going down at the total at 83. Here is another delivery, flighted, and inviting the batsman to come out of his crease, but he was not tempted on that occasion. He just quietly played it out to cover, no run. Gill knows and he would understand that he is into 50, and he also getting another flighted delivery. So the spinners not afraid to flight the ball, and that is good because even more so too, as good as Gill has been batting, they would like to see him back in the pavilion, but he has been set so far. Another delivery flighted, being played quietly again. So this is a good over so far, keeping things tight. No doubt motivated to see that the first wicket going down. But the two openers have done their team well for USA 1. 83 for the loss of 1 wicket. And the spinners flighting well. Another delivery out to short, to deep cover, who comes off the boundary, but in the meantime could not prevent the batsman from getting another run. So Gill moves on now. Is it 54? Yes, 54. So he will have strike because that was the final delivery of that over. So Gill, no doubt, giving some instructions to the new batsmen. They are mid-pitch having an exchange of words. They're now going to depart as the fielders disperse into their various positions with the wicketkeeper standing up. There is a solitary slip. There is a man at point, a deep cover on the boundary, short cover inside the 30-yard circle, probably by some 15 or 20 yards from that circle. And also on the fine leg, short fine leg, a mid-wicket, a long on. Here is the chief wicket taker and only wicket taker as 1 wicket has gone down. Ball into the man who is onto the 50s, pulled, and he pulls well. Would it go across the boundary? We'll have to wait and see. And it does so. So Gill getting a short pitch delivery which was pulled down, and he hammered it into the wide long on boundary for another 4. 87 for 1. So Gill, he knows that he will 88. Thank you. He will have to keep going and take most of the strike as his partner has been new to the crease. He has opened the innings, and both batsmen still there as the ball now is back in hand with the bowler, and the umpire just asking to have a look at it to make certain that it is okay before handing it back to the bowler. And is there some concern? It seems so. She still has the ball in hand. She's looking towards the pavilion and also looked across to her square leg umpire and just asking, and the captain most likely, probably there might have been a bit of moisture. I've seen him using the rag, but we did not have any showers here at the Connery Cricket Centre this morning. But anyway, that is what is being done. Handing it back now to the umpire. And all seems to be well. So play is going to continue. 88 it is for the 1. USA team number 1 batting first after winning the toss. And the man who has been the dominant factor so far is on strike is Gill. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Now comes another signal for a wide. That will add 1 more to the total, which would be 89. And the bowler will have to re-bowl that delivery. Here is 1 short being played out to the fielder, moving smartly to his right. For moments, Gill was thinking of a single, and in the end, I think he would have made the right decision not to risk it because the fielder was moving quite quickly to his right. And here is another delivery, flighted. Well done. Played quietly back down the pitch. No run. So big motivation here for USA 2. Looking for their second wicket. And they would really like to see this man who is on strike now, Gill, to be that one. But being played out to point, straight to the field at point. So the bowlers have, since that first wicket going down, just in these previous overs, have been right on spot, right on good length and line and length. Flighted delivery, good one again, played quietly back down the track. So the bowler not afraid to be flighting his deliveries. inviting the batsman, Gill, who has been there and set. And he looks like he's on what, 58? Yes, batting well. Flighted delivery. Being hammered out to cover. There is a fielder coming off the deep extra cover boundary. They run the first one quick, but in the end, it was not quick to go for a second run, and it is now 90 as that over has been completed. 90 for the loss of 1 wicket. USA 1 batting first here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they are up against USA 2. So these two teams, USA 1 and USA 2, this will be their first time experiencing playing at the Connery Cricket Centre in this on the 19 2025 cricket tournament. Number 1 is coming into the bowling attack from that community centre end here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and is that Basu? Basu, yes. Thank you. And he is going to pick up the attack as the sun comes out more in its brilliance here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The keeper standing up. There's a solitary slip. There's a man at point, a cover, and a deep extra cover on the boundary. A long off, a wide long on, a mid wicket, and a man posted on the deep mid wicket boundary. That the man who opened the innings for USA 1, he is there, not out. That's Gill. And he's on 59. So he will be on strike, batting well, right-hander. So Basu is coming from the community centre end, the far end of the ground, pitched up, stroked out into the deep extra cover area, and they're going to get another run. So Gill advances onto 70, and Novell, as we've been saying, the man who we most likely thought would have broken the partnership of the openers, he did it. And he did it whereby the batsman came down the track, it was well flighted, and he was deceived and he was out stumped.
Well, Samuel did the business. Jeremy Samuel behind there, I was watching, just not in the commentary position at the moment. And Siddhant making the breakthrough. But we have Rahul Basu bowling his leg spin. And 91 it is for 1. Gildo still going about his business really well. And we have Basu again. And Basu, Victor, he had 3 for 24 in the only game he played. And that says that he has the ability to take wickets. The batsman facing is Sahash. Not yet to get off the mark.
Well, what also too is important, as you will know to Novell, that the non-striker and the opening batsman, he has to make sure that he bat deep. He gets a full toss though, the new batsman, but was not able to really put it away, just playing it to the right of Basu, who moved across quite quickly. And we can see a lot more urgency now in the fielding team, that is USA 2, after getting that first wicket. And here is Basu, a full toss being played down to, and good fielding, and no doubt the motivation of that first wicket going down have just uplifted the fielders out there for USA 2. But Gill will know how important it is for him not just to bat most of the overs, but to bat deep into the overs, because he's under the 50s. But from the USA 2 point of view, Novell, if they can remove him and get 2 new relatively batsmen at the crease, 1, it will slow down the momentum of the scoring rate, and then 2, it will pose more inspiration to the bowlers to look to get further wickets. But that is all speculation on my behalf.
Well, definitely, new batters mean you have to get accustomed to the pace of the wicket, the bounce, and everything else. Some persons are good enough to get in and get going. But Just to mention Victor Sahash, who's just come in, he's had scores of 85 and 42, so quite capable. And he must be thinking, can I get a start and build and get something big? But the man who can continue will be Gill, 60 from 67, 91 for 183 run partnership between Gill and Adit, who had to go, unfortunately, to the crafty off spinner in Sedant. And that one is chopped past point, and 4 runs are going to Gill, 95 for 1. So Gill continues to pounce on anything loose. Sedant guilty in length this time, a bit too short, a bit too wide, and got the treatment it deserved.
And gave him all the reasons, quite rightly so, to extend his arms. Well, that had been probably the first loose delivery from him, but outside of that, we were anticipating always that he most likely looked like he would have gotten the first breakthrough, and so he did.
Well, he's good with flight, and flight and pace is probably what he's using. That one a bit uppishly played, but wide of Sedant. He would not have been able to get to it. And Victor, as I was saying, I tell persons, when you are a finger spinner, you don't always have to spin it laterally. You could also use what you call flight and pace variation. So batters seeing a delivery pitching in the same area, but not at the same pace. You can play a bit too early sometimes, and that is where the deception can come in. And Sedant seems to have those qualities.
Well, and hearing it from that person, and here is one, it's going to get close to the boundary. No, good save by the fielder, moving very quickly around to his right on that deep extra cover boundary area, Novel, and definitely saving 2 runs. So those are the kind of efforts that motivate bowlers, and it was a good save. But in the event, though, the batsmen, they were able to get 2, getting closer to the 100 mark.
Flatter by Sedant, and 98 for 1. And this partnership, Victor, already moving on to 15. So another partnership is being built here between Sahash and Gill. Flighted, inviting Sahash to drive, but he got forward, realizing he was not at the pitch of the delivery, and just easily pushed it out into cover point, where there was no run. 98 for 1. Some 20 overs being bowled. 4.99 is the current run rate. Gill on 65. Sahash, who's just joined him on 2. Good going by USA 1, who chose to bat.
Yes, and Kahash, who has just arrived at the crease based on his scores that he has previously had, he is also a capable and competent batsman. But what is more evident that the man Gill, who looks very good, and no doubt he knows how important it is for him to go even more so deeper into these overs, that this can only enhance the growth towards whatsoever total that USA 1 would end up with. Well, that is still a quite way far off. So he still has a lot of batting to do. Faces now. Oh, and it's going to come between the keeper and first slip down to the boundary for 4. That's an indication, and also brings up the 100 for USA 1. But that would give me an indication, even though we are side on in giving our deliberations, Novel, the first slip might have been just a little wide.
Perhaps for a left arm leg spinner,
right arm.
Right arm, sorry. Leg spinner, the slip may have been, I think, 2 paces too wide. And for a first slip, probably should have been a touch straighter, and not having to go to his left to get that one. He should have been straight in his pouches. But Basu would be working again to try and induce the edge of Gill another time. It's 69 he's on, 102 for 1, and Basu working away, fuller delivery, cover point coming around, cutting it off from getting into the deep areas, and the total ticks on. Gill moves into the 70s and has really an opportunity to get towards another ton. But short, cutting his Sahash, just finding the man at point. The damage done. Full Sahash. Victor, I think could have done better with that full length delivery.
Yeah, he was too stationary. His feet was not moving. But you have always indicated early on, most batsmen does not get that rhythm in terms of their feet moving in the appropriate position towards the spinners. And let us see what he will do on this occasion. Flatter being pushed into the mid-wicket area. And I think they will just be settling for one, quite rightly so. But the man, Gill, he is in a position now whereby with the amount of overs still to be bowled, he can also go first of all by trying to achieve another 100, and then there are so many overs still left that he can go very deep too. But what is important for his team more so is for him to bat deep into the overs. And if he gets to the 100, then he has an opportunity to still even go deeper in terms of getting the highest individual score by a batsman in this tournament thus far. And the highest would have been, yes, they've been a centurion. But in terms when we look at the amount of overs still yet to be bowled, he has that opportunity because apart from one or two edges which he have had in the innings, outside of that, there have not been great challenges that you can see where he was in a lot of difficulties. So a golden opportunity for him. But I think at this present moment too, the USA, after winning the toss, they are in a very good position.
Indeed, Gill on 70. He has some batting to do to get past the highest individual total thus far in the tournament. Sahil Garg, he got 111 in his last outing, and he's not playing in this match today. Gill had 51 in his last outing, so another half century to his name, but we'll want to build on this. He has Siddhant to deal with, flighted outside the off stump. Playing that one into the ground is Sahash. And he's had a couple of good scores, 85 and 42, but still has to start here, get himself in. He's 3 from some 13 deliveries, Victor. So playing himself in.
Well, so far he has shown though that he's not moving his feet. You can see he's actually stretching and playing the deliveries. Let us see what he'll do on this occasion. Oh, sweeping nicely. He's going to get 4 into the backward square leg boundary. I thought it looked momentarily just before the bowler released it that he moved across slightly to the offside, and he got it nicely and timed it well and gets himself his first boundary. So that should be very inspirational for him.
Definitely taking some movement towards the offside to effect the sweep shot. And vacant area there. There's a man on the 45 and a man forward of square. So a big gap in that area. And this one hitting him on the pad, but very high. And he was outside the off stump as well, Victor. So doing a little bit more movement to the spinner. And the movement is across the stump predominantly. It's an off spinner. And I think it was risky for the off spinner not to have had a deep backward square, but he maintains that field placement using just a player in front of square. So a man on the 45, a deep forward square, a short mid-wicket, long on, long off, extra cover, and a man at backward point and a slip. And just playing it up the track. Bringing about the end of over number 1. Siddhant is 6 overs, 1 for 29.
Yeah, and that's a good opening spell, and he has gotten the valuable wicket that has gone down so far for USA 1. And continues to do a good job. USA 2 will be looking for further inroads into the batting order of USA 1. And they will definitely like to see the back of Gill, who has been out there. And number one now is going to come from that community center end here at the Connery Cricket Center. We are giving our deliberations from the National Heroes Park end. The media center is located here at the Connery Cricket Center. But Gill, he continues to look good as he go deeper into these overs. Here we have one now, first delivery, and he's going to get a run, played out to a mid-wicket who had to move paces to his right. And in that aspect, he was not able to cut off the single. So the exchange of strike keep turning over nicely too by the USA batsmen. They're not just getting the boundaries, they are accumulating the ones and the twos. So every delivery, especially when those ones are taken, the bowler will have to think about different line and lengths. Let us see what he will prove on this occasion, pulling it down short. But an accommodative bounce to short extra cover prevented any possibility of any further runs. 109 for the loss of the only wicket thus far. USA building upon a good foundation and a good start. Here now, a full toss and play down to a fielder who would come off the wide long on boundary. But in the meanwhile, another run to the total, 110. It is now for the loss of one wicket. Brings the informed batsman and the man who have opened the innings, Gill, and still looking very good. And at this present moment, he looks very much in tune that he can get to the 100, get in a full toss. Is it going to go deep into the wide long on boundary or mid-wicket boundary for 4?
Well, when gifts are offered, you ought to take them. And that one was a gift that was taken appropriately by Gill, who goes on to 75. 114 for 1 from 22.4. USA 1 Victor. They're setting themselves up for a big target. Big total. That one was bouncing and keeping his hands low and playing it well, Victor. A man who is set and seeing the ball well.
Yeah, and that is the more reasons why he picked up that line so quick. It was good bounce, so this should be encouraging to the spinner. Flight aid played out to short extra cover. That completes the over. Well, Gill now removing his gloves, looking towards the pavilion, and also to Novel, another refreshment break. Can we also have another refreshment break? Yes, we will do. And as soon as play returns, we will be back on air. Welcome back as the refreshment area and the players have refreshed themselves and all are getting back in their various fielding positions. And the umpires now indicating to our scorers who acknowledge that play is just about to resume. So, and the chief wicket taker so far has ball in hand. He will continue from this, the National Heroes Park end, cooling conditions. And Novel after the refreshment break. And what usually happens after a break, Novel?
Sometimes the wicket falls, but USA 1 would not want that. USA 2 would love that.
Okay. Okay then. And that is so evident, you know. And even so, sometimes just before like a luncheon interval or just after a luncheon interval, just before a tea break or after a tea break, we have seen that sometimes we were actually in matches where that took place. But here is one shot.
Victor,
Has he chopped it up?
You almost called it. Victor.
I'm going to keep quiet.
you almost called it. Well, that comes about quite often just because a little bit of a drop in concentration from batters. But it's Sedant creating the problems again, Victor.
Yeah, but why I said that is because you yourself would have experienced that as former players, and I myself as a former player, we have seen it. So that is why I came to that. But I wasn't calling it specifically for it to happen.
Well, it almost happened.
Yeah, yeah.
A good delivery. Flight had a bit of turn as well on it. Sedant's control is very impressive.
Yeah. Well, you are the appropriate one to say about that because you were so impressive too, and you know that's a genuine comment, Novel. Don't take it
Off
that
spinning is a nice art.
Yeah, and crafting it, and especially as you would know too, when you use the use of the crease, you deliver one close to stop, one in the middle, one you can't go outside the return crease, so the batsman is seeing you coming from a different angle of the crease.
Well, the angles certainly create problems as well for the batsman.
And he looks like he's doing it well.
Good shot being played, the lap scoop there, being pulled out of the arsenal.
Would it get close?
Sahash, you get two.
Oh.
And these are ways now in the modern game, Victor, to offset bowlers. You don't just play conventional.
Really and truly, I like it. I like to see it when it's well selected. You know, it's very good when it's selected. So it's good and
quicker. That can be using the pace as well from Sedant. And good work down there. Did he cut it off? It doesn't appear so. And 4 runs going into the account of Sahash.
And because he bowled it quicker too, that was the reason why it gathered more momentum going into the fine leg boundary. And even though there was a nice valiant attempt by the fielder who was at wide on the leg side on the boundary, really, it was a good effort, but not good enough to pull it in. So, strain a delivery. We have not seen him straight consistently, but that happens. He tried to bowl it a little quicker too, and he just went down the leg side. But good thinking there by Gill too, by just helping it and earning himself another 4. But a good solid position by USA 1 after winning the toss, Novel. Solid position.
Well, shot executed by Sahash, Victor. It's 120 for 1 from 24. So not even at the halfway mark. We're just about to start the 25th over. And 120. It's a solid position. That one squirting out to the man at backward point. No one on offer. Leg spinner Basu. Working his way from the Connery Village end to Gill. And Gill driving loosely, but it's going to take a tick edge. The slip had been removed, Victor, and had he been there, that one would have been in his lap. But releasing the pressure, men in wicket-taking areas, I think Basu should be very upset.
And I think too, as you have said, that would have been a little tactical error, I thought. Have your slip because you have to take wickets. One, to slow down the momentum of the scoring rate by USA 1. And who is the man on strike?
Gill.
More evidence so to see he's back to the pavilion, but he's feeling not there.
He's on 79, well set. And continues to look good. Continues to look dangerous.
Yeah, and you have to look, especially when you have a foundation like this, you have to look in all areas. Where can you continually try to take wickets to slow down the momentum of the scoring rate? And even more so, the batsman who is in good nick, cutting it out to point. Good stop there. And it was a short delivery, but it did not have the speed to really penetrate the man at point. But quite an interesting field play because almost three players on the offside very close to each other.
Yeah, he's using a backward point, a man dead on point and one at cover point. So, and then you have a deep cover and an extra cover, a very wide, long off. So, Victor, I think you're right. You could use the slip if you're going to have those three players almost doing the same thing. There you go. So, one defended into that area and three players converging on it.
Yeah, same direction. Well, they might have just missed out there, USA 2, by not having that solitary slip. One of the deliveries that was airborne, and if there was a solitary slip, it would have gone easily into his lap, but there was not, and he earned 4. Well, the total stands now 124 for 1. We have 25 more overs to be bowled. So I think USA 1, after winning the toss, they would be thinking and feeling quite confident of aiming now. Their next intention, first of all, is to make certain that they are not bowled out, and also to try to post another 100 at least in this 25 overs remaining. And then if they would have achieved that other 100, then Novel, they would have set a good total to challenge USA 2. But all those speculations are a long way. We will have to wait and see how good the USA 1 will continue to bat, as we're going to see another bowling change from the media center end, number 16, sporting it brightly on the back of his jersey. This also is assisting our scorers more efficiently and more consistently, and we really appreciate that, so we can quickly know who is into the attack. Well,
it's the number 16, Ayush Patel. He opened the bowling. Left arm seamer. He had 5 overs for 29 runs. He didn't pick up a wicket.
Yes, well, let us see if the change of ends, if this will be more appropriate for him. He moves away from us. Short, but there's runs. Here is a man coming off the square leg boundary. They run the first one quickly, and quite rightly so, being sent back quickly, even though they were looking for that second run, which was the appropriate thing to do. But in the end, it was a wise decision to just settle for the 1. Well, the USA 2, they will have to get this man who is on strike now, Gill, and also to try to get some rapid wickets if they're going to slow down the momentum of the scoring rate by USA 1. So USA 2, they have a huge task on hand now. What can this 25 overs bring them? A delivery short, being played down to a shortish third man who moved quickly. I think the ball was traveling too quick on that occasion for the batsman to go through, and quite rightly in the end decided to go not for the single.
Right, might have been the right decision. Projected score at this time is 247. Victor, after 10 overs, the scoring rate was 6 per the over. We're now down to 4.87. So bringing the score rate down a bit. And that one's driven up to mid-on, again too quickly for a single to be had. But the concern for the fielding team USA 2 will be the platform that is being set here by Sahash and Gill. which could present a good launching pad for the middle and lower order to go hard in the last 10 overs. So the wickets need to be picked up here by USA 2. Well, that was a bit rough on the wicket keeper there. Very close to be firing in that one so hard. But Jeremy Samuel was equal to it, able to use his pads to control it. It was a strong throw from very close. 79, Gil Sahash on 15, 125, as Patel works his way from the media center end, defending his Gil.
Yeah, and I think he has found a very good line and length, and at least, yes, the run rate has dropped a little, but what would be more evident for Team 2 USA, if they can remove the man who now is on strike and seeing that the run rate have just slightly dipped, it will even add more incentive if it lets see in a new batsman at this particular moment down the leg side. And the umpire indicating that it brushed the pad or the tie. Concludes the over though, Noval. And what this other 25 overs should bring for USA 1, I'm just thinking about what should be their intentions between these two who are presently at the crease, first of all. But in general sense, it is very important if they can bat out the 25 overs remaining, and whatsoever total they get runs on the board.
Well, the score is already looking good. 126 from 26 overs. 125, sorry. 1 wicket down. Lots of overs remaining.
Yeah, that is the thing. Overs remaining.
Gill at this time would be positioning himself to add to his 79 to get another 21 to ensure he gets a century and build on it. He would not want to get out at this time. I'm just going to get the partnership between Gill and Sahash. What the partnership is at this time. We're going to verify that because...
Oh, yeah, we will get that in a short while.
The score, I think it's already over 50 though.
Well, we will wait for it officially. It will come. The partnership between both batsmen, it will come to us shortly. We are very efficient scorers. Will keep up abrasive. But we can tell those of you who might just be joining the broadcast, 125 it is for one.
Well, the partnership is now 42 between Gill and Sahash. So another good partnership being built. The previous opening stand was 83. So solid starts. The opening bowler Apidi comes back with Vic Apidi. He wouldn't have picked up a wicket in his 3 overs. He has gone along well thus far in the tournament. He has 5 wickets. Got 2 in his first game, 2 in the second, and 1 in the last encounter.
Well, he knows how to take wickets.
He knows how to take wickets.
Okay.
And this is the middle over period here, where batsmen are going to look to tick along. He would hope to try and prize another wicket out. Just 1 wicket down thus far. And Gill, the man facing, well set on 79. Short of a length delivery, looking to pull it.
And he have executed the pull strokes quite effectively, but on that occasion he did not get bat to ball. Well, there is a fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary now too, so obviously that is a good ploy to try and cut off the boundary. But play, if it's played very wide of him either side, even though he's right on the boundary, it will take some good reasons to really prevent 4 runs. But at the same time, though, what I think that because Gill is so set, and it is obvious with another fielder going into the deep on the leg side, that I would like to believe that he's going to try some short pitch deliveries, see if that Gill might just mistime it and place it in one of those feelers in the deep. But we'll still have to wait and see. But they can be the other side if he tries and goes for the Yorker right away. Let us see what he will do. Short pitch delivery being played fine. It's going to come for 4. Just Benitez here at the media center end and it is also to the total though, but it is leg bias. But in any event, not to the batsman, but to the total. And in any form or fashion, USA Team 1 will welcome the runs, and at that occasion, the bowler will have to try to line up deliveries more on off stump, because having a heavily packed offside field with a short third man a point, a deep cover on the boundary, short extra cover inside the 30-yard circle, and so is a mid-off. A man coming more now, at fine leg, just within the 30-yard circle, and outside of that, widely spread onside field. So there is runs that can be had on the leg side for the right-hander, and the man who is set his gill, playing it out to short third man though. They cannot get a run. So obviously now novel, interesting field placing. Man at the square leg boundary, a mid wicket on the boundary, wide lawn and a short fine leg.
Well, looking to cut boundaries off.
That's right.
And bowling a length that will do that. The man who is at short fine leg, he's trying to keep it outside the off stump on a short of a good length. But just to update listeners, Victor, who might be interested in the happenings in the other games around St. Kitts and Nevis, short of a length delivery. Windward Islands taking on Guyana. Windward's batting, 129 they are for 3 from 30.5 overs, and that's in St. Mary's Keyon. In St. Paul's, it's Jamaica taking on Barbados. Jamaica, 118 for 8. Yes, I repeat, 118 for 8 from 25 overs. Barbados making massive inroads in their batting lineup. Trinidad and Tobago taking on the Leeward Islands over in Nevis at the E.T. Willett Park. It's 149, it is there. Trinidad batting for 3. So that game is in the 33rd over, 32.1 overs bowled. So we are, I would say, Victor, we are slightly behind here at 26.2 overs. We should be already been at the 30 over mark. But they will make it up, I suppose. So here, though, at the Connery Cricket Centre, USA 1 versus USA 2. And I suspect, Victor, these teams practice against each other, play against each other, know each other well. USA 1 at 130 for 1 with Arinder Gill on 79. Sahash has had a half century and 42 in previous games. He's on 16.
Yeah, and these two again putting together a nice little partnership. And once teams does it in partnerships too, that is very vital, very crucial. And the man Gill, he really looks good. He looks a very good batsman, and most likely to Novel when this tournament would conclude. I would like to believe they'll pick a West Indies on the 19 youth squad, but that is left to be seen. One played in the air. Is he going to be out caught? And yes, out caught, and that is the wicket that USA 2 always were anticipating, and no doubt they are so pleased to see the back of Gill making his way back out to his hut, being caught at the fielder, moving to his right at wide mid-on. So the second wicket going down for USA 1. And yes, is it?
Sahash, is it?
No, who is the batsman out?
Sahash.
Okay, Sahash, okay, he goes. No, is Gill, I think is Gill out? Yeah, is Gill out? Yeah, Gill is the one out. Tall of the two. Yeah. Sorry, pardon me to our listeners. The tall of the two and the man who batted well when he opened makes his way back to the pavilion. But Novel, what a good innings by Gill. But Sahash, who is out there now, who will be the man who has gotten a start, these two again now two will have to extend themselves by trying to build a partnership. But very well played, Gil, for his very valuable opening partnership here at the Connery Cricket Center, where USA won the toss against USA 2. And even though now losing their second wicket, they are still in a very good position. That is USA 1, but very well batted by Gale.
Indeed. For a moment, I thought it was Sahash who went. But the incoming batter is Nitish.
74 on the back of his jersey.
Yes.
Taller now of the two, so that is...
Nitish Sudini.
Yeah, well, would he have gotten some runs in previous games? We'll have to wait and see. But we can tell you that there is a man on the third man boundary, the wicketkeeper standing back. There is a point, a deep cover, extra cover, a mid-off. That is the offside field. There is a man at mid-on, a backward square leg, a short mid-wicket. Well, there is not a field on the fine leg. Around the wicket, balls being played quietly to short extra cover, who attacks the ball. So there is a lot of more inspiration and motivation out there by USA 2, seeing the back of the man Gill, who batted well. And now these two will have to also continue and try to establish another partnership for USA 1. But on the other hand, USA 2 would be looking to make further inroads and to play them back into a position to curtail the current run rate. Good delivery, beating the right-hander. That one might have just touched down about center stump as the left hammer coming around the wicket. It went across the right-hander. The wicketkeeper took it a little on the low side though, and no harm done.
Well, no harm done indeed. New batter to the crease. Nitish Sudini hasn't really had an opportunity to get going. He got 9 not out against Guyana. Didn't play in the first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago. Nitish got 17. So Victor hasn't really stamped his authority on his position in the team and wants to take this opportunity to really advance his cause.
Well, he comes in at a nice position in terms of runs, where his team USA 1 is at the present moment. So it is not a pressure situation whereby they have fallen drastically in terms of their current run rate. It is still modest, it is still good, and the good thing about it is that 8 wickets are in hand.
Yes, he has a good platform to take his time, get in, and build a good total for himself and for his team. So there's no real pressure that he's under. Just need to pace himself and go from there. But losing the 2 openers at over number 28, a good platform. 131 for 2. It's just a matter of USA 1 trying to build from here, but it's an opportunity for USA 2 to perhaps apply some pressure and start picking up more wickets on a regular basis to bring some concern to the USA 1's batting lineup.
Yeah, I would agree with you there 100%, Novel, because once they keep getting wickets, and even now, so if they can get the wicket of the man who is on strike now, who has looked good so far, and that will also be a big incentive for USA 2, as the sun now is more with us. It was beneath the cloud, and at this particular moment, there has never been any sign of any possibilities of showers. Well, we can see a fielder going right out to on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There is a man at the wide long on. There is a man at square leg, a short fine leg. Wicketkeeper standing back. Short third man, a point, deep cover on the boundary. Extra cover inside the 30-yard circle. Now they're bringing the fielder who was right out on the deep mid-wicket boundary back into the 30-yard circle. And let us see what will be the approach for the bowlers and the batsmen in this particular period of play. Play down to a field on the third man boundary. They're running the first one quickly, and here is an opportunity for the second. And because they were running the first one quickly, then they were also able to come back for the second run. And that is also a factor whereby I've been observing that when the ball is played by teams out into the deep areas, to just run and put pressure on the outfielders so that if they misjuggle, there's always an opportunity to get a second run. It wasn't really a misjuggle there on that occasion, but because they ran the first one so quickly, they were able to get the second. Let us see what will happen on this delivery now. Short pitch. Not at this time. They did know to hold the brakes. Well, a little later on, further in Jamaica, the third and
in this game, but rightfully so, based on the outputs from the former captain Brathwaite. He hasn't really done much for the last year and a half, 2 years. It really leaves the door open for a person like Michael Louis to get an opportunity in this test match. Having said that, you would want to give an opportunity to perhaps a Kevlon Anderson. And our bowling lineup has been doing really well, doing justice to themselves and the region. We just need to find a couple of guys who will be willing to put their hands up to do some batting.
Yeah, and I find that a little strange too, that they've been publishing the 11 at least a day before, but now the final they have lost the series because it's a 3-test series, and that inconsistency. I mean, it leaves a lot of speculation to be desired. In truth and fact, there should be inconsistent pattern. If you did it before, just do it right through.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen the 11 for this game, but the West Indies, we wait to see what they do. But we're here at Connery Cricket Centre, a PD, trying to get one lifting at Nitish, but it didn't make the height he wanted it to, and Nitish has faced some 7 deliveries, not off the mark as yet. So Victor, opportunity to continue to crunch the scoring rate on USA 1, and I think USA 2 are doing a good job with new batters at the crease.
Yes.
To slow down the scoring rate, now down to almost below 4.5. It's 4.65 now.
Because even if they're not getting wickets, if they can just keep patailing and bringing down the run rate, they will also have achieved things too. But it would be even more valuable if they keep it down and then they keep getting wickets.
At one point, we would think that one's going down to third man. At one point, Victor, it looked like it was a given that USA 2 could get to 300 runs.
USA 1. Yeah.
Sorry, USA 1, but it's looking very different now.
Yeah. And that's the thing about too, Novel, when teams get good starts, and especially if the wickets that have been taken whereby you get a lot of new batsmen at the crease, they still have to settle in, they still have to get the scoreboard ticking over at a reasonable pace. So in the USA position, as you quite rightly indicated, that if they can remove this pair at the crease right now and then 2 new batsmen come to the crease, it slows down the momentum, it put pressure on the batsmen in the sense to get the start and then try to re-establish a partnership. So a lot of times that is the beauty about the game, whereby it could look so obvious one way and then at times it just make a big transition in terms of how the complex of the match or total can be posted by the team batting first, USA number 1. Well, we are seeing a player getting some assistance from the physio. He's actually sitting, so we're not too certain what might be the slight injury, if there is one, that is getting attention. So play has been held up momentarily, but we can tell you that the present score at the Connery Cricket Centre, as the batsman now getting back onto his feet, 135 for the loss of 2 wickets. The USA 1, who won the toss here against USA 2 at the Connery Cricket Centre, 135 runs on the board, 2 wickets going down, 8 wickets are in hand. This is going to be the first delivery of the 30th over, remembering that it is 50 overs for each team. And here we have the first delivery of over number 30 being pitched. The batsman is looking for a quick run, but the fielder at cover is coming in quite quickly. Number 22 on the back of his jersey prevented the batsman from going for any run. And that is what Team USA would need in the field, for the fielders to support the bowlers, make it a good challenge for the batsmen, not just to easily get ones and twos, and really fight hard for their runs from here on in. Let us see what will take place on this delivery now. Pitched up at, they're going to get an easy single because a fielder just beneath us here at the National Heroes end, the media center end, coming off the boundary. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get a run, obviously, because he was in the deep. And probably it might have been a better option when the new just incoming batsman to the crease, if he had the man who is now beneath us here at the long off at the National Heroes end. But here is another delivery. What will happen of this cut? And there is a fielder out on the deep. It's going to go close to the deep extra cover boundary, 4 runs. Novel Marco, lovely shot.
Well, it's a lovely shot. Hammered off of the back foot. The timing was good. And I imagine the fielder at extra cover just felt he could have gotten there. Even with a slide, he didn't. And a beautiful shot being played. And we've seen some good strokes, especially through the offside by the USA 1 batters. We saw some between Gill and Admit early on. And now we see Sahash getting into his work, getting into his groove. Now 23 from 31. And he has scored some runs prior to this game and looking good already.
Yes, and more runs for him. Fielder from short cover have to move paces behind him, but couldn't prevent the batsman from getting another run. And right here at the Connery Cricket Centre to Noval, the outfield is very quick, because especially when balls are hit on the western side of the ground, once it's wide, even though they are fielders, and on that occasion there's the deep extra cover, did not have a chance. Here is another delivery, getting in line and just played quietly back down the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling.
Yes, it's 29.5 overs, 141 for 2, and USA 1 continuing good work at the crease. But USA 2, they are now slowly building some pressure. Not quick scoring by any means. A quick single being taken here. A direct throw, but Nitish was in his ground and would be happy that he was, because it was a bit of a risky run there, Victor.
Well, I think the strike of the ball, from the time he struck it, though he was off quickly sprinting, but it was a nice accurate throw. He broke the stumps, but in the end the batsman, he made it into his ground. But that also is showing what pressure can be built, especially when the scoring rate has been curtailed, and it became very obvious to both batsmen that they are slipping slightly in terms of the momentum that they had early on. So if the fielders can continue to support their bowlers out there, this might just create the incentive for batsmen to take some unnecessary risk.
They would hope that pressure brings that about. But PD into his 6th over now. He's bowled 5 for 26, not taken a wicket yet. Nitish, who is fresh at the crease, just facing some 12 deliveries for his 3. Hasn't scored well in the tournament. Nothing of significance.
So what will be good for Team 2 USA if they can keep him on strike, because he have not given us any indications that he's pushing things along in terms of what he has received in balls. So good tactical move by USA 2 is to expose him to the majority of strike and keep away his partner from it. Just that, and then too, it might put some pressure on the non-striking batsman.
Indeed. Well, for the moment, he is on strike, and coming in behind the line of that one and just playing it up to extra cover. Give himself a chance to get a feel for the deliveries. Cool day here at Connery Cricket Centre. Field placement, you have a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg. A third man, backward square, deep extra cover, a short extra cover, and a man on mid-on. As a PD works his way from the Connery village end into the pitch it goes. It's going to be guided down behind backward point, and good work there by a Kappa, Adit Kappa. Coming around, it was his favoured left hand as well, Victor. So picked up quickly and got in an early throw.
Yeah, and the urgency looked good over the outfield. That is what they have to be consistent with. That is USA 2. And they looked good in the outfield. Very impressive. But more so, what can impress them more? If they can see the back of this batsman right now, because his partner at the non-striker end has not really been getting on with things. But he was away from the strike for some moments, so let's just see if it might bring in any indiscretions.
No, he might just be picking up 4 runs. And yes, it is. Just getting that, using the pace, Victor. Just risk, using the wrist to give it that little bit of momentum towards the boundary was Sahash. 2 backward point and 4 runs had.
Yeah, and Sahash, he used the pace nicely, as you quite rightly said there too. But on the other hand, he had all the reasons just to extend his arms because the delivery was that wide. And it raced across this quick outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre quite fast. So that is also a significant area of this venue here, whereby the outfield is very, very quick.
It's very quick. You get value for your shots. And 147 now it is. USA 1 approaching 150 mark. Short one again, guided, but this one is going to be hit straighter to third man. And the return comes in.
What was good about that stroke to being played down to third man? We saw the urgency of sprinting the first one quickly, just in case if the man at third man did misjuggle it, there would have been an opportunity for 2. But he fielded cleanly, attacked the ball also too. But good intentions by the batsmen. Always when playing out into the deep areas, running that first one very quick is very important, very essential, and they did so and they got 1 run.
Applying the basics. You're told those things as a youth, very young into the game. Run the first one fast. On top of it is nettish. Getting
and getting on top of it and avoiding, and that was the final delivery of that over. So the 2 batsmen out there are trying to consolidate and build another partnership for this USA 1 team. They won the toss earlier this morning, and confident was their captain to decide that they will bat first. And so thus far, it has proven right. It has proven right. So here is USA 1 in a very good position. Still plenty overs to be bowled. And what is more important, that they have 8 wickets in hand. So USA 2 looking to get more wickets.
Yes, Ayush Patel into his 8th over now, 148. Sahash going into his innings, 29 from 34. And it's quite capable based on the scores he's had before. 85 and 42, and looks good. And Patel himself, he has had one for 30. Wants to add to his bowling account. Would be good to get Sahash, that one keeping a bit on the low side, but kept his eyes on it and defended out into the offside.
So you just mentioned he had an 85?
Yes, Sahash has had 85 and 42.
So that gives him 127 right now.
Right.
Thus far. That's good.
Good totals thus far.
Yeah, that's good. Yes, and really, he would also understand too that with this stat that he has gotten 42 and with some overs still remaining, if he can get very close to and the team can bat out the 50 overs, but more importantly so, if he bats deep into those overs, that also should set a good platform for USA 1. And I think at this particular position, a good total on the board.
Yep. Team that one to cover point. Man from cover coming off the boundary, hurling a strong return in. Sahash, he didn't fare well in his last outing. But against Trinidad and Tobago,
well, he's doing much better so far in this innings. He's the non-striker though on this occasion. What would his partner do? Just quietly forward, playing it back down the pitch for the bowler to field to his own bowling, tosses it to his mid-on. The keeper is standing back. There's a short third man, a point, a deep cover on the boundary, extra cover within the 30-yard circle. And now the mid-off is being asked to come just beneath us here at the media center end, which is the National Heroes Park, and a mid-on, a man at square leg, and a short mid-wicket. What delivery will produce now? Runs played out to the wide long on area. A fielder coming around and making good diving save there by, I would think, cutting off 2 more runs, because if he did not get his hands to it with that diving save, it would have costed 2 extra runs. But good fielding, 2 more runs to the total though, and these 2 for USA 1. They are also, it is now what, the 150? The 150 is posted on the ball, and to be exact, is it 151, Novel, for the loss of 2 wickets? 8 wickets are in hand. What do you think can be, what you think can be the projected total that they would like or feel comfortable with? Anything over
it's
what?
236, it's the projection. And, but with so many wickets in hand, if they are to carry on, just ticking it over at 4 and over from here, they could launch and be a lot more aggressive in the power play overs between 41 and 40 and 50 to the 58th over. So and lots of overs in hand for these 2 batters to just bat along and build a good partnership.
And if also too that they have 5 wickets in hand coming down to the latter part, getting closer to the 50 overs, they can always try to explore or accelerate their scoring rate. Still a long way off still. That is yet to be seen. Oh my, it looked like the batsman was making a decision before the ball was released. He moved across to the off stump, Noval. I think he was looking to play probably a scoop, but it was so wide that it would have been not necessarily. So, okay, he tried the reverse way. I think that was a good attempt because it was outside the off stump. And if he did made connection with the fielder wide at a short third man area, but that was not to be. Let us see what will happen on this occasion. Pulled it down short. He does not get it past the short third man and tried again, which the intention was appropriate, but he just did not execute.
Well, Sahash is a player who is going to improvise. He's going to use different methods coming across the stumps there and just playing the full toss down to long off. So he's not going to stay stationary to the spinners. He's going to look to improvise, look to do different things to put you off. Sidant picked up the first wicket for his team. He's 1 for 36 from 7.4. Well flighted and appropriately played up to extra cover. Nitish Sudini. Cutting at that one. It's going to go straight to backward point, fielded by Darshan. And that brings about the end of the over. 152 for 2. Nitish 6. Sahash 31. And, well, Nitish getting a change of bat, Victor. Perhaps it's the heavier one for the spinners.
That might well probably be in that sector, but seam bowler is going to continue though, and how much a difference would the exchange of bat would make, we'll just have to wait and see. But they feel more widely spread now. The wicketkeeper standing back. There is a short, what we can say, short third man, a point, a cover within the 30-yard circle. Is number 24 going to come right beneath us here? It looks like he's going to come down to the long off boundary just at this National Heroes Park, and there's a fielder going on the wide and deep mid-wicket boundary with a square leg on the boundary, short mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. What is he looking for? Short. Play down to mid-on. The single is going to be on. And also too, good backing up because the throw was wide, and even though it was thrown very hard, the fielder at short third man was in a good position to prevent any overthrows, which why Team 2, USA Team 2 can ill afford to give away any sort of extras, even to wides, no balls, overthrows. Have to keep those very minimal. Dot balls can also be important just to slow down the momentum of this USA 1 run rate. But what is good in USA 1 behalf, that 8 wickets standing. That is the critical moment of this period of play.
It's a good position to be in with wickets in hand. Shopping at that one. The man at short third man takes a brilliant catch, Victor. And he was cutting at it, was Nitish. One that made some height just outside of the off stump from the left-hand Irish Patel. And a wonderful catch being taken. It looks like he might be a PD who took the catch. And the third wicket goes down at 153.
Yes, and for all the catches that we've seen here at the Connery Cricket Centre, that can go into the column and go down, rivaling any that we have seen. That was a very good one also too, and very important wicket for Team 2, USA, to have taken. And we can see all the players for USA 2 are gathered together, and we can see one or two players, an emergency person going out there. But also too, we can see the ground staff going to the middle, as they're going to also be a refreshment break. But also too, Novel will pick up the ingoing batsman to the crease. But a very valuable wicket for USA 2, and they always needed wickets, and they would need them to take them at a rapid pace from this present position of this encounter between USA 1 and USA 2 Nova.
Well, it's the number 3 Utkash. He is going to join the set Sahash. Important wicket taken by Patel. He's now 1 for 41. 153 for 3 from 33.3. The USA 1 well placed, well positioned, but will be happy to bring a new batter to the crease to try and make further inroads. The projected score, Victor, continues to drop. It's now down to 229 with a run rate of just 4.5. I think USA 2 going into their work in the field.
Yeah, and that was really a superb catch. It was brilliant. It was struck hard. It was low, about ankle height, I would predict, but the fielder held it with both hands. And those type of catches are novel. Also inspire teams, and no doubt USA too will be greatly inspired. And also too, it gives an incentive towards bowlers when catches like that is taken. You usually find that they come back and bowl much better and more consistently. So from a USA 2 point of view, they will most likely, although that the run rate is going down, if they keep getting wickets and new batsmen have to come in, it will also be in that consistent pattern of going down. Well, the ground staff, they are making their way back off the field. They have been doing a good job here at the Connery Cricket Centre. So in all segments, we have had collectively good work in all areas, in the scoring area, in terms of the, well, we have not really had many spectators here at the ground, but in any event, we have been having good matches, and this one also too is developing to be one. Well, the substitutes and the standby umpire making their way off the ground. The players are getting back in their various positions. The wicket keeper is standing back. There's a short third man. There's a man on the deep extra cover boundary. There's a point, a cover within the 30-yard circle. The mid-off now is in the normal mid-off position. On the onside, there is a mid-on, a man on the square leg boundary, a short mid-wicket. So action continues right after the refreshment break. The batsman probably having a word or two with the umpire. We cannot be too certain what it might be about. But in any event, and I wonder why he waited so late after you had a refreshment break and now calling for the next bat. But anyway, to be comfortable, he must be accommodated. So play is held up momentarily. But for those of you who might just be joining us here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we can greet you with the news that USA won against USA 2. USA won the toss and decided to bat first. And the present total now is 153 for the loss of 3 wickets. Is it 33.3 overs have been bowled so far? We will get that confirmation, but the bat is going out to the new batsman. And anyway, he feels comfortable now. But I was wondering why he did not call for it when the refreshment break was on. But anyway, he's gotten it. The players going to disperse back into their various positions. And I don't think the point can be overemphasized that how important it is for Team 2, USA, to keep getting wickets, slow down the momentum of the scoring rate. By USA 1, they were off to a good start. The first wicket went down when the total was on 83. But anyway, they can be very well inspired now. USA 2. And here is the first delivery after the refreshment break. Outside the off stump being pulled. It's in the air, but it's gonna drop safe. The man from the square leg boundary coming around to his left. And in the meantime, one more run just after the refreshment break there, Nova.
Well, Utkarsh getting a short one and getting off the mark, which is very important for any incoming batsman. You get rid of that early nervous sort of energy, and you've gotten moving. But you see Sahash taking no chances. Victor doing his little shuttles after the break. Yeah. Wants to get the blood flowing again, get the brain working well as he faces his first delivery after the break. Tucked into the onside to mid-wicket. No one has had 154 for 3. He's on 32, and he will be key for USA 1 to get past perhaps a 250 as a formidable score here. We saw Jamaica getting to 60 and Guyana doing a valiant job in chasing it down, as I'm getting a strong steer from one of my scoring colleagues in the box, just reminding me that yes, you're saying the correct thing and don't make mistakes.
You better stay on par. You should. And really, that is accurate and fair, Novel. 260 was achieved. But at this present moment, it is not impossible. But on the same hand, though, it is USA 2. I think they have played themselves back into a good position based upon what start they had. That is USA 1. And it could even be more evident if they keep taking more wickets, and even more so. The man who there is on 32. So his wicket would be very important to take. So also to let in a next new batsman at the crease. And if we have 2 new batsmen at the crease at this present moment, if it should happen in this over, not that I am advocating that I would like it to happen, but just if it would happen, it can add more pressure, as you know, Novel, onto the batsmen incoming.
You are right, and facing is the new batter, Utkarsh. He's going to face Siddhant, who has bowled well into his 9th over, full and wide, and hammered through extra cover. The man from the deep cover boundary coming, and well, Siddhant was thinking of 2. His partner didn't oblige. He was sent back. And I think it was wise for him not to have come back for the second one. He might have been in problems.
Well, and no need for that kind of endurance. You gotta make sure you're steady and bat and get runs, because look at it now. The field widely spread, wide long on, have to come off the boundary and another easy run. And always we are saying, Novel, when the field is widely spread, there are all areas they can get runs, so there is no need to really run out yourself at this particular moment, especially.
Trying to work that one into the onside, and Utkarsh very short, so even with the flighted delivery, he was able to stand up and play. He's not been teased into trying to get out of his crease quicker, wider, and the umpire extending his arms, getting some exercise. Victor, I might add though, the USA 2 has been a lot more disciplined with their bowling than we have seen here at Connery. We're not speaking for the entire tournament, but for the games that we have witnessed, we would have had a large number of wides being bowled.
Well, we can definitely give them kudos for that aspect so far, because by my recollection of thoughts, but we will confirm it from our official scorers, it might just be about 4 or 5 wides that were bowled so far. And that is good in that sense, because as you quite rightly said, Novel, the matches previously, we did see a high percentage of wides from all the teams. So in that segment, they have done well. And here is one played out to mid-wicket. There is no run. So scorers, how many wides so far in this? Okay. So you see, I got it right on that occasion, but officially it was corrected. Yes, 4 wides. And here is the batsman playing the reverse. It's going to go close to the third man boundary. Novel. Would it have the legs? We'll have to wait and see what would be the signal if there's one. And now comes the signal. So it was good shot selection, because the reverse was a delivery going further outside of the stumps, and it was well executed. So that is where I like to see the improvisation when your wicket is not at risk, but the boundary was important and they got it nicely.
Yeah, Victor, Sahash is one of those players who seem to have, he has a lot of, what should I say, weapons in his armory. He has the reverse, he has the scoop, and he to spinners, he's comfortable in moving across the stumps, to make these shots possible.
Yeah, his variety is very good. He has a lot of options and he uses them smartly. And that one was the evidence too, where he executed nicely because it was not in a danger area. It's when it's pitched between wicket and wicket where you can be out leg before or get ball down. But he judged the flight well. It was outside of his stumps, and that was good to see. He's close to his 50, I think, now, most likely.
Still in his 30s on 37.
He's in 37.
From 48. And a change in bowling sees Adit Kappa coming into the attack from this media center end, is orthodox leg spinner. And Utkash just getting it back up to long on where Ansh he feels and gets the return in.
And really putting back the informed batter and strike. So that is good thinking by this partner. Play that supporting role, not just suck up the dot balls. And from the first delivery, putting his partner back on the strike.
Cutting to extra cover and misfield. Victor, what's the old adage about running?
Don't run again off of that. But there again, too, it was not too far out of the same fielder who dived there, even though he didn't stop cleanly. I think that was the right decision to stay their ground because good delivery, though, flighted. And I like to see when spinners do, especially in these moments of play where batsmen are looking to accelerate, to flight some deliveries in between, because that also too is an invitation, especially to the man who is on strike, who has been in and batting well. Let us see what he'll do. Nice flighted delivery. Nice single too.
Good work.
Yes.
Good all around cricket, Victor.
Yeah, because he played with soft hands. It was in the gap, so the fielder at point have to move paces to his right. And I think we have been saying that too. If you play with soft hands within that circle, even though they are within the 30-yard circle, and a good single. Here is another flighted delivery. Good thinking there by the left arm orthodox spinner, giving an invitation or extending an invitation to the batsman. And now, what is the current run rate at this moment, Nova?
It's just about 4.5, 4.58. Another good delivery, but Utkash was good enough to just hang back on the back foot, allowing it to bounce and pushing it into the onside. But what I like about Adit Kappa, the left arm leg spinner, even though he's flighting Victor, he's not carrying the flight to the batter. He's asking you to come to the flight. So it's the flighted deliveries are dropping in between for you to come to it if you want to execute something to get any sort of a boundary from it.
And that is very good thinking of the bowler there to really invite the batsman to come out of his crease, because one of the things, if he gets more bunks and turn and the batsman is out of his crease, there's an opportunity to get a stumping opportunity. So,
you see how good Jeremy Samuels is behind the stump. He's already effected one stumping. And that one is played a bit uppishly to the man at mid-off, firing in a quick return, but good backing up being done there by Ayush Patel. Flighted again, driven through extra cover, bringing the man from mid-off to effect a tumbling save.
But Novel, we can say definitely though that Team USA too, they have fielded well so far. They have made some good saves, and we find that they do a lot of diving and come off very effective. So, and the one striking the batsman just outside the off stump and no further run. But I think in general, collectively, their out cricket have been good. That is USA too.
Very good unit.
Yeah.
And the fielding, ground fielding, Victor, they're catching as well.
Yeah, they have
came to hand, they have been able to hold on to. And I am very impressed more than anything else with the discipline thus far, with the extras, wides and no balls have been at a minimum.
Yeah, indeed, and especially the wides, because here is a delivery and the scoop coming into play again. Good execution. It's going close to the third man boundary. I don't think it have the legs to cross though. We will wait and see.
No, just two.
Two runs.
Kappa,
two runs. Yeah.
Kappa is always being posted at that position, Victor, and he has done a lot of work in the field at it, Kappa. And again, running from backward point down to short third man is a bit of work. And now the short third man now is been put in position. So taking out the short mid wicket and trying to block that area as Sedan comes from around the wicket this time, but manipulating the field here is Sahash, and now getting it out to the mid wicket for 2. So he's basically manipulating the fielders now, Victor.
Yeah, a good thinking too, because he moved across to the off stump, knowing that the wide areas there on the leg side. So good thinking, good shot selection, and as we've been saying, Novel, he have so much different options, and he's using them excellent here now. He knows how important it is. He plays, but the bowler is to it this time, moving in that area, knowing that he had a wide area. That was the final delivery. And after the overs ticking away here.
It's 170 for 3 from 37.
Yes.
So Sahash, the Victor, he's now eyeing another half century.
How much
he's
is
on
on?
42 from 55.
Yeah, and a good inning so far. What I like about him too, that we've been elaborating, and he have executed well, is the improvisation. They have been effective, and he's not just pre-planning his strokes. He's waiting to see after the release what is his best options, and he has demonstrated that quite nicely.
And that brought about the end of this spell from Siddhant. He bowled 1 for 49 from his 10. So good job from the off spinner, as the left arm orthodox leg spinner continues as Ansh, he comes off the long off boundary and fires a strong return in.
And what I like there in taking that single, realizing that the fielder just beneath us here at the National Heroes End, which is the end where we are giving our deliberations, they ran the first one quickly, looking for every opportunity. Here is one driven but not hard enough to pass the bowler, who moved across to his left and fielded nicely, which is the strong side. He's the left arm orthodox spinner, keeper standing up, looking for every opportunity. If the batsman should misjudge and the ball deceives him, to remove those bails. Let us see what would happen on that occasion. Good delivery, struck down to short extra cover, and we continually seeing the diving of the fielders and really doing it well. So it has to be that is something they've collectively practiced, and in seeing that, they just don't come up and do these things in matches. And as you quite rightly said, and I'm in agreement with you, Noval, the preparation has been good. Here's the improvisation. They run 1. I think they're going to be a possibility for 2. It may not get to the boundary. It does not do so. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get 2 more runs.
Yeah, the Sahash is he has a wide array of strokes. He loves to manipulate the field with the scoops and the reverse sweeps, and pulled out a scoop there, a little lap sweep, reverse now, and that one, appeal goes up, and the dreaded finger is raised, Victor. He may have gotten in line, and because he's the left arm leg spinner, that one may have struck him in line, and the umpire was in agreement with the appeal as Sahash goes for 44.
And it will be interesting if we can see a little replay there on our monitor. For moments, just from, okay, we'll wait for the replay and we'll wait. No? Okay. But from our vantage point, I might have just seen it wrong too, but the umpire in the more appropriate position, for a moment, it looked like he might have struck him a little high, but the umpire, like I say, in the more appropriate position. But another wicket goes.
I don't know how he would have struck him. He shot.
He
went down.
He crouched it. Yeah.
So I think it might have been adjacent, and the appeal was a vociferous one, and we may be able to get the replay. No, it's still not.
Okay,
We
but
confirm that we won't get that.
But I think you're right, Noval. So I'll take back that, because the batsman actually crouched, and that would have made it more obvious then by bending, and the umpire in the more appropriate position, he upheld it. So another wicket going down for USA 1, and if USA 2 can continually doing that, and it was the man who batted so well.
Yes, it was Shakas. He went for 44.
Well played. Well played.
It was a well compiled
Well
inning.
played.
And it brings to the crease now the new batter in Shiv Shani.
Well, here is the interesting period now, Noval, which we'll observe. Two relatively, well, not just relatively, two new batsmen at the crease. What's the present run rate going?
4.57.
Okay, so then now, how interesting in terms of bringing it down, even if they're not taking wickets. But it's a challenge for the new batsmen who are at the crease, and I think the spinners are bowling well, for USA too.
Yeah, Adit Kappa picking up the wicket. This one down the leg side coming off the glove and chasing two players now as they pull it up just inside of the boundary. 2 runs ahead. And it's going to be the end of the over. And a good one at that. A wicket taking over from Adit Kepper. He's now 6 overs 1 for 20. 175 for 4. USA 1. But I think, Victor, USA 2 has stuck to their guns and worked themselves back into this encounter.
Yeah, I will certainly agree with you. And even so, back into this encounter with the two new batsmen at the crease, it can even give them a lot more inspiration and confidence, especially if they can keep getting wickets. Well, that is still left to be seen. And really, the USA 2 getting two new batsmen at the crease, they can feel very aggressive now, even in terms of looking to get more wickets. That is what matters here on Noval, wickets.
Wickets, well, we have the right arm leg spinner Basu coming into the attack again. He's had 1 for 17.
Good
so
spell.
a wicket taking bowler coming into the attack with Sahash out, who has really posed problems for the bowlers. Misfield there, although a good attempt nonetheless. Where was that would have been suicidal, Victor. That would have been suicidal on the behalf of Shiv Shani. He's just come in and maybe a bit excited. And that would have been risky business.
Overly excited indeed. But there again, no, to after just losing the man who was in and batted and scored a nice 44 for another wicket to fall it rapidly, it could have only brought more motivation to USA too. But I think right now they have a zeal of strong inspiration, knowing that two new batsmen at the crease. And who knows, if they keep getting wickets, 200 might even be a challenge here for them. But here is more runs. The fielder coming off the deep extra cover boundary, moves in, and another run added to the total, 177 for the loss of 4. So what will happen for USA 2 now, which would go more strongly in their column if they can keep getting wickets at a rapid pace?
Well, it's Utkarsh Shrivastava facing, and he takes a single. He goes on to 178. So you're right, Victor. Two new batters and an opportunity perhaps to crunch the scoring rate as we see some speed been happening here from the massive American Airlines taking off from the RL Batter International Airport, thundering its way. And thundering a drive here through extra cover, and the man from wide long off coming to field as 2 runs been picked up by Shiv Shani. And just to note, the obvious left-hand batter now in Shiv Shani. So Victor, what you always state about the right and left-hand combination, that can create a bit of a line issue for the spinners. But the leg spinner getting some appreciable bounce, as that one is worked to backward square without an opportunity for a single. 180 it is for 4 from 38.5.
Yeah, and really the two batsmen are doing the ideal thing. Balls played out into the deep areas, running the first one quickly. Here is another single, and not out into the deep area though of the field, just into the short mid-wicket area. The fielder had to move to his left. It was actually to the final delivery of that over, but in any event, the batsmen, they were able to get a run. The two are consulting in the middle. That's the two batsmen for USA 1. And earlier this morning, USA won the toss. And I think that they made the right decision. And at least the total that they have on the board now, with overs still remaining, and have 6 wickets in hand, that even when it comes down to the last 5 overs, they can really try to be a lot much more explosive. That is the USA number 1. But on the other hand, if USA number 2 keep getting wickets, it could be a great challenge.
Very slow and slow bounce as well there from Adit Kappa. He's bowling to Shiv Shani, and his partner in Utkash Shrivastava is the non-striker, and between middle and leg been worked down behind on man on the 45, as we would call him, and no run is had. So Victor, some work for the fielding team to do, USA 2, and the challenge that they have now, and that one is hit into long off. The cutoff point is usually at 1:20. We are 2 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock, and we are just now moving into the 40th over. So the chance to bowl another 10 overs is not possible. And I did mention that they were behind the over rate. So the captain has some work to do to get in these overs a little quicker. Short ball, and they've been treated appreciably, as it's the first 6 of the inning been played by Utkash Shrivastava, as he helps himself to a maximum.
Yes, and at an appropriate time to it was short pitch delivery. Probably the most loose delivery bowled here by this particular bowler, and struck nicely for 6 runs. Well, what would have to happen if they're going to really rush to the overs to 1? They're going to have to turn around quickly after each over, bring a next spinner from the other end, try to even get you the overs from the spinners quickly, turn around to the marks and get to them, because it's going to take some doing from here on in. And here is more runs. No, straight to a short mid-wicket position, no run. So it's a task, and really it would more be in favor of USA 1, because then if the overs are curtailed, it will even be a more challengeable total for USA 2 to get. Here is one driven down, no ball. They're going to get 1, and actually it's going to be a free hit. And really, those are the bonuses that Team USA 2 can really try to avoid. But we have not seen numerous no balls and wides, so they have done well in those 2 aspects of play.
They have, but I think it's also Victor, I would call it almost criminal for a spinner to be overstepping the front line, or really for a spinner to do so is really not good, and he might pay the price here with a free hit at it Kappa. And that one is going to be 6 runs. No doubt about that. It's going to be 6 runs. There was an attempt made to try to keep it in play, but it was well hit by Shiv Shani, and that takes the total on to 196, and now 4-4.
Well, and it has not been a pattern that Victor Eddie alone has been calling it right. My partner Novel Makal has also called it right before the delivery. So Novel, many congratulations. I have realized that I'm in good company joining that. But I think all those things though come after a long period of time. Looking at cricket, we would have played cricket at certain levels and so forth, and a lot of times too, and which is always a batsman game, cricket. That has not changed, because only way a person can be dismissed is off of the run out. 6 more runs, and Novel getting closer to the 200 mark.
Indeed, it's 196, just 4 runs away, as Rahul Basu going into his 7th over.
Yes. Okay, that's all right. We'll get it sorted out. And after that slight, we can see the umpire just doing some gardening to the wicket at the community center, and right here at the Connery Cricket Center, we are giving our deliberations from the National Heroes Park, and no run after that impaired duties done by the umpire from that community center end. Well, 198. There's 2 runs away from 200 runs. Being played down on the onside, but the bowler moving quite smartly to his right, preventing any opportunity of a run. So, USA won after earlier this morning winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Center and decided that they will bat first. Here is going to be runs. Could this be the 200 going up on the board? They run 1, they run 2, and they're going to get in safely. So there goes the 200 for USA 1, and that is a very good achievement for the USA 1. They're now 200 on the board. 4 wickets are down, 6 wickets standing, and they have 10 overs legally to be bowled remaining. Well, what can they get with 6 wickets in hand? And here is a delivery flighted and beaten, not beaten, but wide of the man at short extra cover, wide long off, coming off the boundary, cannot prevent the run. 201. Now it is the total on the board. 6 wickets are in hand and a very good position. USA 1 have found themselves in right here at the Connery Cricket Center. It's the West Indies Regional Under-19 Cricket Tournament. Here is one hitting across the line. An appeal, but the umpires in the affirmative said not out. The batsman was looking to hit it into the square leg area. That concludes the over, just handing his cap to the bowler. And immediately, both batsmen now having mid-pitch conversation. Those of you who might just be joining the broadcast here at the Connery Cricket Center, we can tell you it's 201 for the loss of 4 wickets. USA won the toss and batted first against USA 2. So right here at the Connery Cricket Center, we have the 2 American teams, the 2 teams from the USA, and they are in this regional West Indies tournament. And we know that cricket is expanding in the USA, because I remembered sometime a few years ago, there was a Desmond Lewis Masters team which toured St. Kitts, and they had some matches here on the island and also here at this Connery Cricket Center. Well, we are getting some things sorted out between our match referee and the scorers, so we will keep everyone to the most appropriate information that usually comes from our scorers. But I think thus far it is 201 for the loss of 4 wickets. 6 wickets are in hand. Novel, I know there is a projected score on the system, but at the same time, if USA 2 can just keep getting wickets, they can also hold them on to 250. But having said that, what is the cutoff time? The unofficial time by my clock is 1:09 Eastern Caribbean time. And here is spin into the attack. Well, it looks like a respinner being turned on the onside. They're running the first one quickly, wisely so. I think they're going to come easily for a second run, and they're going to actually come back for a third. Was it the wicketkeeper gone down to short fine leg? Yes, he was. And in any way, they got 3 runs. The batsmen got 3 runs on that occasion. So that advances the total. The USA number 1 batting, they will be looking to take every opportunity of the overs that they would have to face before the cutoff time. Well, still, you see, and now time is being taken up with exchange of fielders when they should be more on the target of trying just to get through as many overs as possible, because it can make their response a greater challenge. That's the USA 2. But here, play continues.
Well, it's the man who is going to be bowling. Victor, the penalty will be for an extra man to be brought into the circle, so it will make batting a little bit easier for USA 1, or once they don't make that cut-off time. But just coming into the attack is Ansh, leg spinner. It's 205 for 4. Shrivastava facing Shiv Shani, he's non-striker. Over number 42 it is. Down the leg side and a no ball. Really shouldn't happen, and work to do here for Jeremy Samuel, the wicket keeper. Going down to fine leg. And 2 runs along with the no ball. So some ill discipline creeping in here by Ansh, who's just into his first over. Been brought in at a difficult time, really. Into power play overs, the right arm leg spinner. Been brought in the 42nd over. Quick to the ear, it's driven up to long on. Only 1 on offer. Shrivastava goes on to 27. As probably it's the most sunshine we've had for the day. Getting a lot brighter. Not as strong a breeze as the flags are dipping. But, swept down to square leg, and good work, good sliding work there being done by Shuya out in the deep. So 2 runs picked up, taking the total now on to 211 for 4. And Shiv Shani, who's just come in, he's already 16 from 12. And it's at this phase, we're going to look to up the run rate. It's 5 now. Current run rate. Just above 5. And the projected score, 253. And the fielding team, a bit slow with the overs, as we would have mentioned. Running a risk of having to bring an extra man into the circle at that point. But that's left to be seen. Leg spinner has been struck up to long on. And that brings about the end of over number 42. And 212 it is for 4. So we're going to move into over number 43. Shrivastava facing, and it's going to, this over will be bowled it's Shiv Shani facing, and missing everything. That one missed everything. It went through wicket keeper and batter. And it's been bowled by Basu. So now it's going to be Shrivastava to face Basu. Both leg spinners in operation now. We had Ansh from the media center, and now we have Basu from the village end. And it's Shrivastava defending. It's 213 for 4. The field placement, there is a man at deep long on, deep mid wicket, and a short fine leg on the onside, and you have long off, short extra cover, deep extra cover, a backward point, and a short third man. Chipping down the wicket is Shrivastava, but just having to push it back up the track for Basu to field with no damage done. 213, a count run rate of 5, and a projection of 251. And I'm thinking to myself, with wickets in hand, they could get much further. That one hits going down to long off, and a single to Shrivastava. Basu, the leg spinner, difficult time as I'm suggesting to bowl. Power play overs in effect. And defending is Shani. 214 for 4. USA won, winning the toss, choosing to bat. Got an opening stand of 83. And that one beating the outside edge, was pushing at it, was Shiv Shani. Unable to get bat on it. It probably was too good for him. But major run scorer Gill got 80. And he batted well for his 80. And thinking about the end of over number 43. And not a lot of urgency though from USA 2, who are massively behind the over rate. It's in the 43rd over. And really should be at this stage Victor bowling the last over at 18 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock with a cut-off time of 1:20.
Yeah. And that can, in the end, whichsoever the result go, but I would also like to think that at this particular moment, this can be an incentive to USA 1 if they do not get to their 50 overs. 214 for 4, a solid position by USA 1. Earlier this morning, they won the toss and made the right decision. We are now enjoined with some more company in the booth and those relevant persons who are responsible. Here's a 6. It's going to go into the National Heroes Park. Here it is, 6 runs, and nice 6 indeed. As just as I was about saying that we have some more of the audit the persons who are doing the technical works, not just here at Connery, but also in Keon and St. Paul's and in Nevis, doing a very good job. And is that the umpires deciding what?
No, it's a ball change.
A ball change.
We've had a change in bowling as well, Victor.
Okay, and
there was Aryan Tumala coming into the bowling attack, and because that one disappeared into the National Heroes Park, there is a need for change in the ball. We are 220 for 4 over number 43. Shrivastava on 34, Shiv Shani on 18. And as I say, it's the time in the game with wickets in hand where USA 1 can look to up the ante, pick the scoring rate up, and put more pressure on USA 2. We've seen the return of the ball, nonetheless. It's just come over the fence. And there are 2 new bowlers being introduced. We had Ansh a moment ago. Now we are seeing the introduction of Aryan Tumala. And it's a difficult time to ask someone to bowl their first over, Victor, when batters are going to look to be more aggressive.
You're absolutely right. And even though a new pair of gloves came out for one of the batsmen, no doubt there's a message along with that exchange of the new pair of gloves. Well, the USA won. They should feel very solid to where they are at this particular moment, and let us see what more they can achieve out of this over. Here is a delivery being struck down to the man who coming off the long on boundary, attacking the ball nicely and got it in quickly to his bowler, and another run to the total though. But I think USA won after winning the toss against USA 2 at the Connery Cricket Centre. They would be very pleased in terms to where they are at the present moment, and obviously they would even feel more confidently when they go out to defend it. Well, the USA 2, they're going to have a huge task on hand, but cricket, lovely cricket, we could never tell what can be the final outcome. Here is the delivery. It's not the final delivery, but another run played down to the fielder who have to come after for the long off boundary. One more to the total. So, most likely, possibly, this might just be the final over before the cut-off time. We will have to wait on the officials who are out in the middle, which are the umpires. Here is another delivery, short, being hammered into the deep. And they're just going to be settling for one, even though there's a fielder coming off the wide long on boundary, gets it into the wicketkeeper on one bounce, another run. And Novel, if you were in the USA 1 position, no doubt you'd feel very strong and confident going out to defend it when that opportunity comes. Flighted delivery, struck down to long off, another run. So they're getting the ones and not sucking up the dot balls in this particular over. So that is good. And legally, there might just be one legal delivery left in this over. We can never tell if it will be the final one. We'll have to wait and see by the two umpires out in the middle. Played out into the deep. They are moving with more urgency. They run one, and quite rightly so. Oh my, unfortunately, the fielder going to the ground, not being injured, but in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. And what it is, 226 now? Okay, so we're still waiting. The ball being tossed. So it does not look like it's going to be. They're going to go straight through. They're going to.
They will not.
They will go straight
off. They will bowl the 50, but
okay,
the fielding team will be penalized at some point, perhaps being asked to bring a player inside the circle, which makes scoring and batting a little bit easier for the batting team. But we are still at over number 44, 6 overs remaining to be bowled. Shiva Stava on 38, Shiv Shani on 20, 226 for 4, 6 wickets in hand. It's a lot of opportunity, good opportunity really for USA 1 to go on the attack here with Basu going to bowl to Shiva Stava. Short. He's hitting this one out to deep mid-wicket. A man settling on there and it takes the catch. And Shrivastava has to go. He's going to be out caught off the bowling of Basu. 226 now for 5. Really, Victor had an opportunity to hit that up into the Connery football area.
Well, indeed, and really, that will also be the area where the breeze will be coming from east to west. But it was it was hit right into the air, and I think it was a good catch by the man coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. But what is good in this aspect, though, that the USA 2 would be allowed to bowl the remaining overs after 50. So at least in that aspect, Novel, it will be on the level. They will have the same equal amount of overs, even though there will be a penalization in that aspect. But in terms, I still like the idea that they will go to the 50. So each team would be on the level playing field in that aspect.
Yes, you're correct. And have my humble apology to listeners. It was Shiv Shani, the left-handed batsman, who was out caught, and not Shrivastava. And the incoming batsman is going to be Arya Garg, and it's 226 for 5. Rahul Basu the right arm leg spinner, gets his second wicket.
Yeah, and Rahul Basu, he has done well in terms of his figures and getting 2 more wickets in his column. And so the USA too, at least they can feel an achievement whereby they will have to bat the same 50 overs, even though there will be some penalization. But then too, they will be able to assess how much runs is required per over. But what will be even more important for USA too in the chase, in the last 10 overs, which would be remaining in their innings, if they can have 5 batsmen still on hand to come into the wicket, then also to Novel, we might just see a reoccurrence of that match where Jamaica, it was against Guyana, whereby down to the wire and a competitive game. And ever so often, we like to describe competitive matches and not just a one-sided affair. And this one, we would hope, whichsoever way it goes, it will be very competitive when it concludes. But that's still some time away. But I think the USA won after winning the toss. At this particular moment, they will feel good for what total they have posted.
Yes, it's 226 for 5. And we had a short water break, Victor. I was very surprised that they chose to take the break, especially with the fact that the fielding team has been behind the bowling over rate. And there seems to be some decision being made as to which batter will come to the crease.
But at the same time, too, as you quite rightly said, with the refreshment break, yes, we know that players deserving of that. But based on the circumstances that presently presents itself, we would have more likely thought that seeing that the refreshment break that the players have had has been consistent, but because, as you quite rightly said, that the over rate at the cutoff time was had reached and they didn't bowl the overs and then had to bowl them out, we are thinking it would have just been more appropriate to go right through the remaining overs.
And not only that, I find the USA too they are now being very slow and lackadaisical in the field and not being asked to speed up by the umpire. That's
that's the next observation, which is accurate. I agree with you there, Novel. And one of the reasons for that too might have just been their body languages going downwards based upon what total now that USA one has achieved. But the umpires should have really pulled up the fielding team. But here is play back on the motion. One play down to wide-ish mid-on, and the bowler is not going to allow the fielder to come off the long off boundary. He ran in that vacant position and restricted the batsman for just the single.
Well, there are a couple of options really, Victor. In a situation like this, it means lunch will probably be heavily curtailed and we will probably be heading straight back out once we get that lunch break. But looking, Victor, out in front of us, and you could see some dark clouds coming in outside there, and perhaps it may not threaten, but it's something for us to have a look at. Good 2 runs being had and good commitment by Shrivastava diving in to make his ground.
Well, Novel, I would definitely hope that when the overs are being completed, that we get the full time for our luncheon interval. No, it is no. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna get it. Okay, if I hearing it from the official scorers, I believe it. But really, in fairness to us, though, it could be well deserving. But anyway, straight down the ground, it's gonna be 4 runs and a good stroke going into the straight long off boundary for 4 more runs, and all the boundaries now will be so appropriate to USA Team 1 batting first, and they're obviously right now 233, if that is the accurate total. That is a very good total posted on the board by USA 1. Well, boy, USA 2, always that sequence. Runs on the board is being established. Here is one struck out into the deep over the head of cover. Was always going to be a difficult opportunity for a catch. The batsmen run one. They're going to come for two. Good throw coming from the deep, which broke the stump, and in so ricocheting, and the batsmen are able to get 3 runs in the end. So good running between these two, looking for every available runs, and so they did quite efficiently in over.
Yes, commitment again. Srivastava and Gag making sure they are putting the pressure on USA too, taking all runs that are on offer. And it's good work. Gag now will be facing Basu. He's going to finish his 9th over. He's bowled well, 2 for 40, flighted, man coming around, good work, cutting off the extra cover and ensuring that a chance for a run is not had. Well, we've completed 45, Victor, 236 for 5. Well positioned here, USA 1.
Yes, strongly positioned and really commanding position. So they can feel, that's USA 1, they can feel very pleased with the decision that they did make this morning when they won the toss. And also over in the players' area, both dressing rooms, outside of the dressing rooms for Team USA 1 and Team USA 2. They have the United States national flag flying proudly. So, chasing runs always, not that it is not achievable, but most of the times it becomes very challenging, especially in a 50 over match, and this under 19 is 50 overs for each team, because what happens when chasing a total over 200, not saying that we would like it to happen, but if it happens whereby USA 2, when they get an opportunity to bat, if they can set a good foundation start, it's an open game. It can go either way, but it have a kind, they claim, have 3 sides, not 2.
Well, I don't think Vic 200 is an insurmountable total by any means. When it starts creeping up to 260 here or 270, it poses a different approach in how you're going to chase it. Another bowling change, we do have Adit Kappa bowling again, the left orthodox leg spinner, and USA 1 still motoring along. Srivastava, Victor, is on 47 from 34, and he's approaching a half century.
And good batting.
He has batted well. Ringing the changes of the spinners. Did Kappa. He's picked up 1 for 35. Sweeping the Srivastava. Did it get him on the pad, or did he get bat on it? It appears there is bat on it, because he would have come across that his stumps a bit and was at risk for being out LBW. Kappa bowling 2 dot balls in this over. Critical. Keeping the runs flow down. This one hit up to long off. And fielding being affected there by Siddhant.
Yeah, and the thing is, the out cricket in general for USA 2 has been very consistent, good. I think they have been very impressive. Noval, you may have a different view, but I believe collectively they have done a good job. But run posted on the board, boys, runs on the board, short over into the deep cover area. There's a fielder coming off the deep, but in the meantime, another run to the total and overchores, but good backing up on the other side of the wicket. So just a 1 run conceded. 238 it is. 5 wickets down, halfway in terms of the wicket column for USA 1. But would feel very good that after winning the toss, I've gotten to that total. Struck straight. Would it before? I believe so. Waiting for the signal. Now comes the signal for. So getting closer now to the 250 is USA 1. They go into, and is it the 50? Yes. So a well played 50 Noval And he played well in the circumstances, and that was always necessary for the batsmen out there to keep the momentum going. 242. It is for 5. Very good position. USA 1 have found themselves against USA 2 at the Connery Cricket Centre. Flighted delivery being played, and even though there is a fielder coming across from short extra cover within the 30-yard circle, not quick enough to prevent the batsman from getting another run. So, good going here by USA 1.
Indeed. Over number 46 completed. 243, just 4 overs to go. That's 24 legal deliveries, Victor. They can probably squeeze another 40 runs out of that. Maybe more, maybe less, depending on the bowling. The projections for now, we wait on that. But a good position for USA 1. The current run rate, 5.28. Projections 264, and that 260 was a winning total on match day 3 with Guyana and Jamaica. Guyana falling some 4 or 5 runs short of the target. So Basu will bowl his final over. It's a full toss. Is he going to hold out? Yes, he does. And
wasn't it not for height?
No, it was not called for height. The catch was taken out in the deep by Tumala, and Shrivastava perishes after a very good inning, 53 from some 38 deliveries. It's 243 for 6. But he should have hammered that out of the ground, Victor. Got the height, not the distance, but found the safe hands of Tumala.
Yeah, and in the end, though, very valuable contribution to the total, but I'm in agreement with you. He had all the opportunity to probably put some more power into it, but the catch that was taken on the deep, though, the fielder held his focus, kept his eyes on it, and sometimes I wonder, Noval, with the white ball and in the sunlight, and but it doesn't appear that has given challenges to the fielders when it goes in the air, but that can be another segment. But we have not seen that, but well taken catch. Another wicket going down, short, hammered into the offside. They're going to look for more runs, and in the meantime they will get one more to add to their total. And this is good going by USA 1, inching closer now to the 250 mark, which definitely at this moment is a great achievement by USA 1. And the good thing here is that 4 wickets are in hand. So these two at the crease can take some extra risk in that, really trying now more so to go for 6s and 4s based on what total they have arrived at. Let us see if that is so. No, the intention was there but did not connect. And the wicketkeeper moved quickly out from behind the stumps to gather and prevent any possibility of a run. So, what these remaining legal deliveries can produce for USA 1. Here is one beating the keeper, and we'll have to wait and see. It might be bias. And here comes the signal now. So, one more to the total, Noble. So,
yes.
Just what, 5 runs away from 250?
Yes, it is. 245 for 6 is Krishna. In the wicket now, he's facing Basu. And that can be stumped. Was he too slow?
Well, he did not remove the bails.
He didn't remove the bails. It spun away as well. And Jeremy Samuels, a diminutive, very short man, was unable to get the bails removed quick enough. Basu with his final delivery. That one's going to be wide. And Victor, you're seeing it spinning a little bit more.
Yeah.
And perhaps USA 1 will be very pleased. The spinners will be thinking we can get some magic worked when we go out.
Well, they'll be hoping for that.
246. And that one is going to be hit up to mid-wicket and going to find its way against the...
Out of the ground.
Out of the ground. So Krishna helping himself to a massive 6. And that brings about the end of the over number 47. taking the tally over 250. It's 252 now for 6. Well, USA won, even putting themselves in a stronger position.
Well, very, very strong position. As we see the third umpire definitely now have to go out with a replacement ball, because outside of the ground to Nova, there is the trees outside of the ground is very high. But anyway, the standby umpires will have lots of balls there, but they will have to look for one that they can associate that might have just been close enough to the one that was used, and now the umpire is going out with it. But for USA Team 1, after winning the toss here at the Connery Cricket Center against USA 2, they would be very pleased to the position which they have found themselves in at 252 for the loss of 6 wickets. And anyone who is in that camp for USA 1 now, they would feel so confident that they can really go out there and defend that total.
Well, it's a good total, but we saw, as I said in previous encounter, that it's not impossible, it's not insurmountable. It's a total that is defendable, but it also gives the batting team hope that they can possibly chase it down. The opening bowler, Ritvik PD, comes into the bowling attack, and he will be bowling to Ayagaga.
And you're right, not definitely because they have achieved that total, which is a very good one. But a lot of times, though, when totals like that are established, it have to be done in partnerships from 1 right down to at least number 6, or how deep ever it goes. But definitely in chasing down that total, it will have to be done in partnerships, and in so doing, it will have to be a consistent pattern. Ball aim, clean bowl. So right, and what the doctor would have ordered to carry it right up, looking for the Yorker length delivery, because in that aspect, good thinking, the batsman missed and he struck.
Well, PD coming back at a good time when you're having the lower order batters coming to the crease, Victor, and not equal to the pace of that delivery. It was well pitched up and was unable to get bat on it, and that one went out.
Well, and and it was good thinking on behalf of the bowler, and really keeping it of a full length. So the 7th wicket going down for USA 1, but they have a total now of 252, and in that process they have lost 7 wickets. Lovely day for cricket continues here at the Connery Cricket Center, and it's come out very bright now, brilliant sunshine, and that is what is happening here at the Connery Cricket Center. USA number 2 coming closer to their final 50 overs, and is it now? Yeah, the first ball of this over has taken the wicket, clean bowl. Would he do it in the second? He took it nicely on the volley. It was a good effort, but one more run to the total. At least it's always a delight to see when fielders making good saves like that. He took it on the half volley. It was always descending on him, though, coming in from point. But in any event, he restricted the batsman to just the 1 run. 253, 7 wickets going down for USA 1. They're up against USA 2. Here is one sky. Is there an opportunity for a fielder to get under it, running hard? No, he would not. But send a powerful throw into the wicketkeeper's end. The square leg umpire was having a good look. In the process, did the batsmen got 2 runs? They did. Okay, thank you. So it means then 255 for 7. We are into over number 48. So it's 47.3 overs bowled so far. And I really think that USA won, they would be very pleased, very satisfied to where they are at the present moment. And if by extension, whatsoever runs they get in these remaining legal deliveries, in conclusion, they should be very pleased. But here is USA 2, a task on hand, short. And we have to wait and see. The wicket has been broken, but leg by, so one more to the total. That would have been very close, though, almost very close for a run out. But in the next aspect of it, they were able to get an extra by wide, so the delivery will have to be rebowled. But in the process, sorry, my partner, a leg by, pardon, and in that process, then one more to the total in any event. Pardon me, dear. And here is now two more legal deliveries to bowl in this, the 48th over. Moves away from us from this, the National Heroes Park, and being played. And good fielding there by short third man. It looked like he would have definitely saved a couple more runs, but in the event, they got one more run. And well, they're getting close to that 260, which Jamaica scored here against Guyana some days before. But in the camp of USA 1, they would be very pleased to where they are now, and obviously thinking that when the opportunity comes to go out there and defend it, that they can put up huge resistance. But anyway, cricket is always on the day. We can never tell. Runs posted is runs on the board. Here is another delivery being struck. Oh my! And got an awkward bounce there, but seems to be all right. But he did well.
Victor, he did the basics. He got his body behind it.
He got his body.
And with that awkward bounce, it struck him somewhere in the chest. So very good work in the field there by Amog. And he has saved a few runs for his team. 258 for 7. Krishna 10. Sahir on 2. And 2 overs remaining. Victor, anything we've seen if we speak from a historical standpoint, batting team first at Connery, they would have won all the games thus far, and looking like the possibility of a total pass to 60, which Jamaica got and were able to defend, but still some work to do.
Well,
go
ahead.
It's hitting time. Down to deep backward square. 1 had 2 coming back, and Jeremy Samuels again not collecting cleanly. But it was good running. Victor ran the first one fast, and you were able to think about a second.
Yeah, indeed. And ball being played out in the deep areas of the field. We are not overly elaborating that point of view, but it has been proven that once you can put pressure on the outfielders, there is always that opportunity of getting the second. And so now, I have to join the historian analysis of Noval by saying 260 have been achieved, Noval. You have to give a man his flowers while he's living. You're getting all. You're getting plenty. One more run. So 261, Noval. But it's been a pleasure, and it is still been a pleasure, because cricket is always on its day, and it's obvious though that USA 2 will have a huge task on hand. But as Novel described it quite accurately, one struck in the air, and one of our scorers is saying out before the catch is taken, and she's right again, out caught on the log-off boundary. But it is obvious that wickets in hand, coming down to the final legal deliveries, go at it. You have nothing to lose anymore, USA 1. But we know for sure that USA 2 going to have a huge task on hand, Noval. But one of the players getting a little refreshment out there, another bag going out, this time also to a batsman. And now Another batsman making his way to the wicket. How many wickets gone down? 8 it
It's
is?
8 down.
But the past the 260 as you...
It's 261 now for 8.
Okay, so you're right on track, Nova.
So it's still 2 wickets in hand and another 9 legal deliveries. We're in the 49th over. 49th over.
So they will need not to give any free hits or wides. Oh Lord, that will be advantageous in that sense. So they will just have to try and keep it wicket to wicket, no wides, no free hits. Try to even bowl a maiden over.
What's puzzling to me is what is being allowed here. We have 2 batters standing talking, and we are already with a slow over rate. The umpires are not. They're standing right in front of the square leg umpire, and the umpire hasn't been pushing the players to get on with it. This is just very poor, and I think too much is being allowed here by the on-field umpires not to ensure we get on with it. We are already we're already 30 minutes beyond the cutoff point. We should have already gone in for lunch and be coming back out to be bowling, and the umpires are allowing players to stand and talk.
Yeah, I think the umpires have been very poor in that aspect, and that should, especially like you said there, Noval, you don't have to. And
we should have already gone in for lunch, and that has not happened, and still no urgency been shown by the batting team.
But it's the umpires to lay the blame at, because they are the officiators anyway outside the off stump. So a good start with that delivery, and that was so evident. It was so obvious that you went so far past the cutoff time. So you should be insisting to the batsmen, let's get on with the game, because
that's what should happen.
That's what should have happened. Anyway, here is it. Being struck into the ground. So far, good direction, good control. It's not easy when it comes down to these times for bowlers, but so far he has been doing it well from the community centre end. We are at the National Park Heroes end giving our deliberations. So here is another delivery. Can he get it right? He does so. Bowl him. But Nova, looking at that one kept a little on the low side, you know.
Probably a little low. Probably a little low, but
so that again, now to be chasing the total that has been posted like that. So would this let in the final batsman for what the umpire? No, the batsman is coming. Yes, that's not it. That is where we're saying the umpire should have been pulling up the players here, because what you can be going to say now to the incoming batsman, you know,
where he's walked almost to the boundary rope, he should be standing waiting. Really, Victor, this is not good enough for me from the umpires. They are allowing the batters, the non-striker or the striker actually should have been standing waiting to bat. And even the fielders.
Well, I'm going to have a few words with the umpires at the break. They might be offended, but it is not necessary for what has taken place. As you quite rightly said, that here is it. 1:20 is the cutoff time, and now it's what?
6 minutes to 2. We haven't taken lunches yet, and you're allowing batters to walk to the incoming batsman to walk back to face, and bowlers are not in position. It's wasting time. That has already elapsed. We have lost the lunch hour or the lunch time that we should have had. So it will be interesting to see the match referee's report. I mean, we wouldn't see it, but it would really speak volumes. 2 runs had, total moves on to 263 for 9, and
legal deliveries now to be bowled. What it is now, though? How many legal deliveries to be bowled?
Just 5 more.
5 more. Avoid wides, avoid free hits.
So if we had to put it into perspective, Victor, all the other games have already gone to lunch, and we're still ongoing here. And they have gone to lunch some time ago. Barbados, Barbados are now batting, chasing down 100 and that one will go into the square leg boundary for 4. So it takes the total now on to 267. So Barbados in chase of 125 for victory at 60 for 4.
They're up against.
The Leeward Islands chasing 242 for victory. They have already started batting because they should be batting. They have had lunch and they're back out.
And what's the total now?
They're 2 without loss.
Oh, yeah.
And in the other encounter, Windward's 262 for 8. Guyana not yet batting, but the first inning is still ongoing here at Connery. So that says obviously
it speaks volumes.
It speaks volumes as to what's happening, and it's just been a very slow approach in the field here by the USA too. And the umpires, you have not seen any gesticulations to the captain or to the fielders to let's get on with it. But 4 legal deliveries left 267 for 9. Again into mid wicket. Perhaps they're going to try for 2. Yes, they do. Strong throw by Kappa. Not able to restrict them for 2 runs.
Well, the running is good. Ball played out to the deep mid wicket area from right away. The striker started, then the non-striker picked up the rhythm of sprinting. Really getting 2 in the end. 3 legal deliveries remaining. The striker hanging over a bit, no doubt. Probably might just a little exhaustion, but just coming to the crease, he shouldn't be that tired. I mean, 19 and so on, full of energy. Here is a delivery. Down the leg side, oh my. Could have ill afford that. So 5 runs in the end because it's now been signaled wide. So extra bonus there for 269 now, Noble, and even making it now, 274, pardon me, and even making it more now, a great challenge ahead for USA number 2. Legal deliveries remaining, still is 3, and my word. And Novel, we have had a high percentage of over 200 runs so far, at least at this venue. We've seen quite a few.
We have had a couple.
Yep. Boom. Good delivery though. Not a wide this time. But I think the right approach by the batsman, putting the willow towards it or trying to get it on the willow, did not succeed. True to the keeper. Now 2 legal deliveries remaining. Runs on the board has been established by USA 1 after winning the toss earlier this morning here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They are up against their counterparts, but USA 2, and they would know this is going to be a great challenge for them. That is USA 2. Here is the next delivery being struck in the air. Is the fielder going to get under it? And yes, the catch has been taken, Noval, and the scorers will get who took that catch, but the final total is 274. So that concludes the first segment, Noval. So we're not certain what may happen in terms of the luncheon interval, if they will take the full minutes or we have to come back out right away.
Well, that will be determined by the officials, but just to give a very quick update to our listeners as to how the inning panned out. Admit he had 27 from 44, Gill 80 from 93, Sahash had 44 from 59, Nitish he had 6 from 22, Shrivastava had 53 from 39, Shiv Shani 20 from 20, Ayagar got 2, Advit he had 21, Sahir 2, and Suprash Kumar he was out without scoring. The bowling for USA 2, Ayash Patel got 1 for 42, PD got 2 for 50, Shaya he got 2 for 14, Adit Kappa had 1 for 42. Sidant, who took the first wicket, he had 1 for 49, and Rahul Basu 3 for 48. So the total needed is 275 that USA 2 will need for victory. We're going to take a short break, and we are not so sure how short or long it is, but we're going to have a break before we get back to you with more commentaries.
and the second segment of this encounter between USA 2. They're just about ready to receive the first delivery. A loud appeal and very adamant and very confident. And the umpire is in the affirmative of not out. But then it was very confident from the slip cordon and the wicket keeper. And not out is the umpire decision. 274 is the total, with USA 2 will have to get 275 for victory. Here is the second delivery. What would it produce? Outside the off stump, played to a gully, and the field so far is the keeper, and their first and second slip, a gully, a short point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a fielder going on the square leg boundary. And then what is this, clean ball or what? Well, another close call, and the USA number one, very impressive in this their first over. Wow. Yes, and then afterwards things simmer down. Well. Well, let us see what happened in this over. Striking him on the pad. Obviously, as we can indicate to see, the wicketkeeper was moving down the leg side, so obviously not pitching in line. But USA 1, they're looking very aggressive in this opening encounter here of this innings. So USA 1 bowling now, defending 274. Here is the next delivery. Batsman getting well behind it. No run. So not opening their counters yet. USA 2. They will have a very challenging task on their hand. If they should get the victory, they will have to get to 275. Wow, that's a tall asking. There is the wicketkeeper standing back, a first slip, a second slip, a gully, a short point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a fielder on the backward square leg boundary. Trying to go over the top, not connecting. A maiden over. 4 overs have been completed by USA 2, and really 2 batsmen now having mid-pitch conversation. They're knowing from ball 1 that it's going to be a very challenging total, but really 275 to get for victory, even before facing a delivery. It's a great challenge. Okay, this bowler is Kumar, right? Thanks. Kumar is going to pick it up from the National Heroes Park end. There is the wicketkeeper standing back. There is a first slip, a second slip, a man on the third man boundary. There is a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a man on the long leg boundary, and a fielder at wide mid-on. The first over was a maiden over. This is the second one from the National Heroes Park end, down the leg side, and the first set of runs is going to come We would like to believe it's going to be wide. And yes, here comes the signal, wide. So opening up the account is USA 2. They are actually 2 without loss. Well, not a good start in this first over. Already conceding a wide. Open up the account for USA 2. These two batsmen will try definitely as Kumar races away from this, the national heroes in park. Outside the off stump, another wide signal. Oh my, and early Kumar is not getting his direction as he would like. The total onto 3 without loss. USA 2 batting chasing 274, which one. For the right-hander, first and second slip with the wicketkeeper standing back. A fielder on the third man boundary. There's a gully, a point, a cover, and a mid-off. Gets it outside the off stump, but not wide enough for the umpire to call another wide. So this over could be a bit lengthy. 3 runs is the total thus far for USA 2. Kumar is the bowler in progress from this, the National Heroes Park End, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, sporting the number 30 on the back of his jersey. A much better line delivery, but the batsman is getting equally behind it and playing it out to short cover, and there is no run. To Malal. Here is right on the spot. Batsman equally to it. Playing it quietly, no run. Well, the USA 1-2, they're going to have to get through these overs quickly, because Eastern Caribbean time by the unofficial clock states now it's 15 minutes to 3 p.m. Oh my. Here is Kumar. Oh, and being struck. It's going to come straight beneath us here. It might just have the legs to cross the boundary. We'll have to wait and see. It does so now. So 4 more runs to the total. Kumar having an expensive over in the sense that he have already conceded some wides, and now the boundary coming off of the bat. Advances USA 2, total 7 without loss. They would need 268 runs, and we will, at the current run rate now, they're going 4.20. So Kumar would be thinking of getting better directions, better good line and length. Moves in now, short of a length. Well, that has been a lot better. Being played quietly out to cover, short cover, there is no run. For those of you who might just be joining us here at the Connery Cricket Centre, this morning when USA won the toss, they decided that they would bat, and no, he had bowled a few wides, so knowingly he has to re-bowl everyone. And here is Kumar outside the off stump. Oh my, and another wide again. So there was not a high percentage of wides in the USA 1 innings, and now already we have seen the USA 2. And the total advances now with 8 without loss. And so far wides is the leading run getter so far in this innings. Kumar not getting his line and length well. Could he get this delivery better? Not good enough, but off the bat, one play down to fine leg. So another run to the total. It is now 9 without loss. USA 2 batting. Well, there's some sort of urgency in the field. The fielders are running to their respective positions after that over was completed. Two batsmen having a mid-pitch conversation, knowing the responsibility lies hugely on their shoulders to try and get a good start to their team, which will be very appropriate in the circumstances whereby they have to chase 275 to get for victory. 274 USA once scored when they batted first. More runs. They're going to look for 2, is it? They run 1, they run quickly. No, a fielder has it in hand, and coming off the square leg is Kumar. But in the end, the batsmen, they were able to get a loss. The two batsmen having their exchange of words in the middle. No doubt they will have to work out what is necessary in trying to get this 274, which was scored by USA 1. But for the left-hander now, there is 2 slips, a gully. There is a fielder down here on the third man boundary just beneath us at this National Heroes Park, and there is a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a man on the long leg boundary. Outside the off stump, well judged by the batsman, leaving it true to the keeper. Yeah. Well, many viewers will be getting the stream and they would actually be seeing what is going on out there in the middle. They too will have their own perception of what they are seeing, and what they have just seen now is a forward defensive stroke being played quietly into short extra cover, and there is no run. Played defensively into the offside. No run. Okay. Oh, this is handsomely driven. It's going to go close to the deep extra cover boundary. It crosses the line now. 4 runs to Anch. Getting it into the deep extra cover area. Nicely executed cover drive. He was down on one knee and placed it well and earned himself 4 runs. So 14 it is. This is the final legal delivery coming up in over number 3. It would be, as let us see what this final delivery will bring. And a defensive stroke. And after 3 overs, USA 2 chasing 274. They are 14 without loss. Kumar is going to continue from this, the National Heroes Park end. And we can see a fielder going out on the deep and wide third man boundary. There is one already out on the square leg boundary. And then there is a mid-on. So there is a wide gap between mid-on the leg side and the man on the deep square leg boundary. All the other fielders are on the offside for the right-hander. Ooh, and that is a good delivery. He had the batsman fishing at it, and luckily for him, he did not get a touch because there are two slips waiting with the wicketkeeper standing back and also a gully. So a much better start for Kumar. He did not start his first over well, but so far he has found a better line and length, and no doubt his captain would hope that he can keep it within those areas. So, and here the action continues. It is 14 without loss. Kumar. Oh, and a good delivery again. So Kumar is now finding more his own in terms of his direction and length, and that has been the second delivery that's have evaded the batsman outside edge and no run. So the two batsmen at the crease now looking very good. And here is Kumar. He is operating from the National Heroes Park end. Outside the awesome shot and cut. It's going to go into the deep extra cover boundary area, and 4 runs, and really 4 valuable runs, and they have to make all the opportunities available when they present themselves, as I've been rejoined by my fellow commentator Novel Mockall. And Novel, as soon as you enter the 4 runs, you have brought to USA Team 2. So welcome back, Novel.
Good afternoon to listeners, and USA Team 2 in pursuit of 275. Formidable total.
It is.
But Kumar, right arm fast. And another good shot. Victor piercing the cover boundary now for 4. It was just eased onto his front foot. Played with all grace and timing. And that ran away for 4. I saw Kumar bowling a few deliveries, Victor, that touched down and just seamed away from Tumala. But in this case, he was equal to the task, and he took advantage of an overpitch delivery.
Yes, and Kumar, he has been settled more. His first over, he conceded a few wides, but now he seems like he's getting it in a lot more areas. But the execution was superb. The timing was nice, and these two starting off and consolidating, and they know how important it is to get that opening stand going. And here is more runs. It looked like a possibility for 2, and they did so in the end. So good running, and they are running the first one quickly. They know what is ahead of them, Novel, and they're looking good so far.
Well, 24 without loss from 3.5 overs. It's a good start. It's above the required at the moment, but there is a long way to go. Nonetheless, and Tumala and Ansh would want to capitalize on anything that's loose or fractionally loose to score. Overpitched again, through extra cover this time, and there's no doubt about it, it will run away for 4. So Tumala, Victor, in a good mood right now.
Yeah, and really timing the ball nicely. And that is the hallmark here at the Connery Cricket Centre too. Lightning fast outfield here. And anytime the ball, most of the times, that the ball beats that inner ring within the 30-yard circle, especially when it's going to go onto the western side of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it was 4 written all over it. So these two, knowing what is ahead of them for USA 2, and off to a flying start in terms of their current run rate, Novel. But if they can really bat and establish a good opening stand, as USA 1 had 83 for their first wicket, they are speaking things then in that aspect.
You're so correct, Victor. It will be important for the opening partnership to be significant
Yeah.
to allow the middle order and perhaps lower order to build on that platform to launch towards 275. Current run rate of 7, required is only 5.5. So in a good position. That one is pulled down to long on, the mid on and mid off. They are chasing, and the 2 runs picked up already. And it's Gag, the left arm seamer.
And what you said too is so relevant, Noval, in that because they are now early in their innings, these two openers, and they are ahead of the required run rate. If they are conscious that they are ahead of the current run rate, then they would know that as much as the fours are important, those avoiding those dot balls is even more relevant to just keep that required rate at that height that they're going now. Oh my, good fielding there. And what we have noticed too, Novel, is that even when balls are struck powerfully in the deep areas of the field or even within the 30-yard circle, we have not seen a very regular, inconsistent in bounce going to the fielders. So the outfield, no doubt, is showing a good aspect.
It's a good outfield out here.
Yeah, in general. So kudos to the ground staff here at the Canary Cricket Centre. And everybody must be congratulated when they do good works down the leg side, and that is good work by the keeper. Definitely saving 4 wides as it's now signal a wide. So already the USA 2, they're stepping up their percentage of wides, and I think they might have just surpassed USA 1 when they bowled, and they did not bowl many wides. And away scorers would give us what USA bowled in wides. I think it might just have been 4, if I'm not mistaken, or 5, but we'll get it officially. Here is the next delivery, though, being quietly played defensively, and no runs. Well, no, I thought for a moment when I see the umpire moving, but he was only moving out of the way. But total now is what? Wow, 31. So early 4.3 overs and 31 USA 2 without losing a wicket. So they should feel good that they are above the required scoring run rate. Here, batsman not having to play. 1 pitch outside the off stump, but not wide enough for the umpire to call it a wide. With a heavy pack offside field for the left-hander, the keeper standing back. A first slip, a gully. There's a fielder down at the 3rd man boundary. There's a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. But then on the leg side, there is no one close to the square leg umpire, only a fielder on the long leg boundary, just beneath us here at the National Heroes Park end. Outside the off stump, cut into the ground. For a moment, I thought that he did not hit it into the ground, but he did. Avoided any opportunity of a catch. And one legal delivery left. And here, I wonder why he came in shouting. Here is, anyway. Yeah, that's right. Keep them on track because here is a delivery outside the off stump. Now signals another wide. And Novel, the USA 2, they have already conceded some early wides. And that's also, too, will help the cause for USA 2 because it will have to rebowl and one goes to the total. But like you indicated early, the USA 2, they are above the required scoring rate, which is good.
Yes, they will have to maintain that and just try to guide the chase by not putting themselves under pressure. Just continue to tick the scoreboard over. But Victor, Tumala, that's the man on 20 right now. He's had a half century thus far. And he had 38 in his first game. And a couple of other players, Amog, he got 66. So there is some batting capability among the ranks of the USA 2 team. So they just need to continue batting to set up a nice platform for that middle order launch to 275. They can ill afford to have quick wickets falling. So these two would be critically important to preventing that.
And as you indicated, the batters in the hut who have got relatively good scores, but it would be very valuable if these two can go on to establish a good foundation. And then, as usual, again, Novel game on, because that stat is always such relevance to where now that the USA2. Well, what is also interesting now too, the wicketkeeper standing up for Kumar, so it's gonna suggest to the striker on strike to keep his feet within that crease. Good confidence move by the wicketkeeper.
Almost paid off, Victor. Was the batsman to play tentative. That one almost rolling back onto the stump. So it's had a positive effect immediately.
Yeah, and most of the times we see that usually happening because the batsmen, they will be quite conscious that they have to be very careful, and especially if the keeper is one who have very sharp and good reflexes. And really, just seeing him doing this for the first time, it takes confidence for the wicketkeeper to stand up to a fast bowler. And Kumar is not that slow in terms of what he is delivering. Here is a delivery outside the off stump. Oh my, another wide.
Well, not getting the direction right here is Kumar, and he would have to calm himself down. Get the radar lined up. We need to bowl fast. Age, we kind of like to let it go as fast for pace and speed.
I wonder if he's trying to bowl too quick.
Possibly.
A much better delivery, at least much better directed, where the batsman had to play just quietly out to short mid wicket and there's no run. Well, the USA too, to Noval, they will really have to try and get through these overs in a quick fashion in terms of moving around and knowing who is going to come into the attack and where the fielders should go immediately, because this is going to be a pressing moment in that aspect. So quietly paid back down the strip for Kumar to field to his own bowling, but tosses it to a man at extra cover. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders within the 30-yard circle. So quite rightly so too, because if they can also put pressure on these two, where they do not get runs, especially on the offside, easily, by not getting those singles easily. Well, on the onsides, it's different because there's a fielder on the long leg boundary. And here is one played to mid-on. So Kumar coming back nicely with that last delivery there. Getting it more on the center stump possibly, where was played quietly out to mid-on and no run. So what can be the general final outcome of this encounter? All left to be seen, still a long way off. But Kumar, he's going to look to get his first wicket for his team, USA 1.
And that one's lifted over mid-on. A couple of runs will be had here. They go for 1, they turn for 2. And that's all they would have. So taking the aerial route is Tumala able to get 2 runs there. And Kumar just going Victor a little bit on the leg stump a bit, and it can really open up an opportunity for Tumala to be very fit to the onside if he's fairly strong there.
Yes, and Tumala did not time it as he would have liked to, but even though it was aerial, he was safe in the end because it just evaded the man at mid-on inside the 30-yard circle. Nice late cut, playing it with soft hands, but there's a man on the wide point boundary, and right away we can see the batsman bending over now. We are not too certain if he might have just hurt some areas, but he seems to be all right. The umpire just asked for some gardening of the wicket at the non-striker's end where he is now. But at this present moment, though, 36, the loss of no wicket. USA 2, batting but chasing what? 274 runs. That's a huge asking task, but a quiet and steady start by the two openers.
Well, it's the kind of start you want, steady, consistent. No real interruption from it. We do have a bowling change that's coming up.
What the number is?
What the number is? 12. It's put in the number 12 for USA 2. It's going to be Advid. And that one going to be caught at first slip. Trying to guide that one was Tumala. Unable to get it past first slip, and it was a very good catch that was taken by the number 18. And that's Uktash. That one, he pouched beautifully. Wicket number 1, Victor.
Well, and that is the start that USA 1 needed, and they got it because the two openers, they were looking just at the particular moment that they were setting a good slow start, but then on the other hand, the first wicket going down, and immediately all the players for USA 1, they are gathered together, no doubt discussing what would they do for the incoming batsman, trying to no doubt keep him on strike to see, but a good start for USA 1, Novel, by getting that first wicket.
Well, a very good catch at first slip by Srivastava. He pouched that really comfortably. It was good height, a little bit to his right, and he took that catch. So the man who had been scoring comfortably for USA 2, he's now back up in the hut.
And also to a catch like that nature would also lift the bowler's spirit and in general lift the team spirit in general, because catches really win matches, and it is catches like those to Noval that usually win matches. And you know, as a bowler yourself, to how inspirational that is, and a big motivator in general for the team. So that's the way the first wicket going down for the USA number 2.
Well, it's important, Victor, when balls go into the ear, that you, as a bowler, you want to be backed up by your fielders. That was indeed the case. Krishna, with his first delivery, able to find the edge and first wicket time. New batter to the crease is Jeremy Samuel. He was the one wicket keeping for the USA 2. So he's now at the crease, batting at number 3. Jeremy Samuel.
Well, Shiv, the captain for the USA number 1, he would be pleased of that early first wicket, and in general the team in its sense. But let us see what will happen from this delivery. That was a good one, Nerval. Just most likely touching down on the area where the batsman had to be playing. And luckily for him, did not get a touch onto it because the keeper standing back on a solitary slip. And what is also good about the field placing for America, for the USA 1, is that obviously once you have had a total like that, you can't go quite early for that defensive motive. You got to look to take wickets. And it is good to see that there is a slip and a gully going down now. And here is one being turned and finding a fielder at the short square leg position, well backed up on the other side because he had a strong throw at the non-striker's end. Probably the batsman was just indicating a little out of his ground, but it was good backing up on the other side.
Indeed, batsman Ansh was backing up too far himself as the non-striker and had to get back to his crease. But Krishna bowling a solid over here so far. And that one's Yorker length and played back up the track by Jeremy Samuel. It's 36 for 1 from 6.5. And Krishna has come in, Victor, picked up a wicket, and then he's, as we would say back in the day, you're joining up the dot balls to apply the pressure.
Well, that is very important, especially after establishing a total of 274 when they batted first here at the Connery Cricket Centre. USA 2, they have a huge responsibilities on their shoulders. Good defensive backward stroke of the final delivery of that over. So, and the USA 1 Novel, they will have to get into their positions early and get in their overs quickly as possible, because that can also be a factor, but we would hope that it would not come down to a time frame where the light gets evaded and
Well, I did pitch that one at the umpire. They said that they gave allowances for incidents on the field. I don't know what they were, but it was almost 40 minutes extra we played. So it's very concerning that it's possible if this were to go 50 overs, it's going to play with a lot less light than we would hope.
well, what could probably speed up the process, as we know, the ball from both ends. But on the other hand, though, if they're getting into the relative positions quite quickly, because look here now, I mean, taking some time even to start this over from this national heroes end, and we can see number 14 is the one with it in hand, and he is
Admit.
okay. So he's going to try to look for the second wicket.
Short one. Yes, pulled by Ansh. Probably it's a bit too early. That one was in a good area to be hit away.
Yeah.
Admit. Victor, as we would say, he's testing the deck to see what it would offer.
Yeah, the batsman, he went into the stroke a little early, probably just slightly misjudging the pace of the ball, because if he did, no, not a fielder is on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but that wasn't to be so. Getting on top of a delivery, pitch short, but finding a fielder at point, no runs could be had. And on the offside for the left-hander, the keeper is standing back now with a solitary slip and a fielder on the third man boundary. There is a point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off. So heavily packed offside field. Obviously, the bowler bowling around the wicket is going to look to be striving for off stump, because having the majority of fielders on the offside for the left-hander, that most likely is going to be his intention. Shot, pulled away, and would it go for 6? Oh yes, it has cleared the boundary. So he got his time in early upon that one and executed it nicely, Novel. And those are the type of deliveries that which USA 2 will have to really grasp and take them well when they present themselves.
Well, Admit showed the intention very early that he's going to bowl short or short of a good length. That one was short, and Ansh jumped on it and gave it the overs. And he would want to adjust that length a bit. The Ansh would have missed out on an opportunity to put him away early, the very first ball of the over, but probably didn't get the pace right. And owing to the fact that he faced a couple of deliveries, he was able to capitalize on that sharp ball. Better length, better line by Admit. Don't want to give too much away. As USA 2 seeking to get their run chase up and going. Victory test match between West Indies and Australia is on the way. At this stage, West Indies in the field again. It's 13 without loss, Australia batting. And there are a few changes that were made to that team.
Which team?
West Indies, Michael Louis comes in, Kevlin Anderson comes in, and they would have removed Anderson from Trinidad and they have brought back in Jomel Warrican. So those are the changes in the team so far. But Australia, they are batting at this stage.
So Novel McCall getting it right again in calling the exclusions and the incoming players. And it is good that here is another rondo. The wicketkeeper did not take off the bails. Would that have been an interesting call? It might have been, but not to be. But in any event, the final delivery just being completed. But that would have been very interesting. Well, it is good to see that Michael Louis has gotten an opportunity and a chance. And we are all hoping that when he gets his opportunity to go at the crease, he would deliver. But at the same time, though, is Australia batting first. And thanks for that update there, Noval. And a lot of persons who I asked about their mission to, those were the two names they called coming in. Because the same Kevlin Anderson, he had a very good regional cricket series. And I think at present, if I'm not mistaken, I stand to be corrected, that he might just have now 8 regional hundreds. But this is the highest level of cricket. That is why it is called the Test Match Examination.
Oh, it is. It examines many aspects of the game, your technique, and everything that comes along with it. Patience. There's a lot that comes with that examination. But nonetheless, we're here at Connery. 8 overs bowled, 43 for 1. USA 2 chasing 275 as Krishna continues his work from the Connery village end.
Yeah, and really he would have to try to look for more inroads into this batting order of Team 2. I usually have a little slogan, Novel, which I use is, I refer to 2020 cricket as the exhibition.
It is.
And Test match is the examination.
I think you're correct about that. There's much required from a Test match player to a T20 player because you don't have to be very patient when you're playing T20 cricket. And a thick edge for 6 is considered a good shot.
You better believe that. And you have been a witness to that when you have different responsibilities in the CPL to be on the public address system, which I must say that you have been doing a good job. And I hope you regain that contract for the 3 one-day international matches coming up. No, well, on a serious note, I like to be humorous, but I like to be realistic. I mean, I have heard you, and you have been doing a good job. And not just from me, many persons have said that. And I just wish the best for my very good friend because you're deserving of it. And I hope that you get a contract there again, you know.
Well, I've been approached already.
Okay.
3 games.
So I am not pronouncing anything inconvenient. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Noval. Yeah, but it's good, you know. And it is good when we have persons locally who can do jobs instead of just bringing in overseas people all the time. So here is runs though. Here, and they're going to look for 2 because there is slightly hesitation and they have to take every opportunity that is the USA to look for every available run that presents itself because chasing a total of 274, that is what they have to be keen on. They got to be sprinting between the wickets.
Yes, everyone on offer must be taken. Victor, one of the things I've always said, especially spending time as a bowler, a very good batsman takes everyone on offer.
Yes,
if
indeed.
They defend into the offside and you don't attack the ball, they're off. They're going to get one. And that's the hallmark of a very good batsman. Most persons think it's just the expansive shot stroke play that's pretty and classy. A lot of it comes down to their craftiness, their ability to just see an opportunity for runs and take it.
Yeah, in any form or fashion. And you're so right. And especially if you're playing it on its merit.
Yes.
And all batsmen will always have favorite strokes, but if the deliveries are not in those areas, don't try to create it, and that could be very detrimental to an innings.
Totally agree.
But here now though, we are seeing a good contest on hand.
Oh, that's a hard way to go. Ansh was looking to pull Krishna, and Krishna with his second wicket, he played that into his middle stump, and you could see the frustration from the young man. Not pleased with himself, can't be upset with anyone else. But there goes the second wicket going via the bold route, and it's Krishna again picking up the second wicket.
But I believe a little pace was taken off of that delivery.
It's possible.
It's possible. Because from this distance, it's very difficult to pick it up, but it might have just been. But in any event, another wicket going down, the second one. And as these wickets keep to go down to and letting in new batsmen, as you would know, Noval, it's going to be even more a huge challenge. And really, USA 1 out there in the field now and knowing what they posted, they should be very confident, even more so, having 2 wickets going down for USA 2 before they reach their first 50.
Definitely. And we have a new batter, Arapele. Amog Arapele is in the wicket now, and he would want to pick the fight up to take it to USA 1. They are in the ascendancy though, Victor. USA 1, they have batted well, and they have now returned with a fairly decent performance thus far with the ball in the field.
Yeah, and that is so important. But as we all know too, when in a tournament of this magnitude and 50 overs and getting to 274, here is where too that bowlers who would not usually try certain deliveries because of what they have achieved in terms of the total, they can also try it in between their overs, different deliveries, that variety, to see how it would work. If they was not so confident before, now it's an opportunity with the total posted to try those things and to build confidence.
Well, Arapele is going to face, and well, no, he's not. He's on the non-strikers end. And the 2 runs taken. Victor, the new batter, he's not faced yet. He has had a half century against Trinidad and Tobago in the opening match of this tournament, or the opening match days. He wouldn't have had a strike against the Windwards as that game was rained out, and against the Leeward Islands he only got 11, so he would want to improve on that. Getting a half century should have given him some confidence. But here's Jeremy Samuels. He would suggest Victor he read that properly, the back foot coming across late.
I would, yes, give him the benefit of the doubt. The idea was movement. And also, really, Novel, in reality, it's a very, very huge responsibility. But having said that, though, lots of overs to be bowled. So with good shot selection, good timing of the ball, because this outfield here is very quick here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Ideal conditions for cricket, brilliant sunshine. Here is another delivery. Short, going down the leg side. Right away, the umpire has called wide again.
Well, the wicket keeper tried something, giving a massive appeal, a loud appeal, hoping to distract the umpire from calling the obvious, which was wide.
Yep, and really, it is really on here for USA 2. They really up against it. But a partnership between these two, who knows what can happen? We'll have to wait and see. Nice solid defensive prod. just quietly back down the turf for the bowler to move to his left to stop it, and then the fielder just recovered it, so no run. The umpire now having a close look, just making certain that the bowler is not running in what would be considered the dangered area, and coming back into position is the umpire, presiding from this the National Heroes Park, and USA 2 needs to consolidate. Plays it out to short mid-wicket. No run. And overall, what the Leeward Islands are doing in their encounter, we will get that shortly. Well, I hope at least that they can bat out their 50 overs.
Well, please.
Well, whatsoever it is, but we will get it after this delivery, but we wait and see now. And here, played quietly to short, mid-on position, no run. So what's the position there, Nova?
So the last score I checked, there were 3 wickets down. So I'm going to get you the more updated score.
And they would be chasing some runs there, no doubt.
They're chasing 241.
Oh my.
242 for victory. They're now 87 for 4. And Kunal Tolokani is on 43. He opened the batting. They have moved him into an opening position. And the captain Matthew Miller on 8. So this is probably where a partnership is needed to build and put some pressure on Trinidad. So work to do.
Yeah, and I think the young player there for the Leeward Islands, I see where he have very good potential of developing into becoming a good all-around cricketer. Well, we're going to have a refreshment break. The ground staff is going out to do their usual gardening when that happens, and some emergency feelers going out also too with their refreshment supplies. So we here now too will take a short break until that resumes here at the Connery Cricket Centre. pleasant good afternoon. We are back just right after the refreshment that the players all participated with. And heavily packed offside field with the wicket keeper standing up. Solitary slip. There is a fielder going on the third man boundary. There is also a point. An extra cover, a mid off, a man at mid on, a mid wicket, and a man on the backward square leg boundary. Here is the action continuing here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And here it is, operating from that community centre. And what can be the result now? Played quietly down to third man. Is there a fielder coming off the boundary? Yes, there is. 1 run shall be had there. And all the runs will count for this USA 2 team. They are chasing a total of 274, which was scored by USA 1. So it is going to be a huge asking for, but if the USA 2 is going to do it, they have to do it in partnerships. Partnerships.
And USA 1 got an opening partnership big of 83. And a couple of others in that region. So these two need to stay there and build, and that's an uppercut, almost going down to third man directly, but it took a bounce. Jeremy Samuels very short, had to even jump to get that one, but he was intent on playing it. His partner, a mug up Arapelli, a much taller player than he is. No standard height per se. Short into the pitch, making some height as well. 51 is on the board for USA 2. But still a lot of work to do. Another 225 Victor to get. And balls are 237. So it's important at this stage to rotate, pick up runs as frequently as they can so as to stay in the hunt. Quietly forward. Defended into extra cover. Missing no action at this time. It's Krishna working his way from the Connery village end. And that one's pulled down to backward square and dealt with by Kumar, who hurled the return in. Just one picked up by Arapelli. So quiet phase of play. Quiet phase of play. In the 11th over. Just one more ball remaining. Jeremy Samuels, he is still getting himself in, just 12 deliveries face. Short one outside the off stump. He's going to allow that to go away into the wicket-keeper's gloves. And no one. It's the end of the 11th over. 51 for 2. USA 2. Chasing 275 for victory. Lots of work to be done here as they have lost the openers, and we are now into some aspects of the middle order. We're going to have a bowling change. Sporting the number 81 is Anshrine. First spinner coming into the bowling attack.
Well, the USA one, they have to bring spinners into the attack if they're going to get through these overs quickly. With spinners, would usually take quicker time, but also too that they will have to get the fielders in the appropriate positions quite quickly. Not just because they are slow bowlers, but it means then if you are making consistent variations in the field positions, it take up just probably equal amount of time that seam bowlers would also take up, because we are seeing now the field look like is more getting into the positions that the bowler would like, with the keepers standing up first slip. There is a man at point, but there is a field on the deep cover boundary, while there is a short extra cover and a cover. And let us see what he would have in his armory. His first delivery, his left arm too, short, finding the outside edge to the left of the field at point. Makes a valiant save by restricting both batsmen to just a single. So very interesting. And I like this move here now. We are bringing in the fielders inside. The man who was at deep cover comes in. The man who was at long off comes in also too. Within the 30-yard circle, flights it. Good delivery. Batsman back on the back foot, playing it out to a short cover. So there is a solitary slip with the wicketkeeper standing up point. Extra cover, short cover, and a mid-off. Here is another delivery over the wicket, well flighted. And he has all reasons where he can use his opportunity by giving the ball flight, because a huge total has already been posted. So USA 1 doing well, short though outside the off stump, cut, but cannot beat the man at point. Move smartly to his left, and to his benefit, he got a very good bounce. So that also assists him in avoiding USA 2 of getting any further runs. Outside the off stump, and not wide enough to be considered a wide, but wide enough for the batsman to not attempt of playing a stroke. Well, next delivery, left arm orthodox spinner short, being pulled down. Oh, and good anticipation still. That final delivery, the field at mid-on, collecting it just on the volley, avoiding any further runs. Well, we can see a little more purpose now in terms of the movements in the field. We can see fielders trying to get into the positions early, but at the same time, though, they will have to really turn around quite quickly and try to bowl deliveries as quickly in a quick possession, so they can get through the overs as quickly as possible, because the time frame is ticking away here. Still ideal conditions, good for cricket. So we will have
Indeed.
to concentrate.
Good for cricket. It's Krishna. He's bowled 3 overs, 5 runs, picked up 2 wickets. And I will confirm that with our scorers. But the more important total is 52 for 2. That USA 2 chasing 275. There's some distance away. Someone needs to get in and get a total. But as Victor mentioned, they must do it in partnerships. So these two will want to build something good into the pitch. And that one will go over the boundary. Now it goes for 6. A very good shot. Too short. Arapelli jumped on it and hammered it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Yes, and a good timing in truth. Well-deserving execution too. And we're going to see the third umpire coming out with the next ball, because that one again went out of the ground. So they have to find the next ball. And earlier, one did disperse to outside of the ground, but they will have a lot in reservations there for those. And they're really getting it nicely for well-deserving 6. And that is whereby too that USA 2 will have to really take those opportunities and it was well executed for a nice 6. So play has been held up momentarily, and the umpires it appears, were not satisfied with the replacement ball that the third umpire brought out. So he has gone back in. He's now coming back out to meet the 2 presiding umpires. But total now is 58 for 2. USA 2 batting and chasing 274, which was scored by USA 1. So they will look for one that most likely they will be satisfied if it's closer to the one that has been struck out of the ground here on the western side of the Canary Cricket Centre ground. Well, the official umpires standing in the game, going to their respective positions, and these 2 would know, even without a message coming from the dressing room of the USA Team 2, the 2 batsmen out there in the middle novel, they should really have an idea that it's partnerships and big ones will do their team service if they should get anywhere close to 174.
Yes, indeed, Victor. Partnerships are crucial. And as I said, Arapelli, he would have had a good score before, had a half century, and has that to his name, and an opportunity to build. There's a good total to chase. And not a horrible platform, just needs to recover his team out of this with Jeremy Samuels and build on this to get a good score. But they would want to stay together for a while to start building this partnership. At 58 for 2 from 12, not horrible goings. They just need to continue ticking it over. That one ducking back, good seam movement there, and the wicket keeper had to dive to his left to collect that one. So Krishna getting some appreciable movement into the batsman. Defending is Arapelli. No chance of a run. Moving quietly to over number 13. 58 for 2. Arapelli just struck a really massive 6. The length was short. And Krishna has adjusted really well. He would have picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen thus far. And if he could prize Arapelli out, USA won in their time at the crease, got to 274. Gill top scoring with 80. It was a very good 80, well compiled, good drives, good pulls, and he looked like a class act when he batted. We now have Jeremy Samuels, the wicket keeper and that one seeming away. So some good movement here by Krishna when he gets it into good areas, creating problems for the batters. Jeremy Samuels has been out there a while, hasn't faced a ton of deliveries, Still on 3, but needs to get the scoreboard ticking, find a way to get some singles. That one's played up the track. No one is had. Brings about the end of over number 13. It's 59-4-2. USA 2 in hunt of 275. She will continue from the media center end and a single up to long off. That one is swung out to a square leg. It's going to be one bounce. Another single. They're trying to back away there. Zara Pelly trying to push that one to the cover. Not getting any run. USA 2. So it's driven out to cover. And 1-1. It's 62 now. For 2. Arapelli on 11. Jeremy Samuel 4. He's used some 21 deliveries. He needs to find a way to pick up the scoring, get some singles. If he gets anything bad, put it away. That's one's flighted. He's looking to the onside. It would not get past mid-on though. Just 1-1. And must continue to do that regularly. And Shoai, he's on in his second over. Just one more ball to go. Only conceded 5 runs. 63 for 2. Defended. Down to square leg, and the man from mid-wicket had a lot of work to do. Would not have been able to stop the single. Tally rolls on to 64. 2 wickets down. So Shrivastava got 53. Sahash got 44. And Gill 80. They were the major contributors to this total of 274 that USA 2 are in search of. So at 64 for 2 from 14, current run rate of 4.57 and a required of 5.86. So not too far off the pace, but must continue to tick it over. We're appearing to have a change in bowling, are we? So it's going to be Shiv Shami, the captain, Victor. He has ball in hand.
Well, he have to bring something to the table here for his team, and most needed at this particular period of play. After 14 overs have been completed, 64 for 2, 8 wickets are in hand, chasing a total of 274. Heavily packed offside field, so immediately this would be a suggestion to the batsman where the bowler's line most likely would be, because it's evidence that if he's going to have the majority of fielders on the offside for the right-hander, there is no way he's going to be aiming for leg stump.
So, not at all.
Let us see what would his first delivery be like. Well, driven out to wide mid-on and first delivery, the batsmen, they were able to get another run. So this is going to be also to an area that USA too will have to be mindful of if they can keep avoiding the dot deliveries, and whenever and if they present themselves where they get loose deliveries, can get those fours and sixes with these two batting deep into the overs. That also will be of a high priority for them. That could serve them well in the pursuit of their chase. And here is another delivery outside the off stump, guided down. But I think there's a fielder down on the third man boundary. Yes, there is. But in the meantime, though, cannot prevent the batsman from getting another run.
Indeed, Samuel is satisfied with sticking it around and allowing our Pelly to perhaps do whatever boundary hitting that comes on offer. Shiv Shami in his first over. It's a left arm over the wicket. The intent will be to push the ball across the right-hander. Man at backward point, one at point, third man cover. And that one stroked out to point. Deep cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and a man at backward square. So indeed an offside field that offers much protection for the left arm seamer, and he would want to support that by bowling in those areas where the protection is. Would not want to be short to Arapelli, showing the ability to play that pull shot pretty convincingly. So no need to err in length. Just keep it up to the bat and see what will happen. We saw Krishna getting some movement from that end, and that could be the case if Shami is to keep it up. Bringing Arapelli forward. He's defending into the offside. A chance of a run.
So he's definitely finding the areas of good direction, good line and length, not giving the batsman any reason to drive half volley length deliveries. So with that pattern, probably the batsman might have to try some improvisation by moving first early, but that is not so. Again, another dot delivery. So that completes a very good over.
A solid start by Shiv Shami. Just 2 runs off it. 66 for 2. USA 2, they have all to do here if they are to get anywhere close to 274. Because I think, Victor, I would say they're already slightly behind the 8 ball at this stage. 66 for 2 from 15.
Yeah, and really, at one time, they were going along nicely where they was above the required rate. But that's what happens ever so often when wickets are taken. It just slow down the momentum because incoming batsmen, they will take a little time to settle in and get their rhythm going. But here is the first delivery right on the target. And I think that is the major thing that all the bowlers now for USA 1 would have to be aiming for. More wicket-to-wicket deliveries, because the more dot balls is more pressure on the batting team. Here is another one, just played out to point. So it can only get more challenging with the high percentage of dot deliveries. And they have really brought down the required rate at this present moment. And good control by the left-arm orthodox spinner, flighting it but keeping it just on a good length. Sometimes I wonder, though, that if batsmen can have the same amount of time to wait on deliveries, shouldn't you have the same equal amount of time to take a chip or two? But not for that. And going further down the leg side. And I'm sorry, dear. The umpire
has
called
raised
leg before.
Yes.
Leg before wicket.
Sending Jeremy Samuel on his way. From our vantage point.
Came a little late. Anyway, go ahead.
It was a belated decision, but she raised the dreaded index finger, and Anshui has picked up his first wicket. It's 66 for 3. Jeremy Samuel doesn't appear very pleased, walks back dejected, but another important breakthrough for USA 1 to slow the approach and the attempt from USA 2 in getting to this total of 274.
Yeah, and really, I said before even that delivery that the left-hand orthodox spinner were keeping it wicket to wicket, also too, and then even though it was belated, it might have just really struck in between wicket and wicket. We are at a side-on position, so we would not be able to directly say if we were more in line from a media center end, then we would have been able to have a different view. But in any way, the view is that the umpire upheld the decision. So wicket number 3 going down for USA 2, and it's 65 for 3. So 7 wickets are in hand. And right now, 66 for 3. So it is obvious that USA 1 is in charge right now at this present situation.
Oh yes, USA 1 in the field. They have been pretty complete in their approach. They have Darshan. He's now in the wicket. And I will attempt to give you his contributions to this tournament thus far. Well, he opens his account with 4 runs immediately. And easing all the nerves, taking the total now to 70.
Well, that's a good start, getting off the mark there and getting a first boundary in that fashion. And they would need many more boundaries. A delivery outside the off stump. That concludes a successful over.
$70 it is for 3. Arpelli on 14. Darshan 4. And he's just walked to the crease, face 1 delivery, and has dispatched it for 4. Shiv Shami, he will continue from the village end. That's glanced down the leg side and 4 runs easily picked up as there is no fine leg. So Harpelli getting into his work now, starting to tick it over on a more regular basis here, and seems one who is more inclined to score, and he can do so at varying parts of the ground.
Well, it's good that if they can keep that high percentage of boundaries, their scoring tally is just picking up a little better now. They are at 4.58, the current run rate. Still about 5 and some additions there to get to that pinnacle. Here is the delivery.
Well, it took an edge. You could see the reaction from the bowler. The wicket keeper got his hands to it, but would have lost sight of it as it dropped back in front.
Well,
and
the thing was too, it appeared like that delivery got a little extra bounce.
it did get some bounce on it.
Yeah, so
And
it would, and the wicket keeper standing up, that would have always made it very challenging. But in any event, that is a good move still by the keeper to keep pressure on the batsman feet movement. Here is one though being hammered, but there is a feeler on the deep cover boundary, and the batsmen are through for one. So one more to the total. They will need many boundaries, this USA team too. But in the test match, Australia, they are now 33 for one, so one wicket going down. The bowlers continue to hold their own for the West Indies. So that is no surprise to me because they have been bowling well, and no doubt they have started well by getting the first wicket with Australia just on 33 in over.
Good start again by the bowlers, making early inroads. That one's worked into the onside, and no surprise either that it's Constas, the young man. But batsman who have just gotten to the crease here, Victor Darshan, he got 36 in the opening match of this year's tournament.
Well, if possible, he will have to try and double that because 274, that's a lot of runs.
A lot of runs indeed.
A lot of runs.
And wouldn't have feared as well in the next encounter. That one's going out to cover again.
This usually happens when a team like USA 1 posted 274 and then USA 2 batting and chasing that total, and now with just 7 wickets in hand and not reaching anywhere close to the 100 mark or the first 100 is even more a challenge for them on hand.
Well, just defended out to point and hustling in there. Was Nitish. And that brings about the end of over number 17. 77 for 3. USA 2 batting. Arapelli on 20 and Darshan on 5.
Well, most of the times, and not because of this present situation, but I'm always a strong believer in batting first, setting my total and going out and defending it, because I know that once you lose early wickets, it brings in 2 elements of the game. You have to stay at try to achieve a required weight and make certain that you do not get bowled out. So, everybody will have their various views, and you would be no different to others, Novel, but I always prefer to set a total, or to see a total being set and then go out and defend it. And so far, USA 1 is defending it well because 3 wickets already to their column and really going at 4.49, and then balls left and runs required gonna come up. What it is, you're in a better position.
198 from 196.
Okay, so
Yes, pretty
in that
close
sense,
at the moment.
Yeah. But the only difference is the wicket column. But then too, as we've been saying consistently, those partnerships, especially when you have to try and achieve 274, and where would it come from? Well, from the USA team too, they would hope that these two can bring about that. They're getting more runs in a fine leg area. They run one and good running the first one quick and coming back for the second one quite easily. So that is good, running between the wickets. But Novel, you will have a different view and a variation of views. No issue with that on my behalf. But it's just a preference in me preferring to see a total set and then defend it.
Well, that varies from person to person, team to team, and that also depends. That one flighted on the strengths of your teams. Some teams are very comfortable chasing a total. You give them 350, and they could set up their batting lineup to approach it however they feel. And then, like you, Victor, there are many others that's taking an inside edge, running away down to fine leg. They get 1 turn for 2. And would not have a possibility of a third. And some teams just like to set a total and then they go about their business in the field, doing all sorts of little quiet things to restrict you from getting that total. So I think it's a preference at the end of the day. Or, Victor, and there are days when you could have a look at the pitch, and that might influence whether you bat first or second.
Well, and I think that is one of the reasons where I thought the captain for USA One made the appropriate decision, because in my pitch testing or observance, solid from any pitch prepared, usually there's that element of moisture for probably about the first 45 minutes. And outside of that, with the sun shine as we have had all day, and even before the commencement of play, that would have even made it more obvious that after that first 45 minutes of play, and up to now, it has shown, even now, the second half, the USA might have, might have just even gotten the better pass of the pitch, because there is totally no moisture there now. And even so, more runs down to the third man area. But my main reason why I have the preference of batting first and like posting a total like the USA One have posted, that they have gotten early wickets. So the incentive then is that USA Two have to make certain they do not get ball out, but still they still have to go at a percentage of runs per over to overhaul the total and to even get to victory. But still, on the other side of that aspect of preference, that the team who chasing now, if they get good partnerships, it can be achievable. But it's just a preferential choice. And no choice can be perfect in cricket, really. But we can all have those preferential choices. And ever so often, choices are proven wrong.
From time to time,
Yeah.
well, USA 2 has some work to do. And that one's guided down to man short at backward point and a thunderous return coming in. Our Pelly would have overrun the crease and didn't have a chance for a second.
Yeah, he went too far across. Well, actually making certain that he get into his area, and it's usually more difficult to turn when you're that far from the wicket to capitalize. But if he was just within his crease and didn't go that far, then it would have been most likely that he could have gotten a second run. But
That wasn't to be.
it's very huge from here on in, and right now the advantage is to USA One, because just 7 wickets standing. I like the aspect too whereby the keeper is putting pressure on the batsman movement by standing up to the medium fast bowler. Played confidently, nice forward defensive stroke.
Also
And so
speaks
forth.
to the keeper's level of confidence,
That's right.
that he's comfortable and can handle the pace of the bowlers while standing up.
And one of the things that will be a delightful piece of stumping with the keeper now standing up after the medium pacer. Say, for instance, the batsman might get a rising delivery and it's off stump and just, going down to third man quickly. There's a fielder down there. And yes, in the meantime, though, the batsmen get a run. And then, like I was saying, the Nova, like the bowler producing, like this one now, say, for instance, not that I'm predicting or hoping for it to happen, that a rising delivery and the batsman just losing his balance out of his crease and the wicketkeeper jumping and come down and flick the bails off. That is a delight, eh? And I've seen our own Livingston Harris done many of that, really standing up to fast bowlers and having those dismissals. And he was a very, very reliable and outstanding wicketkeeper batsman. And so many like yourself and myself would say that he was another unfortunate player from St. Kitts not to really gotten an opportunity to represent the West Indies at the highest level. But it is good to see that it has finally happened. The St. Kitts now have Mickey Louis, and we will all hope that he produces when he gets his opportunity, because now too that the series is over, it should also give him a strong mental process that stay out there. They're not going to give you a lot of loose deliveries as top class bowlers, but you can play with soft hands and human there. After they realize that you might be that tight at the crease, then they will try to experiment and do other things, and then you will be able to capitalize upon it. But that is just a foresight. I don't know how.
Well,
many-
once he applies himself,
Yeah.
and you're right, the longer you spend at the crease, there isn't a bowler who wants to come back session after session, hour after hour, bowling to the same batsman. And they do get fed up and want you to get out. So if they have a plan, sometimes they deviate from that plan, hoping to get you out, and you are able to profit and get runs. So
Yeah,
I do agree with you, Victor.
Yeah.
And flighting that one. Pelly just pushing it back past him for one.
But that sort of mental capacity amounts to a high level of patience, because Shivnarayan Chandapal, I saw him on many occasions in Test matches. If you bowl 10 maiden overs to him, he was not perturbed that he wasn't getting runs for 10 overs. Not saying
That one gets shoot to backward point and it's going to be 4.
this is 4 runs.
Very
now.
good cut shot there. Splitting the forward or the cover point and the backward point equally. And very good placement of a shot.
Yeah, and in that sense, that was a good shot, timing and placement. So the boundaries here are now for USA too. They're going to be very important, and if they can keep getting a high percentage of boundaries, not because a grand total was set, it is still the game of cricket, and it could still be gettable, but it will take a lot of getting to get there.
Well, 90 for 3.
Yeah.
Victor, as you mentioned, Shivnarayan and Chandapal, I had a very interesting experience with the young man years ago when they came here for the first test match. I was the team's liaison. And during practice sessions, I would lace up my boots and bowl a few.
Yeah.
And, bowling my off spin to him. A couple of them, I brought him on the front foot and it spun past the edge.
A few times.
Well, one, I even thought it got the edge and I was holding my head and Shivnarayan looked up and said, Liz, what happened just now? I said, I almost got you. He said, that doesn't mean anything. He said, there are many balls that will go past your edge in test cricket. You just play as if nothing happened. And what that taught me is the mentality that he had. You could beat his bat, you could hit him.
He's not out.
He's not out, and that's all he cares about. He's going to continue batting.
Well, and the thing is, too, with that day, too, that in one session of play, especially in a test match, you may have a very slow period. Let's say from start to lunch. It might be a very slow period. But then for some reason, you start getting more loose deliveries after the luncheon interval, and then you even quicken up and so forth. But the most important thing is that you have to spend time at the crease, because it's the longer version of the game. And as you know, Novel, whereby if many bowlers of that quality not going to give a high percentage of loose deliveries, then you just have to play it accordingly. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we can tell you, especially those of you who might just be joining us now, 91 for 3, USA 2 batting. But when USA won earlier this morning, won the toss, they scored 274.
Well, we have a change in bowling. It's going to be Sahir Bhatia. And he's going to bowl leg spin, right arm leg spin. And that one, just about Midland leg, worked into behind square. And bowl into Darshan at the moment. Building a nice little partnership here. A bit shorter. It's going to go to cover point as the man comes from cover and picks up 2 runs.
Yeah, good run in between the wickets, and they have to run for every available run. So now they have to look for everything, and they did so on that occasion. The ball being played out to deep cover where he had to move many yards to his left, fell to the ground, and that was even the more token for the second run, which in the end they got it comfortable. But here again, acres of area in the mid-wicket area, because there is just a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary and a fielder just to the right of the square leg umpire being shook. A nice accommodative bounce, but well kept down by the fieldsman there, and the batsman could not get another run. So the fielders are also giving good support to the bowlers, which is very inspirational. Here is one driven though, but straight to short extra cover. Again, no opportunity of a run, so the required rate keeps stepping up. And really, USA 2 now, their backs are against the wall against USA 1. Here is one driven, but they're going to get an easy single down to long off. And that will bring a little relief in terms of getting a single, but ones and twos would not be enough now. What would they would need? They will need, that's USA 2, a high percentage of boundaries. If they can get some fours and sixes and get some big overs in, that also can make it a lot much more interesting that it is at this present moment. But let us see what would happen for this delivery. Just a stifled appeal, the batsman most likely getting back onto that of that final delivery. And after 21 overs, and as I look over at the unofficial clock, which says 4:18 Eastern Caribbean time, so how quick can these bowlers get through their overs or even bowl them out?
Well, that will be the first option, because I don't think both teams are moving very quickly in the field.
No, not at all.
Initially, when USA 2 began this morning, they were quite swift in getting around, but as the morning moved on, they became very slow. So they need to be a little quicker in setting the field, because we've been waiting on the start of this over for a while from Ansh, and nothing has been done as the field continues to be set. So the captains need to be more aware of what they want, and before the over is bowled, you have an idea of the field you want.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because every bowler should know that too, and who they're bowling to and what they would like the fielders to be in. Going down the leg side, wide signal, one more to the total. Daylight saving time. Well, not here at the Canary Cricket Centre. Here is a flighted delivery outside the off stump. Cut, but finding a field at point, there is no run. Well, we have brilliant sunshine at the moment, but they will have to really turn around and get in these overs. Here is another delivery. Full face, quietly played to short extra cover, no run. 100. Now, sorry, I'm going ahead of myself. I'm giving USA 2 more than they deserve. They are 95, pardon me. Okay, 96, played down to short. Well, they're going to get more runs. No. There was a bit of misfeeling, and I guess the batsmen decided to play it safe. They got a single in the process. But when you are behind like they are, that's USA 2. They have to take every opportunity of scoring runs. Here is another delivery flighted. Shock into the ground. And good stop in the end by short extra cover, preventing any possibility of further runs. Nice flighted delivery, mixing them up nicely. Presiding umpire possibly just indicating to the square leg, is it one more delivery legally? I think there was a nod of the head, accepting that. Here we go again. Flighted, struck to short extra cover. And that has completed over number 22, and after 22 overs, it is what, 96? Yes, 96 for 3 overs, 7 wickets standing. Obviously, USA 1 is in the driving seat at this moment.
96 for 3. Indeed. USA 1, the fielding team, has gone about their business pretty well. Nice little partnership being built up here between Apelli and Darshan. That partnership now is 30. So they would want to get a big partnership between them, and bat as long as possible. It's here, the leg spinner, right arm leg spinner, that one. A little flatter outside the off stump. No run. So good over thus far. Doesn't need to change anything. The pressure is on USA too to get runs. You don't have to even go about forcing them out. Just build pressure. Shorter delivery in the air and another beautiful catch taken. The finger is raised. Darshan is unmoved. But the finger goes up from the umpire. And I think that I agree with the umpire. The catch had been taken. And taken it was by Shiv Shami. So Darshan goes for 19. It's now 96 for 4, Victor.
Yeah, and the ball was descending. It was struck powerful, but it was straight and low, and getting both hands to it and pulling it in. I think more so why the batsman stood up. He was disappointed probably in the stroke that he played. Not that he had doubts that the catch was taken, but we can see even from our vantage point that he came up cleanly with it. So at the dismissal of that 4th wicket now too, the ground staff are going out to do the usual gardening of remarking the creases. The players going to refresh themselves, Novel, and 4 wickets going down. We also too will take a little refreshment break, and right after you can rejoin us back here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Thank you. We are back right after the refreshment break. When 4 wickets are going down, and USA 1 are doing well. USA 2 have 6 wickets in hand, so they can possibly bowl out. We could never tell, but at the rate that they are going, just 6 wickets standing, and then they have not achieved the 100 mark as yet. They're still on 96, but they have lost 4 wickets. That's USA 2, played out to short point, no run. That has completed the over. So after 23 overs, 96 it is for 4 at the Connery Cricket Centre. USA 1. And a maiden wicket. I stand to be corrected. So a plus there for the bowler. And even before ball 1 for the USA 2. 274. A mammoth total. And even it becomes even more challenging now to get to that 274. 275 for victory. But here it is now. Spin and all spin in the attack. Both from this, the National Heroes Park and the community center end. But it is continuation from the National Heroes Park end. The bowler would not be delivering. He did not feel comfortable in his approach. Did the right thing. He's ready now. He delivers. And being hammered. And it goes into the point boundary for 4. And that would bring up the 100 for the USA 2. A delivery that was pitched going further across the right-hander. He bisected point and short third man. And the man on the deep extra cover boundary only went to retrieve the ball. That brings up the 100 for USA 2. And in the process, they have lost 4 wickets. USA 2 would here on in need a high percentage of 4s and 6s. Well, they have started good with that 4 to bring up the 100, but they definitely would need 4s and 6s, and in between some big overs. But we have not seen any signs of that as yet. But that should also be the intention, I would like to believe, at this present state of the game. But the bowling for USA 1 has been relatively tight. Here is the next delivery going down to a third man area, the run 1. They were thinking about 2, but it was to the stronger side of the fielder, picking up with his left hand as a left-hander and getting in the throw quickly. But in the meantime, the batsmen were able to get another run. 101 it is for 4. 6 wickets are standing. And my, that is really pressure on USA 2. And the only reason I can see them getting there, if they are getting overs like 12 and 2 others being 14 or something like that, and then we can see a different picture. If that is not to be, I think it is obvious that it is too difficult a task from here on in. I would look and see now that 101 for 4, 4.24 they're going at, 174 runs needed of 157 legal deliveries, short. Well, in that aspect, in terms of the equation, it is reasonable, but on the other hand, just 6 wickets in hand, and which way it can go. But at this present moment, in my view, USA 1 has the advantage at this particular moment.
Right, they do. 101 for 4 from 24, almost at the halfway mark. So lots of work to be done, and the time is also ticking away, Victor, and we hope the sunlight would stay with us for another hour and a half. And
yeah, that is the most, in terms of the light, I would like to believe also too, Noval. By the unofficial clock, my clock is saying 4:32 Eastern Caribbean time, so the most can be an hour and a half for this valuable light to stay in place. Pull though, and it's going to clear the boundary. That has hit the boundary the wall beyond the boundary, not outside of the park this time, but it's 6 runs. And like I said before, that delivery, Noval, that they will have to get a high percentage of runs per over, like the 12s, the 14, and if they could double it up, then we can see a different picture of the game, you know.
Well, it seems to be a one-man show at the moment. Arapelli carrying the fight to the USA 1, which is batting. Everything that has presented itself offline or off length, he looks to go big. And 107 for 4, he's going to need a few more of those to continue the fight. 168 needed from 154 deliveries. Short is getting back to cut, not going to get past the point fielder. And that's substitute Mahesh defending that one as right arm leg spinner Sahir. He's picked up 1 for 9 from 2.4. So he's been bowling well. He hasn't bowled a lot of bad deliveries at all. And that one again, Arapelli trying to make room for himself to cut. Wasn't there. Good contest here between Sahir and Arapelli. Flatter delivery. Just manages to steer it out to point and no run at the end of 25 overs. USA men 2, 107 for 4. Arapelli on 35. And he's joined by Basu, Rahul Basu, yet to score after facing 4 deliveries.
Yeah, and the challenge grows even more challengeable for USA 2, while Australia advances now on to 50, and still the 1 wicket going down thus far. So obviously the 2 batsmen at the crease. And most of the times in Test cricket, teams who bat first, not saying that it would happen, but they usually have an intention to aim at batting once. But for how the West Indian bowlers have been bowling, I don't think that even though they have lost the series, that will happen in this particular Test match, even though it's early days yet, because the fast bowlers have really delivered excellently for the West Indies, and there is no doubt about that. And because to bowl out Australia on the 300 was a great achievement bowling-wise, in terms of how the series have gone, where Australia has won already out of a 3-test series. They have already won the first 2. But we can also see to Novel that there is that quality, and it can only get better going future in terms of our bowlers. But we will all hope that the batsmen can lift their game too. And in fairness, if that can happen, West Indies can start getting back into the realm of things. But here, it is very difficult for USA 2 to get back into the realm of things, chasing 270, played out to point. And what has been collectively on both teams that we have seen, Novel, that the outfielding has been good, and especially the diving when players on both teams get to the surface. Well, even so too, the incentive of good equal bonks too. But outside of that, though, I think though that in the general, the out cricket feeling looks very impressive.
Yeah, the outfielding has been good. The commitment in the field has been good as well. And here is Kumar getting one just to lift a bit at Basu. Still yet to get off the mark.
And both teams, when they warmed up here at the Canary Cricket Centre before the commencement of play, I like to see how they did prepare themselves for match eventualities out in the middle. They did a lot of things in the short space of time that they had, and that too was very impressive. And obviously that has been a routine of both of the teams. But here is Kumar looking for another wicket, but it's going to get close to the mid-wicket boundary. It might just have the legs to get there. It does so now, 4 runs. And they will need many more of those, but well-earned boundary. And no doubt in any form or fashion, USA 2 would really like to see more big overs coming in now into their chase of 274 runs.
Well, good shot played by Basu. Just lifting it over mid-wicket. Couple of bounces out into the deep mid-wicket boundary. It was at the length that he could do that. and took the aerial route and got 4 runs. Kumar short this time, and it's been pulled, and it's going to go to backward square for 2 runs. So good running, taking the total on to 113 for 4. Basu helping himself to 6, and Arpelli on 35. 162 from 145 deliveries.
Well, yeah, and that is whereby the equation can get very much close if they can get some big overs in. Right now, it's a fairly wide margin, but not extensively in my view. But if they could just get some big overs in between, this one is going nicely so far.
Defending is Basu, and that brings about the end of the over.
So after we have passed the halfway mark actually in terms of overs, and it is 26 overs have been completed, 113 for 4, 6 wickets are in hand for USA 2. It will take, well, these two would have to really keep going, get some big overs in terms of percentage of runs, and then this can also present a different picture of the outcome. But at the moment, Team USA 1 are on top, 1 cut. It's going to go close to the boundary. I believe it's going to cross the boundary now. We'll just wait for the official signal. Yes, it is. 4 more. So a good start here now by getting 4. Can they just concede it that the USA 2, by getting that 12 or 14 runs out of the over? Well, they've started well. They've gotten a boundary.
Well,
4.
you know, Victor, you can't just go looking 12 or 14. One of the things that you would have to do is to pick the bowler that you want to go after if you're not getting the boundary deliveries. So is it that they want to take on Sahir, the leg spinner, or you may want to choose some other bowler to decide to get that big over from if you're not getting bad deliveries?
That's right. Well, it's a matter sometimes. It's not easy to create big shots to get big overs in shoot, but when anything presents itself, now they should be looking for 2. I still believe they should be looking for 2. But wow, strong return. So it might have been the right decision there from the man coming out. And these are things that teams work out. They put fielders in the deeper areas who have the stronger arms. All those chemistries come into the aspect of out cricket. Who are your stronger arms in your team? You put them in the deeper areas of the field. So the coach has worked it out well too. Flighted deliver, driven up to short extra cover, getting a very accommodative bounce, presented any possibility of a run. Total remains for USA 2. It looks like 118 for the loss of 4. Now another delivery short, but played to short point. There is no run. The fielder is in the 30-yard circle, preventing any existence of that possibility. Well, cricket, lovely cricket here at the Connery Cricket Centre. A delivery, striking the batsman on the pad, allowed appeal. Would the umpire say not out? He does so. That concludes the over. And after 27 overs, 118 USA 2 batting, and in pursuit of 274, which was scored by USA 1, still a long way off.
Indeed, a long way off. 118 for 4. It's 157 to get from 138 deliveries, but Arpelli is well set, and he must continue batting deep into this inning if USA 2 would stand a chance of challenging this total. He's been partnered now by Basu, and Kumar will continue. Nitish Kumar will continue his bowling from this media center end. Still making changes to the field, and I might dare say I think a bit slow. Using too much time in the field really both USA teams, and really not hustled on by the umpires. But my only concern, if this is to go 50 overs, I'm not sure we'll have the light for it. This one is pulled back past the bowler. Someone is coming under it and doesn't get a hand onto it. The attempt was good nonetheless. And 2 runs had.
A grand effort.
It was a very, very good effort indeed. Valiant effort by Sahir. Was unable to get his hand on it. And that would have been the man they want at this time. Scoring well, 42 from 48. And carrying the fight to USA 1. And that's Arapelli. But he's in the 40s and mine would now probably go into his half century, driving that one out to cover. Just a single. No more on offer. Kumar has bowled 4.2 overs for 36. A bit on the expensive side. But he will want to improve upon that as this inning continues. Just 3 runs off the over thus far as he brings Basu to face. He's 6 from 13. Still getting into his inning. Defending at one, just coming down in the right time. That one was bang on target. So lots of work for USA 2 to do. They are 275 for victory. The run rate now is 4.4. Required is 6.84. So a bit of work to do. Must get a partnership between these two batters. Basu is defending. An opportunity or chance of a run.
I believe what both batsmen could try to see if they could offset the bowler. Just say, Noval, just before the point of release, say if the batsman on strike now make a little trigger movement. Sometimes, just to see if it might work. But he still stays stationary and waits. Allow the peel for out of the wicket.
Well, the umpire raises the dreaded finger. So that's the fall of the 5th wicket. And also, Sadashan, he takes the catch behind the wicket. And Basu goes for 6, Victor. The 5th wicket is down.
I wonder for moments why Basu stood his ground so long, even though the umpire held up his finger. And, well, for one, what was obvious to us, from the time the ball deceived the bat, the keeper was up in the air.
With the bowler as well.
With the bowler as well. So
yeah, it was a united effort.
That gave us the united observation too, whereby it had to be.
Edge was on it.
Yeah, it had to be. Because one, like you quite rightly said, the elation of the bowler and then the wicketkeeper going up ferociously, and the American Airlines now leaving the RLB International Airport thunderously, making its way out, and making his way out to the wicket is another batsman. So 5 wickets are in hand for USA 2. So USA 1 would be feeling ever more confident now at the present situation of this encounter.
Well, they're large and in charge of this one. 121 for 5. You've gotten half of the team out and probably half of the best batters as well.
And possibly that is correct there, Noval. But in getting any first 5, whereby they're having to chase 274, which was posted by USA 1. This is USA 2 now, batting, and 121 for 5.
Victor, you'll have some interest in this.
What's that?
Leeward Islands are chasing 242 for victory in over number 40, 188 for 5. Eret Richards on 38, and Tanis France is on 13. And still LaShawn Bergen in the hut to come. So Leeward Islands need a little bit less than 60 from some 60 deliveries.
Well, what is good about that encounter, Noval, and not just the Leeward Islands, but we like to see when teams compete and give a good fight to a game, whichever way it goes. And this, at the present moment, is good for the Leeward Islands that they are competing.
Yes.
They are competing, and at this particular moment, they would have achieved. They would have achieved in this sense, whereby competing. And if we could realize too, the Leeward Islands team would get better as the tournament is coming more closer to a conclusion, because then they would have picked up more better form. And if it was, they were on a premise whereby the time in a camp was probably, as we understand, 9 or 10 days. And as you know, a lot of teams get better in the lower parts of the tournament.
Yep.
And leave
Playing more cricket.
Playing more cricket.
Playing
So
more
it just shows how much we all should be playing more cricket throughout the Caribbean.
Well, our conversation has brought about the fall of a wicket.
Oh, my.
Ewet Richards goes, and it brings LaShawn Bergen to the crease, a very young man, and has a lot of promise, but has work to do. And Trinidad and Tobago would think at this stage their noses are a little bit ahead, but the Leeward Islands would have to fight. Victor is not just for the Leeward Islands, and that one's going through extra cover and down to long off for 1-1. It's good for cricket in the sense that you want your players to get accustomed to these sort of situations. You have 60 runs to get from 55 balls. How are you going to approach it? And you would never know unless you're in those situations. So it's good for the young men.
Yeah, and it's a developing tournament, but also it would bring also to a level of how players can quickly associate themselves with what is necessary and what is not necessary. So the coaches cannot think that for players.
Exactly.
But both batsmen, if they come into consultation in the middle after an over and said, look, now, okay, this amount of overs to go, what we need to do, if we can't get the boundaries, let's see if we could exchange the ones and the twos. If the loose deliveries come along, try to execute it. So it has to be a partnership that is who at the crease working it out.
Indeed, and this is
you have
what
to take it up.
will help these players to develop. Sweeping this one, and possibly will be taken. Yes, it is. Another good sweep shot by Adit Kappa, and it just floated up into the air and was comfortably held by Krishna. And that is the 6th wicket going down here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Well, and with the 6th wicket going down, Novel, what has crossed my mind as all the USA One players are gathered together, it might not be anymore a consideration where it may come down to light, because they might bowl them out before the light goes down.
Well, I mean, we would hope so.
Yeah, because for outcome of the game, because if it reaches to a pinnacle whereby they have to stop because of the light, but I was only more predicting that now that 6 wickets are down, so it can be more likely that USA can feel that they can bowl them down, that it does not have to reach that pinnacle to the light.
Well, I don't think it would, and I'm saying that loosely.
But then too, we could never tell.
Two players can dig in.
That's right.
And as I say, hence I quietly had a chat with the umpires, because I really thought running it 40 plus minutes beyond the cutoff time was a lot. And then to have a full lunch break, you are really eating into the time. And if the sun starts setting, or you need just a heavy cloud back in the west, we're in problems.
Well, the thing here too, there is a loud appeal, but the thing here is too that overall that this venue at the Connery Cricket Centre is very open. So, more so on the eastern side of the ground, there are not a lot of buildings too that, if they were structured especially high, would have also come into the area of play where it would have taken away a lot of that light. But with the openness, not saying that at that particular time, but we will have to wait and see. By the unofficial time, it is now 8 minutes to 5 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, and one played out to short cover and there is no run. But I think now what should be in the aspect for the USA One is try to turn around quickly and think about dislodging the 4 wickets as quickly as possible. Think
Well,
about that.
that will be the thinking, but
It should be.
you haven't had that from both teams. They're
Turning around,
They're
yeah.
turning around in the field, getting to positions, and more importantly, setting the field quickly. And hence the reason we are just some 29 overs in. We probably should have been, based on the time, looking somewhere in the 40, 41st, 43rd over or so. So we technically would be just about an hour behind.
So we can convincingly say, though, that the previous matches, that wasn't a bad aspect in terms.
Oh no, the previous
the
matches moved well.
Yeah, they moved
We
well.
were wrapping up the game between Jamaica and Guyana at this stage. And that went to the 50th over.
Yeah, and that was a very good and competitive game, and we all enjoyed it because to see, just losing by 7 runs or thereabout, that was a good fight. It's to compete, and to compete well while players at this level of under 19 will keep on learning. But so many players have aspired to the highest level from these under 19 tournaments, and obviously we will see some of them going on to represent at the senior level. But one played out to cover, there is no run. And for those who might just be joining us here from the Connery Cricket Centre, it is 122 for the loss of 6 wickets. USA 2, they are chasing 274, which USA 1, when they batted first, scored. And we knew that would present a huge challenge for USA 2, and here it is. One play down to white, third man. They're going to get a easy single. But singles would not do them good justice at this particular time. 152 runs needed. And 4 wickets standing. 123 legal deliveries to be bowled. Novel Makal is in the more appropriate position to probably have a conclusion as to which way it may go. But we can never tell, Novel. We can never tell. We can never tell. Here is another delivery. But played quietly, back down the turf. Kumar to field to his own bowling. Very businesslike. Very athletic. He doesn't take much time getting back to his mark. He looks like sometimes he even gets through his overs quicker than some of the spinners. How that can be possible, Nova?
Well,
You tell me about that.
It just has to do with awareness on the field.
Yeah, he does it well. Here he is racing in.
That one's Yorker length, and Shuya was able to come down on it. It was almost looking like he was trying to drive, but nonetheless got the bottom portion of the bat coming down at the right time and stopping that one from going through. 123 for 6 from 29.5 overs. Arapelli, though, he's still on 45. He continues to bat, but his partner, Shriya, he's facing. Pushing that one back past the bowler. Still unable to get off the mark. He's faced some 6 deliveries. That brings the over to an end. And that's the 30th over.
Yeah, and Kuma looks the type of bowler that he gives me the impression that every ball he bowls, he thinks he should get a wicket. Well, that within itself, that way of thinking is very good. And more consistently, he has bowled a lot of good wicket-to-wicket deliveries, but he looked that purposeful. I like to see that sort of aggression, getting back to his mark quickly, and then have a nice, smooth transition of approach to the wicket and bowling well. But overall, though, Team USA won up to now in both segments. They have really outplayed USA too.
Yes, they have dominated this encounter.
Yeah, they have.
And their batting looked really good when they did. Solid, creative, stylish at times. Arapelli facing. He's defending that one. Well flighted. Bit of turn, inviting Arapelli forward. And Gill, Victor, was probably the touch of class in that inning for USA 1.
He was very outstanding, very nice to look at, attractive. He played equally well on both sides of the wicket, and that is also even more so. More runs going to come down, well deserving. And who is the man chasing it? Kuma giving all. But all his giving and effort, like I was just speaking about the guy, he was at a short third man inside the circle, and from the time it got the edge, he never gave up until it crossed the boundary line. So,
well, his effort would have given him an opportunity to retrieve and get it back. But it's good to see that level of commitment from him.
Yeah.
And I think coaches would love that. But that shot, Victor, has brought about a change in the field, and you have a first slip in now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I believe it was even more obvious from the start of his over to look to take more wickets and to bowl them out. I mean, if you have so much more runs required and 4 wickets standing, sometimes you have to be a little more proactive than so defensive, And because if that solitary slip was in, we could never tell. And what is required now? 148 needed or 149? 117 legal deliveries though. So the margin has extended, And nice flighted delivery though.
Oh, that's a risky one.
Well,
but nonetheless safe.
The striker.
And that's the 50 coming up for our Pelly.
Yes,
and that is why that one was taken, even though it was hit straight to extra cover. But in fairness, he's a bit deep. So hence the reason he was able to take the run. So our Pelly with his second half century of this tournament.
Yeah, and in fairness too, well-deserving half century in the circumstances, which is very exceptional to get to 274. So a good discipline knock, and really, I think his intention now, not really to play for not out, but make certain that if he's going to be removed, a good delivery to remove him and not he giving away his hand. Well, 100, because right now 147 needed, and the margin has widened in terms of the legal deliveries that should be bowled, but one played out to short mid-wicket. That concludes another over. And actually, that has concluded the 31st over, and the over rate picking up in terms of the getting through. Probably it might have just been more inspiration with wickets going down, but on the same hand, though, and the USA won. And what is also when you get a chance to Nova, we can review the possibility of the point standing thus far, and that is going to be very interesting because Barbados have been doing well. So only on speculation until the appropriate information come, they should be very close to the top of the table. But we'll just have to wait and hear what the information is. But we can tell you here at the Connery Cricket Center, the USA number 1, they are in a good commanding position. Field widely spread. Third man on the boundary. There's a point, a cover, a mid off. That's the offside field. A man on the long leg boundary. A mid wicket and a mid on. Delivery pitched between wicket and wicket, played out to cover. There is no run.
Well, Victor, I think it's safe for us to say that Barbados would be in the driver's seat. They haven't dropped a point. Windwards would have dropped a few points because of the rained out encounter with USA 2. And Barbados winning against Jamaica very, very early, shortly after lunch, that game was over. Yes, they bowled out Jamaica for 124. So they have taken the lead, and I think a considerable one as well.
Yeah, and good shot.
That's a good shot.
Oh, yes, that is lovely. It has cleared the boundary, it looked like.
Yes, it has.
Yes, it is. Sweetly timed. And really, this is a good innings by the young man. Really
Solid.
Good shot selection, solid, executed it nicely. But what we have seen of the Barbados batting Novel, that level of consistency, we are not surprised that they are at the top of the table.
They are dominating this tournament.
Yeah, and the bowling too is good.
I was just about to say, the bowling is equally as good. So they have an all-around solid team. And if any team is to get past Barbados, they're going to have to play good in all facets of the game.
Well, also too, what happens in Barbados, as we know, Barbados plays a lot of cricket, and it's well organized too. And we could see that the Barbados team, because where they have placed themselves in this under 19 tournament 2025, they actually came with proper and strong preparation. That is why in the both areas they have been so outstanding.
Indeed, Victor, they look a good team. The players play with a level of maturity that's very different to the others that we've seen. But nonetheless, 134 for 6. Arapelli on 56 as he continues to work, and we have a change in bowling. It's Adnit. He picks up the bowling attack, or continues his over here. 6 runs off it thus far. He's bowled 2.4 for 16. Gar, he's not troubled the scorers just yet. So USA won in the field. They're looking to pick up another 4 wickets. But Arapelli will just want to continue advancing his course, his personal tally. It'll be very difficult for him to win from here if he's not going to get his partners joining him in run scoring.
Yeah, it always have to be done in partnerships, whether batting or bowling, and even more so for USA 2. 141 needed runs, 109 legal deliveries to be bowled. So the margin have extended, whereby making it much more difficult for USA 2. Swinging across the line, probably the ball hitting the batsman a bit too high, and we're going to wait to see if there's a signal. Now comes the signal, well acknowledged by the scorers. One more leg by, one more to the total. So, but a very well played 50 by the young man. Very well played. And a lot of times when runs like his innings, Novel, have scored, especially in this situation that he applied himself to, it's just as good as 100 in the circumstances, you know.
Well, at times, but
Yeah,
he's
it's good. It's good.
56 not out. He's still at the crease. He's facing as well.
Well,
Well,
the light is still good here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we must say, yes.
it is good for the moment.
For the moment, that's right.
And it's already now after 5 o'clock. We will have light. Not saying we would not have light, but it will be if it will be good enough for cricket.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
Some
The sun has left us momentarily.
18 overs remaining, give or take. That will take somewhere over an hour and perhaps 15 minutes. So
6:15 thereabout, possibly 5:05. Not
and that
ideal.
depends on the movement of the team
that
in the
is it.
field. How quickly can they move around and so forth. But for the moment, maybe they're looking to bowl this team out, and Shuya, he's not been able to get off the mark. He's now faced 9 deliveries, so building up the pressure on him. He would want to get back Arapelli on strike though.
Well, that should be the intention, obviously, from USA 1 to try and get those 4 wickets quickly. 4 wickets quickly, and try to really get them out of the wicket, you know.
Yes, that would be the plan.
There is no human who doesn't make mistakes.
Swinging at that one, very agricultural in nature. Gets 1, it's going to return for 2, and that gets him off the mark. So 2 runs to the total, 138 now for 6 as USA 2 ticking along. Not at the pace they want, and the partnership is 16. Required weight now, Victor, just under 8 per over. So it's becoming a big ask. Hitting that one up to mid-on, may have manages to get back.
Just momentarily, almost lost his footing, but then he maintained his balance quickly and avoided any opportunity of an unfortunate run out. But he was down the track quickly too, but at the same time though, I thought it was traveling too quick to the fielder at mid-on, who was within the 30-yard circle. So, well, definitely now the sun has left us totally, but it is still lightsome enough where the play can continue out in the middle. And probably in that situation, just because it's an open venue as this one is, that might just provide a little more depth into the overs. But one played to the left of the aggressive Kumar, moving to his right quite quickly. And in the meantime, though, he couldn't prevent the batsman from getting another run. So, but USA one would be very pleased, first of all, how they batted and how they have responded in the defense of the total that they scored, which was 274. Well, good all-around cricket. One played back down the turf, and there you see the man Kumar from mid-off racing in it. Well, he is in all aspects of the game.
Well, Victor, it's very important when a young man is that alert in the field.
Yeah.
He's switched on at all times, and you know from playing cricket, there are times you can be in the field, and because the ball is not coming to you and nothing is happening, you sort of kind of dip your level of concentration, then immediately something flies at you and you're not prepared to deal with it. But Kumar is one of those players who seems always switched on. Driving at that one bounce to mid-on, a single will be had nonetheless, and taking the total up to 140 for 6.
Yeah, and with that generation of agility, if nothing is coming his way, he's always in a preparation process whereby you will not catch him flat-footed. And a lot of times, and you're right, Val, whereby a lot of times fielders are in the field and the ball didn't come to a particular fielder for a very long time. And when it comes, it might present an opportunity of a catch, but you're not just alert to take it. Here is one just played out into the offside.
We see the British Airways now leaving the RLB, heading off to Antigua and then off to the United Kingdom. And that's flights here on a Saturday and a Wednesday. And yes, 747 thundering out of the RLB. Well, Arapelli would want to thunder some out of the ground here and trying to do so, but missing out on that one and going down.
I wonder he lost his balance.
Seemingly, but making sure.
I hope he
It seems
have not hurt
it
himself.
seems like he's either cramping or his hamstring, but he's leaving that foot very straight.
Ooh, boy,
So that must be some pain.
if it is if it is the hamstring, that's a lot of pain, boy. That's a lot of pain if it's the hamstring. And usually the only cure for hamstring injuries is rest.
Most times you'll have to rest it a bit.
Yeah.
But it appears to be cramps though.
It could be.
And young fellas, I know, because when I was that age, you're not always too keen to drink too much water. But when you're playing cricket, you lose fluids all the time. You're out in the sun, you're going to be sweating, you're going to be losing fluids, and it will have an impact on you. But should be okay.
Yeah. Let's hope for the best.
Do I? Do I want? Only one thing at a time.
And in the meantime, Good afternoon, and we are back here at the Canary Cricket Center. Still the 4 wickets standing for USA 2. So 4 wickets to be had by USA 1, and how well they have performed. USA 1, ball in hand. A mix up there in the calling, and in the end, they did the right thing by not attempting to go for the a run. 141 for 6. Well. The USA 1 definitely have played well. Nice, cool breeze coming across. And here is another delivery. Oh, yes, struck nicely. Would it go into the point boundary? A fielder coming around. They run one. He gathers it now, gets it in, and they get 2 more runs. Well, we're going to get some updates also as to what's taking place otherwise. 143 it is for 6 here, though, at the Canary Cricket Center.
Well, Arapelli continues to bat well. 60 from 68. He has not had much support, though, Victor. And the partnerships has evaded USA 2. And thus, it's becoming a mountain now to climb, needing 132 from 96 deliveries. And his partner, Shuya Gar, he has a lot of work to do. He needs to get the total ticking. He's just 3 from 15, using a significant amount of deliveries and not being able to get the ball away. Changing bowling, we're going to see Sahir in the bowling attack, his right arm leg spin. He's bowled well, 5 for 17, 5-1, 17, looking to go downtown, going over long on. Will it run away for 4? No, he gets 2 though. So perhaps the instruction is to get the move on and trying to get the leg spinner out the ground. Didn't connect with it. There is the man at mid-on now will be pushed back on the boundary, a very wide long on. So once he plays this one straight, Victor, he could be in for some runs. Man is very, very wide at long on. He's now coming around, cutting at this one, and good fielding. Not allowing it to get into the outfield. There isn't a fielder on the offside apart from the man at long off. There is one down to long on, the middle wicket coming into field, but they're using, now the man will go out to Arapelli, who is a lot more accomplished player and will definitely be able to pick the gap in the offside if there isn't a man on the boundary. Let's see what Sahir can do. He's pushing that one out to extra cover. It will be a risk to take one there. Went too quickly. So, Victor, some interesting things happening over in Nevis. The Leeward Islands needing 23 from 15. 7 wickets down. LaShawn Bergen seeking to carry the fight here, and Jevon Manners. So, some work to do for Leeward. So, it's a close game. That one going to point. Would cover get around? Yes, he does. 2 runs on offer. No, they settles for 1, Victor. And not good running in my view.
Yeah, surprisingly on that issue there, because the fielder at the deep cover boundary, he had to move a lot of paces to his left, but it looked like it was a commitment to just settle for the 1. But the Leeward Islands are competing. They are in a good position with 7 wickets down, 3 still in the hutch. So 2 good 4s out a particular over will do them good. But in the meantime, what is important if they can get that required runs?
Well, they have to bat. And
They have to bat.
Bat they must. And I always say to people, cricket is so much of a team game, but yet so individual. There's Shiv Shami. Yes, it's Shiv Shami who's going to pick up the ball in attack. Very individual, Victor. You're out there all alone and you have to figure out a way to get it done. Well, with everyone else cheering, you must execute.
Yeah, but also it comes down to 1 against 11, so to speak, when you're a batsman, especially in those situations.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's never easy. But the field widely spread, though. You can always get runs like this one coming down here to a fielder on the long off boundary, just need to see at the media center end, gets it into the bowler. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get a run.
Well, they got 4 in Nevis. The equation now is 17 from the last 2. So
good game on. Good game,
game on over there. So
yeah, good game on.
225 for 7 chasing 242. Leewards are in a fight with Trinidad and Tobago. Good cricket for the youngsters. And it's also a loud appeal there for stumping. The umpire unmoved. Well, again, the wicket keeper trying to buy a situation. Dealing with experienced umpires, they wouldn't have it. Shiv Shani, left arm leg spin. But these are the situations that you want the youths in the Caribbean to be a part of. That one eased over mid wicket. Wide long arm comes around. 2 runs on offer. And it's not just a test for the Leeward Islands, Victor. It's also a test for the Trinidadian and Tobago fielders to come up with ways and means to figure these situations out.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, certainly no Val. Well, I guess the USA one are figuring how they can get these 4 remaining wickets that are standing to really pull off a very outstanding victory. But still yet away, 4 wickets still in hand.
Well, our Pelly is not taking any undue risk. Good work there. Short extra cover. Preventing that one from getting out into the outfield. 153 it is for 6. End of the over number 36. Some 14 overs left. It's 153 for 6. And from a position like this, it's going to be very difficult for the USA to get these runs.
And at the time being 5:25 Eastern Caribbean time. But one of the things, like I said earlier, Noval, with not much building houses on the eastern side of the ground, which would have helped to elude a lot of the lightsomeness out into the middle. So even though the sun has left us totally in terms of his existence, it is still good out there in terms for what the players can conduce. But
still good enough. But
it's still good enough. Yeah, still good enough.
Well, more news for you, Victor.
Yeah.
Australia 68-4-2. Another wicket down, and Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, well, you see, that is the thing, Roval, that has been consistent with the bowlers. They've really been bowling well, and there again, too, that's a good start for the bowlers. Again, they have been keeping that level of consistency. So that is no surprise to us in that
Shamar
aspect.
has been mean.
Yeah, in
10.31 for 14.
Yeah, and barring injuries, which we would hope not for any player, but in particular for how he has started his career, he has a very bright future. His performances and now a good stroke down to long off, who had to move to his right, but in the meantime another run. And he has a very bright future ahead of him, and we would hope, barring injuries, he can go in a high percentage as a wicket taker, as a fast bowler. He has the
And that
quality.
one, an appeal for caught behind. Well,
Ambitious.
Well, the wicket keeper is never afraid to ask questions here.
Yeah.
He's one of those who are very busy. Well, the action is in Nevis. Good cut shot, but late. Steered down to third man. Well, wicket falls. There in Nevis, LaShawn Bergen, the more last recognized batter he goes, is 228 for 8. They're chasing to 42. 7 to get 14. So Leeward's up against it.
Yeah. The only thing will have to be obviously a big over, and at least the one legal delivery from that particular over before the final 6 legal deliveries. They will have to do it big.
They'll have to do it big indeed. Well, Shiv Shami, the captain for USA 1, he continues left arm leg spin. Cutting is Pelly missing out there. He's just going about his business, Victor. Just gathering runs, not taking any undue risk. Quietly played out to extra cover. No one an offer.
USA 1 looking to get through these overs quicker now. You can see a lot more positive movement in the field. Another rondo coming down to the fielder just beneath us here on the long off boundary. This is from the national heroes end, receiving it, getting it back into the bowler. In the meantime, the batsmen were through for a single. So the bowler's hustling now to put in these overs. Outside the off stump, wide against signal. That will have to be rebowled. And I think
well, Shreya continues to tick it over. He's 8 from 24. Not going briskly by any means. 118 needed from 75, Victor. The margin widening between gap between balls and runs. The sure hope for USA too. It's going to be Arapelli, but he's not taking too many risks at all. Just batting within himself.
he has been batting very good.
Going to get that into the outfield for 1.
And he will maintain the strike.
Maintains the strike, which is important. We are 38 overs through 160 for 6.
But it's no doubt over in Nevis coming to a concluded decision. We'll have to wait and see what is the final outcome there. But right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Well, wickets going down. 228 now it is for 9. So 14 from the last over. So Trinidad picked up a wicket with the final ball of the penultimate over. So the Leeward Islands would have to bring out something special in the final over if they had to beat Trinidad here.
That's right.
Well, we are here in Connery. We had our exciting encounter in the last game. So 161 it is for 6, USA 2. Team batting. Shreya hasn't been scoring quickly. He's on 9 from 25. Needs to support Arapelli if they are to get close to this total. Just hitting that one up to long off. Singles wouldn't work at this stage. 114 required from 71. Boundaries needed, a couple of them. Big overs, at least 2. Required rate of almost 10 now. That one going to backward point, but the man from cover comes around. 2 runs, and again, Pelly limping through, struggling to straighten that left leg. Possibly it's cramps. He goes down. Well, the physiotherapists, they're out. He missing no action. Our Pelly's down again, second time of asking, and he seems to be coming down with some cramps and struggling to straighten out that left leg. The Leewards they would have lost this one, and well, I'm wrong. 231 it is for 9. Well, they need 11 from 2 deliveries, Victor. Someone has to start clearing the boundary massively. 2 sixes required to win that one, but we're here.
Yeah, because if they hit a free hit and then hit a 6.
That's hoping against hope here. Well, this one is dragging along. It's 164 for 6 from 38.3. Almost 12 overs to be bowled. And we are now unofficially 5:34. 26 minutes to the 6 o'clock hour. I know by the time it gets to 6, the light will be drastically reduced from what it is now. We've already lost the brilliance of the sunshine, and it'll be interesting to see how long this one can go on to. 69 balls to bowl, another 111 to get. Our Pelly receiving some attention as he hobbled through for a second run.
And what will be extremely important to see if that happens, whereby play have to be salted because of light, what will be the official outcome? You know, it will be left for us to know what they will come to, but we can see it peeping through again out into the middle, so it's getting a little more lightsome once again. Being played through cover. They're going to run 1. I think they should be looking for 2. Is that a possibility? Yes. They turn in for the second and getting it easily in the end. So some sunlight has come here again with us. And yes, it is, but all I'm saying that it's coming here at a little with us here at the ground. It's obvious that it's going down, but it peeped through a little while.
Cutting that one to backward point, that will be 4. So our Pelly up in his ante here, moving on to 78. 170 now it is for 6. So definite movement by our Pelly. This over now has produced some 10 runs. And they'll need a few more big overs like that and more to get anywhere close to the 274. You're now 105 adrift with 67 deliveries remaining. And this man, Arapelli, must stay at the crease if they are to challenge this total. Pulling that one out to mid-wicket and 4 more runs. So one of the bigger overs, Victor, thus far in this inning, producing some 14 runs from it. 174 now. It is 4-6 at the end of over number 39.
And this innings by the young man will also be good. If he can get to the 100 mark, it will bring and salvage some pride to the innings, even if they go down losing. But it will be very significant if he can get to the 100 as he moves in now to the 80s. And what an excellent knock he has played. So it is evidence that if he had gotten support from the other batsmen, they would have been in a better position challenging 274 runs, which was scored by USA 1. Well, once again, a bit more light is here with us at the Connery Cricket Centre, and really struck straight down to a fielder who is coming off the long on boundary, and that is Kumar. But in the meantime, the batsmen, they were through for another run. So, and really more so coming heavily in our direction here at the media centre end. the light of the sun. And here is a delivery tossed up and struck to extra cover, but good fielding. The ball was traveling quite quickly to the fielder there, and there is no run. So it definitely looked like they will be able to bowl out, but a quick single, well taken, and good run indeed. So one more to the total. These guys are looking, at least they're putting up a fight in the latter part of this innings. 39.3 overs. This is the fourth legal delivery of this one. Flighted, hit high into the air. There is a fielder coming on the hit. He takes the catch, so another wicket goes down, and that is the 7th wicket being lost by USA. Team 2 caught right out on the deep mid-wicket boundary area. 176 it would be now for the loss of 7 wickets. USA 2. And well, just 3 wickets now standing for USA 2. They need 63 legal balls to get 99 runs. So $176. 4.45 is the current run rate. 63 legal balls to get 99 runs. So USA 1, they are in the driving seat, even more solid at this particular moment. Required rate now 9.43. Wow. So they look like they're in a position that USA 1 to bowl out USA 2. So that was the wicket going down. So 176, no, well, it is for 7, 3 wickets to go down. Yeah.
Well, our Pelly losing partners, we have Sidant, the off spinner, has joined him. He's on 83. He's played a good knock thus far. 99 required from 60 deliveries. But our Pelly, as I said, losing partners, 83 from 89. And if I were him, Victor, I would be thinking getting to the landmark figure of 100. And
in the circumstances, it would be a very valuable one, especially in the circumstances. Not always that a batsman, because he gets 100, but more time it is much more valuable, especially the situation that Team USA 2 have found themselves in. And it just shows that if he had other support from the other end, what could have been the outcome?
Right. Well, he would want to get himself to that landmark figure first, and then he could probably launch an attack at the bowlers. But running out of partners, he would be thinking, that one's going out to wide long on for 1. Would not be able to come back for 2. He is now having the highest individual score in this game, getting past what Gill did in the first inning. He's now on 84 from 90.
Yeah, and very well played to the young man. Well organized. His shot selection was spot on. He waited for the loose deliveries. He turns his 1s and 2s when they were available. And it shows that good organization in his innings and flighted delivery. 1 struck out into the deep. Would it go for 6 or 4? We'll have to wait and see. Now comes the signal 4. So another valuable boundary for USA Team 2. But not enough at this particular moment. 56 legal balls. 4.47, 9.08, 57 legal balls to get 94 runs. 3 wickets standing.
Not impossible, but would need some really big overs and need them soon. Sedant flashing at that one outside the off stump, not getting close to it. And Rai now into the bowling attack. His ball 9.5. Wrapping up his 10th over now. And
Good spell.
a very good spell. 2 for 39. He's bowled and really picking up 2 wickets from his 10 overs. He would be happy with his performance today. And another 9 overs to go.
It looked like the light gonna provide it, but no valve.
Oh, another 17 minutes to 6 o'clock. Probably would be good enough.
Yeah, it looks.
We'd hope not too many games go down this late though. He's driving that one down to long on is Arapelli. He's gonna get 1.
What time is your next appointment for the soccer game later on?
We have enough time. That will be at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I
then.
have to get on down to Virchild's area, but I would have enough time. Not too worried about that. It's just the light I'm worried about for this game. And that's one thumped down to long off by Sedant. Arapelli needing 15 to get to 100. Can he get that, or is he gonna just do what he can, pick up the singles until he gets there? But if anything that has been bad thus far, Victor, he's managed to put it away, and I see it no different at this stage. He's even seen it bigger than he was an hour ago. But Shiv Shani, he will have other ideas. That one is going straight into extra covers and he's giving it away, Victor. Giving it away. I just said Shiv Shani may have other ideas. And Arapelli goes caught on 85. Looked like nothing would have troubled him, but managed to pick out the man at extra cover, short mid-off sort of position and has to go. It's the 8th wicket down.
Yeah, and he actually, at the time to picked out the fielder, it went directly straight to him where he did not have to move. And right away, Kumar was the first player from USA Team 1 to go over and congratulate the young man. So this young man has been very inspiring, Kumar. He was the first player going over and congratulating the batsman and no doubt saying very well played. Good sportsmanship then generated. It's always good to see when a player on the other side congratulate an outstanding performance. And in that sense, that was a nicely played 85, especially in the circumstances.
Well, respect is always respect, Victor. A good inning is a good inning. And Kumar would have bowled to him and recognized the quality of his inning. And showing sportsmanship is always appreciated. Nonetheless, it brings Ayush Patel to the crease. It's 183 for 8. And really, it's all for Team 2 to do, USA 2. But I think this one is very much out of their reach at the moment with the last 2 pairs to go.
Yes, and really with just the 2 wickets in hand. And as the board reads, 51 legal balls to be bowled. And the rate has now accelerated over just over 10. It's 10.82, 51 balls, 92 runs required. 2 wickets are in hand. USA 1.
In control.
And they have played well in all areas of the game and this encounter. Well, also too, what has been very significant is that the light has held well, even though it's getting close to 6 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. Flighted deliver hit straight down the ground. They run 1 from that flighted delivery. And 4 runs, the umpire is now signaling. We have to always wait for the official call.
Well, Ayush Patel, Victor, has played that one like a man from the top order.
Yeah, he
just
timed it well, eh?
Timed it straight back past the bowler in that V cordon that we talk about. And looking good for his first runs coming via the way of a boundary. And just pushing that out to extra cover. Good work there. Victor, the light, as you mentioned, has held. It's our summertime, so we do have the sun, we do have light for a little longer this time of year. But the issue is chopping at a very wide one. He would want to think himself fortunate. That could have gone to the man at backward point and safely in his hands, but lives to fight on. But as I was saying, it's usually we have light for a lot longer at this time of the year, and it's not a matter of having light, it's the quality of the light that we are worried about as it gets later. But with 2 wickets to go, I imagine play will continue until these wickets are to fall, if they are to. Well, so here into his 9th over, leg spin, not a bad delivery coming forward. It's Patel. If I were one of these spinners, if I was one of the spinners, Victor, I would be giving the ball a nice little loop and bringing an invitation to the batters to have something good to eat. But a bit flatter by Sahir. Get to tail enders, you get it above the eye line. They get excited, feel like they have it to hit out of the ground. Too short, but got away with it. It's going to be pulled to square leg. They will get to.
Yeah, that could be one of the better options at this particular moment, bowling with just 2 wickets in and standing for USA 2 to really just leave it a little longer in the air in flight. That might just induce some sort of indiscretion, a little slow, not really totally flighting it, but we're just a little slow.
Slower through the air.
Yeah. But if it had looped it a little more with that pace, it could have been more adequate to induce an invitation. But let us see if he might do it with this delivery.
Agreed, Victor,
No,
that's short.
He pulls it down.
So here, there's some bowlers though, Victor, not liking to get hit. I always say if you're going to be a spinner of any sort, you must have a big heart, because a couple of them will get out of the ground. Once you're a spinner, you're a slow bowler. So you use that to get that flight and pace variation. That one is hit down to wide, long off. 1 and offer.
Well, you would also expect in the circumstances too, it's quite appropriate to flight the delivery, because what is required in terms of balls to be bowled and runs to be had, you can always try those deliveries, even if 1 or 2 sixes come off.
Exactly.
When you try that, it wouldn't matter as much in terms of they getting anyway close to total now.
I agree with you 100% here, Victor. This is an opportunity to experiment a bit. Just give it an ear and test the batter's ability to wait, or if they're going to come.
I believe this bowler is going to do it, though, Novel. I could be wrong.
He's bowled pretty much in a good area. Bit of a flat trajectory. He doesn't really give it a toss.
He's going to flight one.
We wait to see. Shiv Shani, he's the captain.
He's going to flight one over.
But one's worked out to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket for 1.
Well, all these fielders on both teams, they look very agile and very quick in their movement. We have seen some magnificent saves whereby the diving to the left and the right from both teams. That has been a significant hallmark of these two teams, USA 1 and USA 2.
Yes, they continue to work well in the field. I just think that sweep shot, slug sweep, pulled out there. Missing out. It's 192 for 8. Patel on 9. Sedant on 5. Sedant, the finger was raised immediately. So it was some swift wicket keeping done by Sahash. So he was very, very quick, Victor.
Yeah, but just like you were saying, that delivery looked like he let it linger in the air for a little more in flight. It had more spin too on it, and it deceived the batsman, but it was a nice quick piece of removing of the bails by the wicketkeeper. So now the final batsman is going into the wicket for USA 2 with the present total on 192 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Yes, 192 for 9. Vic Arpidi. He's the final batter and receiving some chatter from the fielders. And so whether or not he will try the long handle. But Victor, for sure, if I were to have a word with Shiv Shami, it will be to give it a flight, give it a toss.
Oh, yeah.
Let it linger in the air. Test the batter's ability to wait on it.
You have nothing at all to lose at this particular
And
time.
he's already picked up 3 wickets.
Oh, what a wonderful spell.
This is what I always tell fellas who are playing the game. If you are a frontline bowler and you get a spinner and you get lower order batters, you want to count those in your column.
Well, wickets are wickets.
Wickets are wickets.
That's right.
Well, a bit late there was a pity. Vic Apidi was a bit late in coming down.
Was not certain where the ball went to, but it was far away from his leg stump.
A bit slower down the leg side. And Sahash always asks a question, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't leave you wondering.
Yeah, quite an exciting, entertaining player, keeping it alive, even up to these final moments.
That one struck the pad first. And the finger goes up. I'm not surprised, Victor. He was late in coming down. He hit the pad first, then the bat. And the umpire, in agreement with the appeal, raised the dreaded finger. And USA 2 are all out for 193, falling some a number of runs short. We wait for the official 82 runs short of the target. And the USA won. Victor, they were always in control the moment they went out there to bat, and they managed this game really well from ball 1.
Yes, and a very outstanding performance by USA 1. First of all, they batted magnificently. They did it in partnerships. And like I thought, I said that I did not think that the light would have been a factor coming to the end. I always thought that they were going to bowl them out, and so they did. They did bowl them out. So, most of the times, and look at the formation of USA 1. This is the first way we see whereby they stood in one line and now they have dispersed, and now they're going to go through now the exchange of the sportsmanship, like congratulating each other. This is the segment to Novel I always like to see, whereby the players exchanging shakes of hands and congratulating each other and saying a kind word, and also to the umpires is going to get their congratulations given by the USA team. One should have been turning to also relate to the umpires, but they are now heading back to their dressing room, no doubt very more exuberant in terms of the success that they have gotten here against USA 2. But even from toss 1, when they were so confidently where they won the toss, and I think what laid the foundation for them to get to the 274 was, first of all, when they lost the first wicket at 83, when it was the first wicket going down. Novel, your final.
Well, yes, and I will give listeners a very quick rundown of how this one went. USA 1 batted first, got 274. Gill got 80 from 93, a very good knock. Admit got 27 from 44. Sahash, the wicket keeper, he got 44 from 59. Nitish got 6, not a big one. But Srivastava, he got 53 from 39. Shiv Shani got 20. Ayagar got 2. Advit got 21. And Sahir 2. At the bowlers for USA 1, Ayush Patel got 2 for 42. Ridvik Piri got 2 for 50. Shurish Agar got 2 for 14. Rahul Basu got 2 for 48. Sadant got 1 for 49. And Adit Kappa got 1 for 42. Well, USA's 2 time at the crease. Tumala got 23 from 26. Ansh got 15 from 23. Jeremy Samuel got 6 from 27. And the pick of the batters was Arapelli. He got 85 from 92. Darshan, he got 19 from 26. Rahul Basu got 6 from 16. Adit Kappa, he didn't score. Srishagar got 11 from 28. Siddhant, 5 from 10. And Ayush Patel, 9. Our PD was last to go. He was not. Well, the bowling for USA 2. Pick of the bowlers is the captain, Shiv Shani. He got 4 for 33. Anshwai got 2 for 39. Sahir, he got 1 for 41. And Kumar got 1 for 37. Advit, he got 2 for 12. Well, that wraps up our commentary here in Connery. A game dominated by USA 1 and probably expected to, as they are the leading team between the two, and picking up a victory here. We thank you for joining us here at the Connery Cricket Centre. We had an enjoyable day's play, going a little bit longer than anticipated, but nonetheless a very good game of cricket completed here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And we'll be joining you on Tuesday for our next match day here at the Connery Cricket Centre. It's Novel McCall saying thank you for joining us. Was joined by Victor Eddy, the legendary cricketer out of St. Kitts. We thank you.